Chapter 1895. Venerable Extermination, who was in the Great Illusion realm, had completely lost his composure. Jiang Chen's endless means had given him a new understanding of this world. It turned out that there was really such a monstrous genius in this world. In front of him, 9 identical Jiang Chen raised their swords and slashed at him at the same time. There was also the edifying light drifting around the swords. Under the heavy suppression, Venerable Extermination finally sensed a trace of danger. Fight! Venerable Extermination gritted his teeth. His eyes glinted with madness and ferocity. The walking stick in his hand shot out countless black rays of light in all directions, aiming to attack Jiang Chen from all directions. All 9 Jiang Chens were within his attack range. Venerable Extermination's choice of attack had fallen into Jiang Chen's trap. This was the scariest part of the 9 Phantom Wolves, especially when it was combined with the Great Void technique, making it even more mysterious. Under such circumstances, Venerable Extermination, who had already suffered a serious loss in strength, could hardly cause any harm to Jiang Chen. Usually, this was the time for Jiang Chen to launch his ultimate counterattack. Puqi Jiang Chen's speed was extremely fast. The Heavenly Saint's sword accurately left a bone-deep wound on Venerable Extermination's shoulder, causing blood to gush out crazily. "Bastard! You've hurt me!" Venerable Extermination was infuriated. It was simply the greatest shame of his life to be hurt by a half-step immortal Venerable. "Hurt you? This is just the beginning." Edifying light. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He had completely condensed his true body. To the devil experts, a serious wound was fatal and the edifying light could take advantage of it. Just like now, the moment Venerable Extermination was injured, Jiang Chen had already controlled the light of institutionalization to enter his body through the wound. Arg! The next moment, Venerable Extermination hugged his head and howled. The edifying light was the supreme existence of Buddha sect. It could edify all evil in the heavens and earth. Even though Venerable Extermination was a mighty half-step sovereign, he still couldn't change his fate of being edified. "Jiang Chen, what have you done to me?" Venerable Extermination's body trembled and roared at Jiang Chen. He tried his best to force out the thing that had drilled into his body, but found that he couldn't do it. His mental state had already begun to be controlled. The devil qi in his body was decreasing bit by bit. Jiang Chen didn't answer Venerable Extermination's question. He was now considering another question. Should he kill Venerable Extermination or not? If he didn't kill Venerable Extermination, the edifying light could completely edify Venerable Extermination and he would have one more half-step sovereign protecting him. If he killed Venerable Extermination, the ancestral dragon pagoda would be able to absorb all the blood essence and qi of a half-step sovereign. Plus, he would be able to obtain at least 30,000 dragon marks from it, which would further solidify his cultivation base at the half-step immortal venerable realm, making him one step closer to the true immortal venerable realm. Kill. After a brief thought, Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with killing intent. He had decided to kill Venerable Extermination. Given his current strength, he basically didn't need a half-step sovereign to protect him. Moreover, he was going to the immortal court of Fengqi immortal domain in the future. If he brought a human devil with him, he was afraid that it would bring unnecessary trouble to Nangong Wentian. Moreover, what Jiang Chen needed the most now wasn't help but strength. The enhancement of the Zulong Tower and his own cultivation base was more important than anything else. In the face of the benefits that a powerful expert like Venerable Extermination could bring, Jiang Chen's only choice was to kill Venerable Extermination. The Heavenly Saint sword in Jiang Chen's hand produced a strong buzzing sound. With a puqi sound, it pierced through the glabella of Venerable Extermination. At this time, Venerable Extermination had no strength to resist, at least in front of Jiang Chen. Venerable Extermination's voice came to an abrupt halt. The edifying light rushed out of his body and returned to Jiang Chen's body. At the same time, a hole was torn open in the invisible Zulong Tower, and a terrifying devouring force engulfed Venerable Extermination. The Great Illusion realm could affect the people inside, but it couldn't affect the people outside. Therefore, everything that happened on the battlefield could be seen clearly by the people below. Countless horrified gazes were fixed on the miserable state of Venerable Extermination. No, this is impossible, this is impossible. Yun Tianzuan's body trembled. Yun Tianzuan's body trembled. His face began to reveal a look of despair, because he knew very well that venerable extermination was his last and greatest reliance. Now that venerable extermination was dead, who else could save Great Cloud Empire? Jiang Chen was just too powerful. He had grown to the point where he could only look up to Jiang Chen. Just Jiang Chen alone was enough to annihilate Great Cloud Empire. It's over. Our Great Cloud Empire is finished. Even a half-step sovereign is dead. How can this guy be so terrifying? Even a half-step sovereign is no match for him. Could there really be such a monstrous genius in this world? That's not the case. Of course, Jiang Chen is monstrous, but he's not monstrous enough to kill a half-step sovereign. It's just that this bastard is too smart. He led venerable extermination into his trap step by step. The powerful flames on his body could suppress venerable extermination, causing venerable extermination to only be able to exert half of his combat strength. However, this wasn't the key to his failure. The truly terrifying thing was that Jiang Chen could cast an illusion technique that was more advanced than the lost illusion technique, causing venerable extermination to be greatly affected. Otherwise, even if venerable extermination couldn't kill Jiang Chen, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Alas. It's too late to say anything. Extermination is dead. We're finished. Everyone was in despair. The hearts of the people of Great Cloud Empire were heavy. After venerable extermination was killed, there was nothing they could do except wait for Jiang Chen's judgment. For a great empire, this could be said to be a form of sorrow. Looking at the Great Qin Empire's side, it was the complete opposite. Countless officers and soldiers jumped up in excitement. The originally well-disciplined army had become a pot of porridge at this moment. However, the generals didn't stop the soldiers from cheering because they themselves couldn't control their excitement at this moment in history. It's a success. Commander has really succeeded. He has created a miracle once again. That's right. A half-step immortal venerable killed a half-step sovereign. This battle is destined to be recorded in history. Great Cloud Empire is finished. I've never fought such a hot-blooded battle in all my years of war. Although I didn't personally take part in it, it was too satisfying. No one could restrain their excitement, including Zhou Xian. The only one who could remain calm was Yang Bufan. After all, he had seen too many miracles created by Jiang Chen. He had confidence in Jiang Chen that no one else had. From the moment Jiang Chen decided to attack, he believed that Jiang Chen could create a miracle. Once again, the fact proved that Jiang Chen was a miracle creator and a true monstrous genius. In the sky, the great illusion realm had been put away by Jiang Chen and venerable extermination had been devoured by the Zulong Tower. Just like what Jiang Chen had expected, the ancestral dragon pagoda had once again improved after absorbing venerable extermination. 1.5 floors had been condensed from 55 to 56.5. Actually, it wasn't half because it was only a little bit away from the 57th floor. After receiving the pure energy from the ancestral dragon pagoda, another 30,000 dragon marks were added to his Qi, bringing the total number of dragon marks to 1,480,000. Another 20,000 more dragon marks would bring the total to 1,500,000. At that time he would be able to advance to the early immortal venerable realm and become a true immortal venerable. Even though he wasn't an immortal venerable yet, his combat strength was already much more terrifying than before. The blessing of 30,000 dragon marks wasn't something to be trifled with. If he were to fight against someone on the same level as the old emperor, he would be able to kill him in an instant in his half-dragon form. Dong. Jiang Chen took a step forward and came to the front of Great Cloud Empire. His qi was magnificent and the qi he radiated was terrifying. Yun Tianzun, do you have anything else to say? Jiang Chen asked flatly. Jiang Chen, do you really want to annihilate Great Cloud Empire? Yun Tianzun gritted his teeth. Despite his reluctance, he had to admit that he had been utterly defeated. Great Cloud Empire had been utterly defeated by Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen wanted to, it would be very easy for him to turn the imperial capital into a state of misery and suffering. What do you think? Given my habit, I won't leave any chance for my enemies. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Jiang Chen, let me tell you something. There's still a half-step sovereign in the immortal court. If you annihilate Great Cloud Empire, that ancestor will never let you go. Although you have killed venerable extermination, you know best how you did it. Given your current strength, you'll die for sure if you encounter the ancestor of Great Cloud Empire. Yun Tianshuang spoke aloud. At this point he had to use the ancestor as a threat to Jiang Chen. Yun Tianzun, you'd better not threaten me. I Jiang Qin won't fall for it. So what if your ancestor is in the immortal court? You know the grudge between me and the immortal court. Do you think I'll be afraid? Besides, if I annihilate your imperial capital now, do you think your ancestor won't come out immediately? Chapter 1896. Upon hearing that, Yun Tianzun sucked in a breath of cold air. He had personally witnessed how terrifying Jiang Qin was. Jiang Qin was a lunatic who couldn't be threatened. He didn't even put the immortal court in his eyes, let alone the half-step sovereign ancestor of Great Cloud Empire. More importantly, that half-step sovereign ancestor hadn't returned for many years. According to the rules of the immortal court, once one entered the immortal court, one was not allowed to have any contact with the previous power. Yun Tianzun wouldn't be so naive to think that Jiang Qin was joking with him. Just like Jiang Qin had said, if Jiang Qin were to flatten the imperial capital now, the half-step sovereign ancestor might not show up. Therefore he couldn't afford to gamble. So you are determined to annihilate my imperial capital? Yun Tianzun looked at Jiang Qin. If I really wanted to do that, I wouldn't be standing here talking nonsense with you. Jiang Qin put his hands behind his back. He had already reverted to his human form. He looked at Yun Tianzun and said, 2 conditions. If you agree to them, I'll retreat immediately. What conditions? Yun Tianzun asked. He probably never dreamed that he would have such a day, but there was nothing he could do now. He knew that the 2 conditions proposed by Jiang Qin would be very harsh, but no matter what, he had to protect the people of the imperial capital. This was the last foundation of Great Cloud Empire. First, Great Cloud Empire must take out 1 billion venerable grade immortal metastones, said Jiang Qin. He didn't have the intention to destroy the imperial capital of Great Cloud Empire. The current Great Cloud Empire was no longer a threat to Great Qian Empire. After this war, Great Qian Empire would devour Great Cloud Empire bit by bit. It would only be a matter of time before Great Cloud Empire was annihilated, which was better than destroying the imperial capital. In that case, Jiang Qin couldn't come here in vain. If he didn't ask for some immortal metastones, he would feel sorry for himself. Immortal metastones were what he lacked the most right now. Without immortal metastones, his path of advancement would become incomparably difficult. What? 1 billion venerable grade immortal metastones? He's asking for too much. Many people of Great Cloud Empire rolled their eyes and almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. Today they finally witnessed what it meant to be an exorbitant demand of 1 billion venerable grade immortal metastones. This was daylight robbery. Celestial Venerable Yun, you have no room to bargain with me. Jiang Qin said Lung Lung. Right, I promise you. Yun Tianzun gritted his teeth. Great Cloud Empire was indeed capable of taking out 1 billion venerable grade immortal metastones. That was the powerful foundation of a super empire, but even he, the emperor, would feel the pinch if he took out so many venerable grade immortal metastones. The second condition, Celestial Venerable Yun, kill yourself. You should know very well that I won't spare your life. I'll use your life and 1 billion venerable grade immortal essence stones in exchange for the safety of your imperial capital. Jiang Qin stated the second condition. Jiang Qin, you've gone too far. Your Majesty, this guy has no intention of letting us go. Let's fight it out with him. The people of Great Cloud Empire were infuriated. They had never suffered such humiliation before. Asking their emperor to commit suicide in front of the gates of the imperial capital was a humiliation to the dignity of an empire. Yun Tianzun raised his hand, gesturing for everyone to quiet down. His face was surprisingly calm. He had probably guessed this condition long ago. He knew Jiang Qin's character very well. Jiang Qin had his own rules of survival. He would never show mercy to those who wanted his life. Moreover, Yun Tianzun knew that if the situation changed and Jiang Qin fell into his hands, Jiang Qin would definitely die. He probably wouldn't even give Jiang Qin a chance to commit suicide. Yun Tianzun, this is the greatest dignity I'll leave for you. Jiang Qin said plainly. Yes, this was the last dignity Jiang Qin left for Yun Tianzun. If Jiang Qin wanted Yun Tianzun to die, he could have killed Yun Tianzun directly. He could have decapitated Yun Tianzun without leaving an intact corpse. Asking Yun Tianzun to commit suicide was indeed giving him a lot of dignity. All right, I promise you. Yun Tianzun said. Your Majesty, everyone's emotions were stirred. Say no more. It's worth it to sacrifice me to protect the imperial capital. Yun Tianzuan's tone was very strict. He knew very well that even if he didn't commit suicide he would still die. Jiang Chen wouldn't give him a chance to live. Since he was going to die anyway, he was naturally willing to sacrifice himself to protect the imperial capital. Yun Tianzuan believed in Jiang Chen's character. Although Jiang Chen was decisive and cruel, his words were trustworthy. Yun Tianzuan, you're a good emperor. Jiang Chen nodded. Yun Tianzuan's performance at the crucial moment was very admirable, but it couldn't stop Jiang Chen's determination to kill Yun Tianzuan. Enemies could only be destroyed. Jiang Chen, I'll go prepare the immortal metastones for you, Yun Tianzuan said. Yun Tianzuan spoke. 1 billion venerable grade immortal metastones wasn't a small amount. Only he, the emperor, had the authority to open the treasury and transfer them. Agreeing to Jiang Chen's condition and keeping the imperial capital intact was the last thing he could do for Great Cloud Empire. All right. Jiang Chen nodded. He wasn't afraid that Yun Tianzuan would escape. Jiang Chen knew that Yun Tianzuan wouldn't dare to gamble with the lives of millions of people in the imperial capital. With a sway of his body, Yun Tianzuan vanished. The remaining experts of Great Cloud Empire's facial expression darkened to the extreme. They glared at Jiang Chen furiously, but that was all they could do. They knew very well that Yun Tianzuan had to do this in order to save their lives. Otherwise, Great Cloud Empire would face a true disaster. They were indignant, angry, and hateful, but so what? In this world where strength reigned supreme, the weak were prey to the strong. If they failed, they would have to accept the outcome. They knew very well that if Jiang Chen were to fall into their hands today, he would suffer a fate worse than death, and he would certainly die. If Great Cloud Empire won today, it would be a disaster for the tens of thousands of soldiers of Great Qian Empire. From this point of view, they should actually thank Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen had given them a chance. Soon Yun Tianzuan returned with an interspatial ring in his hand and threw it to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen caught the ring and put it away without even looking at it. Yun Tianzuan wouldn't dare to play tricks on him over such a trivial matter because he couldn't afford the consequences. Jiang Chen, I hope you will keep your word. After Celestial Venerable Yun said that, a long sword appeared in his hand, and it landed on his neck with lightning speed. With a ripping sound, Celestial Venerable Yun slit his own throat, and beautiful blood spurted out. It was a desolate color. Your Majesty! Countless people roared. All the people of Great Cloud Empire knelt down. Many of them were grief-stricken and wept bitterly. For Great Cloud Empire, Celestial Venerable Yun's death was great and valuable. He was a qualified emperor. Jiang Chen's face was grim. He wasn't a cold-blooded person, but sometimes he had to be cold-blooded. Jiang Chen turned around and came to the camp of Great Qian Empire. Tens of thousands of admiring eyes fell on Jiang Chen. He was like the brightest star in the sky. He had become the omnipotent god in the hearts of these soldiers. Jiang Chen was probably the only one who could single-handedly destroy an empire. Little Qinzi Great Cloud Empire is finished. What should we do next? Asked Yang Bufan. Great Cloud Empire is deeply rooted. The faith of a nation won't be destroyed so easily. This is also why I didn't attack them today. Great Cloud Empire will be annexed by Great Qian Empire sooner or later, but it will take a very slow process. You and Wuxia will return to the cities of Great Cloud Empire that we have occupied. Win the hearts of the people and change their faith. This is what Great Qian Empire has to focus on next. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles in the future. Said Jiang Chen seriously. Yang Bufan and Wuxia nodded silently. They knew that Jiang Chen was right. The destruction of an empire wasn't a joke. War was destined to breed hatred. This was something that couldn't be changed. It could only be eliminated little by little in the future. However, the people of a nation had to be changed by faith. This process wouldn't be any easier than destroying an empire. Brother Jiang, what about you? Asked Wuxia. Judging from Jiang Chen's tone, it seemed that he had no intention of returning with them. I'm going to annihilate the emperor and old emperor of Heavenly Jade Dynasty. This war was initiated by Heavenly Jade Dynasty and Great Cloud Empire at the same time. They will have to pay a heavy price. This war will thoroughly establish the divine might of Great Qian Empire. In the future, there won't be 3 empires in Eastern Xuanyu but 1. Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated. From the moment he set off for Crane Hawk City, he had no intention of letting go of either Great Cloud Empire or Heavenly Jade Dynasty. In Jiang Chen's opinion, these 2 empires must be treated fairly. What Great Cloud Empire suffered, Heavenly Jade Dynasty also suffered. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Zhou Wangye's body couldn't help but tremble. The eyes of the soldiers below turned even more fiery. They didn't expect that Jiang Chen would be so decisive. Such a figure was too terrifying. He felt fortunate that Great Qian Empire had made friends with Jiang Chen instead of becoming enemies. All right. Brother Jiang Chen, be careful. Zhou Wangye reminded, then left with the army. He knew that his warning was unnecessary. Given Jiang Chen's current ability, the experts of Heavenly Jade Dynasty could only stretch out their necks and wait to be slaughtered. Even Venerable Extermination, a half-step sovereign, had died in Jiang Chen's hands, let alone a late immortal Venerable. That's right. You're right. Chapter 1897. The Imperial Capital of Heavenly Jade Dynasty. At this moment the Imperial Capital was in complete chaos. All the higher-ups of the dynasty stood out with a nervous look on their faces. The Emperor Tianzunyu, the old emperor, and the Supreme Elder of Heavenly Jade Dynasty couldn't stay calm. Hurry up. Support the Grand Formation. All immortal venerables and immortal emperors, support the Grand Formation. Tianzunyu bellowed. It was as though doomsday was coming to the imperial capital. That's right. To them it was doomsday. Not long ago they received news from Great Cloud Empire that Jiang Chen had killed the old emperor Supreme Elder, and the half-step sovereign Venerable Extermination. Now he was heading towards Heavenly Jade Dynasty. After the news spread, the entire Heavenly Jade Dynasty was plunged into chaos. Not only Tianzunyu, even the old emperor and Supreme Elder were filled with fear. Even if they were willing to believe that the news was true, they had to admit that the current Jiang Chen had grown to the point where they could only look up to him. Heavenly Jade Dynasty didn't have any mighty half-step sovereigns. They initially thought that it would be a piece of cake for them to annihilate Great Qian Empire with the support of Venerable Extermination, but now it seemed like they were gravely mistaken. The resolution of the matter was completely out of their expectation. The scariness of Jiang Chen had long exceeded their imagination. Facing the impending arrival of Jiang Chen, Heavenly Jade Dynasty had to be prepared as soon as possible. What they needed to do was to deploy the Grand Formation to protect the imperial capital. This Grand Formation was their only and last resort. They had no way to escape and nowhere to hide. After all, this was the foundation of Heavenly Jade Dynasty. Whether it was the emperor or the old emperor, they wouldn't risk the safety of the entire imperial capital just for their own safety. Their only hope now was that the Grand Formation could protect them and stop Jiang Chen. Damn it. Is that bastard the reincarnation of a deity? How did he grow so quickly? Furthermore, he's so monstrous that even half-martial emperors are no match for him. I didn't expect Great Cloud Empire to be finished just like that. Even Celestial Venerable Yun has committed suicide. That Jiang Chen is incomparably ferocious. After destroying Great Cloud Empire he will surely come to us. It seems our Heavenly Jade Dynasty is doomed. Don't be so pessimistic. Our defensive formation can withstand the attack of a peerless Venerable. I heard that Jiang Chen was able to kill a half-step emperor because of a special reason. No one wasn't nervous. Everyone's emotions fluctuated greatly. They couldn't be blamed. The Heavenly Jade Dynasty was about to usher in its doomsday. It was natural for them to be afraid. A storm was brewing. All the experts of the Heavenly Jade Dynasty were ready and waiting for the storm to come. They all knew that the storm was coming and there was no room for luck. Huff huff. A strong wind howled as a human figure suddenly appeared in the sky. It was half human and half dragon, and it brought with it an incomparably powerful aura. When the crowd saw that figure it was still very far away. They only saw that figure walking in the air, disappearing with each step, and with a few flashes, it appeared in the sky above the imperial capital of the Heavenly Jade Dynasty. Here. It's Jiang Chen. This bastard is progressing too fast. I'm speechless. Damn it. He's coming to annihilate our entire dynasty. Let's fight him. The storm had finally arrived. The experts of Heavenly Jade Dynasty couldn't keep calm anymore. If it was in the past they wouldn't care even if Jiang Chen came. After all, a large dynasty wouldn't put Jiang Chen in their eyes at all. But now it was different. They all knew that Jiang Chen had just destroyed Great Cloud Empire and killed a half-step emperor. Right now in their eyes Jiang Chen was a devil king, a murderous devil. Tianzunyu, it seems your Heavenly Jade Dynasty is well prepared. But do you think you can stop me with just a formation? Aren't you being too naive? Jiang Qin didn't show the slightest surprise when he saw the reaction of Heavenly Jade Dynasty. It seemed that this was within his expectation. There were experts of Heavenly Jade Dynasty in Great Cloud Empire, so they had witnessed the scene of him killing Reverend Extermination. Given their means, it was very easy for them to send the news to Heavenly Jade Dynasty. Jiang Qin always leave a way out. I hope you won't go too far. As long as you let Heavenly Jade Dynasty go today, I swear in the name of the Emperor of Heavenly Jade Dynasty that from now on, all the grievances between you and Heavenly Jade Dynasty will be written off. We will never find trouble with you again. Tianzunyu spoke loudly. Only God knew how aggrieved he felt when he said those words. However, Jiang Qin wasn't the same as before. He wasn't someone that Heavenly Jade Dynasty could contend with. Written off? Tianzunyu, you really know how to think. You should know how I, Jiang Qin, am. I will never be polite to my enemies. You should have known that such a day would come when you wanted to kill me. Let me ask you, if it wasn't because I, Jiang Qin, had become so strong that you guys are afraid of me, would you still write off all the grudges between us? If I, Jiang Qin, fall into your hands, would you still write off all our grievances? Jiang Qin burst into laughter. Tianzunyu was ambitious, which Jiang Qin could understand. However, understanding and giving up were two completely different things. Since he had come here today, he wouldn't return empty-handed. The fate of East Xuanyu would change sooner or later. It was time to change it. Only one of the three empires could exist. Tianzunyu's face turned ugly, but what Jiang Qin said made him speechless. He knew that Jiang Qin was right. If they were in each other's shoes, he wouldn't let go of Jiang Qin. What do you want, Jiang Qin? Tianzunyu asked. His tone was no longer as domineering as before. You all will do the same to Great Cloud Empire. I believe you have heard about the situation there. I don't think I need to repeat what you need to do. Jiang Qin spoke lung. His whole body was filled with domineering aura. The scene of a dynasty shivering in front of him made Jiang Qin feel incomparably carefree. Do you want me to commit suicide? Tianzunyu's face turned even uglier. He had already known the situation in Great Cloud Empire, so he understood Jiang Qin's words very well. Not just you but also your old emperor and supreme elder. Take out 1 billion venerable grade immortal metastones first, then the three of you will commit suicide in front of me. Chapter 1898. Pong. As soon as these words were spoken, the Heavenly Jade Dynasty erupted with intense anger. Countless people's eyes were spitting flames, especially Tianzunyu, the old emperor and the supreme elder. They didn't want to die without a fight. They didn't want to be as cowardly as Yun Tianzun. The dignity of the dynasty was still important. Moreover, the current situation of Heavenly Jade Dynasty was different from that of Yun Tianzun. At that time, Yun Tianzun didn't have a choice. The Supreme Elder and the old Emperor had died in the hands of Jiang Qin because they underestimated him. Therefore, Yun Tianzun had no room to resist. In order to protect the imperial capital of Great Cloud Empire, he could only choose to commit suicide according to Jiang Qin's words. However, the current Heavenly Jade Dynasty was different. They were fully prepared and felt that they could fight against Jiang Qin. No matter what the outcome would be, they would have to fight him first. Jiang Qin, you are too arrogant. We have already set up the defensive grand formation. Do you think you can break it? The old emperor shouted. It seems that you are ready to fight to the death with me? Jiang Qin's killing intent had begun to condense. There was no formation in this world that he couldn't break. Jiang Qin, it's impossible for us to die without a fight. I don't believe that you have the ability to do so. If you have the ability, break our grand formation first, said Jiang Qin. The Supreme Elder shouted. They had already seen through Jiang Qin's attitude. He had no intention of letting Heavenly Jade Dynasty go. Besides, there was no room for negotiation between the two sides, which was within their expectations. A bunch of ignorant fools. Since you're so confident in your grand defensive formation, I'll show you what it means to put up a desperate resistance, what it means to struggle on your deathbed. After saying that, Jiang Qin drew out the Heavenly Saint Sword with a clang. The Heavenly Saint Sword let out a melodious cry, then it turned into a blood-red dragon, looking extremely valiant. Brr. At the same time, Jiang Qin unleashed the unity of man and sword. A true heavenly dragon emerged and crashed into the defensive formation of Heavenly Jade Dynasty. Everyone be careful. This man is powerful. Defend the Grand Formation with all your might. Tianzuanyu hastily warned when he saw Jiang Qin attacking. Buzz buzz. A buzzing sound reverberated in the sky. A layer of pale blue light barrier floated above the imperial capital, isolating the entire imperial capital from the outside world. This was the last line of defense of the Heavenly Jade Dynasty. It was also the most powerful line of defense. It would be impossible for an ordinary person to break through this great formation. In their opinion, no matter how powerful Jiang Qin was, it would be impossible for him to break through their great formation so easily. Rumble, Jiang Qin's actions were very barbaric. The terrifying dragon sword directly collided with the layer of protective array. The terrifying energy transformed into layers upon layers of indestructible air waves, spreading out in all directions of the formation. The entire formation shook violently and cracks appeared in many places. Some of the weaker cultivators directly spat out blood under the tremors and found it extremely difficult to even stand. After absorbing Venerable Extermination's 30,000 dragon marks, Jiang Qin's battle prowess increased a lot. At this moment he executed the Dragon Sword Unity technique, which directly raised his battle prowess to the extreme. That kind of terror was enough to destroy everything in the world. However, even though Jiang Qin attacked with all his might, he still couldn't destroy the opponent's Grand Formation. After some cracks appeared on the Grand Formation, it automatically repaired itself. Seeing this, the people of the Heavenly Jade Dynasty heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, the shock and fear in their hearts reached the extreme. The attack of Jiang Qin just now was too terrifying. It should be known that the people supporting the Grand Formation at this moment were almost all the experts of the Heavenly Jade Dynasty. It was equivalent to the alliance of these experts. Even so, the Grand Formation still felt like it was in danger. However, it seemed that it was almost impossible for Jiang Qin to easily break through the Grand Formation. This was good news for the Heavenly Jade Dynasty. Jiang Qin, don't waste your energy. You can't break this Grand Formation. Tianzuanyu said loudly, trying to make Jiang Qin retreat. Jiang Qin smiled faintly. Without saying a word, he used the Great Divination Art and Great Soul Derivation Art at the same time. The barbaric attack just now was just a probing attack from Jiang Qin. Firstly, it was to test his battle prowess. Secondly, it was to see if the Grand Formation was really that hard to break. The result was obvious. The Grand Formation was firm. With his current battle prowess, even if he attacked with all his might, he wouldn't be able to break it. However, Jiang Qin didn't plan to use such a barbaric method to break the Grand Formation. In his opinion, there was no formation in the world that couldn't be broken. The Great Divination Art and Great Soul Derivation Art could easily find the weakness of the Grand Formation. As long as the weakness was found, everything would be easy. Swish. Jiang Qin put away the Heavenly Saint sword and struck out an illusory Tai Chi diagram between his palms. The yin and yang fishes swam back and forth. It was extremely mysterious. The Great Divination Art was frantically operated, and soon he found the weakest point of the Grand Formation. Tianzuanyu, the formation that you are so proud of is just SSO, Jiang Qin said. Violent energy rushed towards the Tai Chi diagram like a tidal wave. Immediately, the enormous Tai Chi diagram became incomparably clear. The yin and yang fishes represented the Great Tao. Supported by Jiang Qin, they struck the weakest point of the Grand Formation at lightning speed. Hong Long. The Grand Formation could no longer withstand the impact. It began to crack from the weakest point, then spread rapidly. Countless cracks began to appear on the entire Grand Formation. Many of them suffered a tremendous backlash. Blood spurted out from their mouths as they were bounced back by the broken Grand Formation. Pong. The weakest point of the Grand Formation was broken, forming a series of chain reactions. The entire Grand Formation began to collapse. Blood spurted out from everyone's mouth. Some of them let out wails and died on the spot. Even Tianzuanyu and the two late immortal venerables had an ugly look on their faces. There were traces of blood at the corner of their mouths. Impossible. This is impossible. How could this be? How could the Grand Formation be broken so quickly? How did this bastard do it? This is too terrifying. He isn't human. Our Heavenly Jade Dynasty is finished. We no longer have the means to fight this monstrous genius. Despair filled everyone's heart. There was no hope left for Heavenly Jade Dynasty. Even the defensive Grand Formation had been broken by Jiang Qin so easily. They initially thought that the grand formation could last for a long time, forcing Jiang Chen to retreat. Now it seemed like their thoughts were too naive. The defensive grand formation that they were so proud of was utterly vulnerable in front of Jiang Chen. Chapter 1899. The imperial capital's sky seemed to have changed color, and the air was filled with intense pressure. Despair and unwillingness were everywhere. Tianzunyu, the old emperor, and the supreme elder all had the most unsightly expressions. "We've lost." The old emperor shook his head. After the grand formation was destroyed by Jiang Chen, he knew that Heavenly Jade Dynasty was doomed. The only thing they could do now was to follow Jiang Chen's advice and commit suicide, just like Yun Tianzun. In that case they could still exchange for some life for the imperial capital. "Jiang Chen, the three of us will commit suicide." "I hope you can keep your promise," said the old emperor. Tianzunyu said. He was a smart person and he knew that it was useless to say anything else at this point. Jiang Chen didn't speak. His face was expressionless. No one could tell what he was thinking at the moment. Tianzunyu shook his head and returned to the imperial capital. A few moments later he returned with a spatial ring in his hand. He threw it to Jiang Chen and said, "This is 1 billion venerable grade immortal meta stones." Then Tianzunyu, the old emperor, and the supreme elder exchanged a glance and chose to commit suicide at the same time, just like Yun Tianzun. To them this was probably the most dignified way to die. "Your Majesty." Heavenly Jade Dynasty was in a state of grief. Jiang Chen wasn't in the mood to appreciate this. He turned and left in a phantom. This was the immortal world, a cruel world where the winner was the king and the loser was the bandit. Through today's events, Jiang Chen understood the importance of strength. This made him even more eager to improve his cultivation base. Jiang Chen knew that the immortal world wouldn't be peaceful in the future. Putting aside the catastrophe that Wu Ningzhu mentioned, just a few immortal courts were enough for Jiang Chen to fight for. In just a day, Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty had collapsed. The emperors and old emperor were dead. The news spread across the entire East Xuanyu very quickly. This was a great revolution in East Xuanyu. To East Xuanyu it was undoubtedly an earthquake. On the other hand, Jiang Chen, who was already well known by everyone, had become famous after this battle. Countless people would sigh at the mention of his name. This is a major event. Jiang Chen single-handedly annihilated Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty. He's too monstrous. Is this bastard still human? He must be the reincarnation of a deity. Otherwise he wouldn't be so monstrous. Who would have thought that Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty would be destroyed so easily? It seems like it's not a good thing to offend Jiang Chen. First it was Corpse Insect, now it's Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty. So far, 3 of the 11 major powers in Eastern Profound Domain have been destroyed by Jiang Chen. This is the first time in the history of Eastern Profound Domain. Chaos world. The heaven. The rise of an emperor empire. The devil dynasty is. Ancient emperor of emperor. Everyone was shocked. Everyone was talking about Jiang Chen. Although the foundation of Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty was still there, in people's eyes, these 2 empires only existed in name. It was almost equivalent to being annihilated, because it was almost certain that these 2 empires would be devoured by Great Qian Empire bit by bit. The miserable state of the 2 empires had also put the major powers that were enemies of Jiang Chen in a precarious situation. These major powers began to feel nervous and restless, fearing that Jiang Chen would attack them at any moment. They simply couldn't deal with him. Great Qian Empire was in jubilation. The imperial capital and Genius Prefecture were seething with excitement. Even Yang Yu and the old emperor hadn't expected the outcome of this war. It was something that they didn't even dare to think about. Who would believe that one person could annihilate 2 empires? We have high hopes for Jiang Chen, but it seems like we have underestimated him. He has brought a great surprise to our empire. This surprise came so suddenly that I can't even react to it. Great Qian Empire, Great Qian Empire. Yeah, it's like a dream. If it didn't happen, who would believe it? Your Majesty's eyesight is truly brilliant. Jiang Chen is the lucky star of Great Qian Empire. I thought that there would be a long tug-of-war with the 2 empires, but I didn't expect that Jiang Chen would be able to resolve it so quickly. Those immortal venerable experts were so excited that they couldn't even sit down. Jiang Chen has indeed given us another great surprise. Yang Yu nodded, suppressing the excitement in his heart. Your Majesty, Brother Jiang Chen seems to have returned not long ago, but he went straight to King Fan Prefecture for seclusion. He didn't come to the Imperial Palace. Someone spoke. I think Brother Jiang must have gained a lot of benefits in this war. Don't disturb him, Yang Yu said. The others nodded silently. Presently, Jiang Chen was the most important figure in Great Qian Empire. Now that Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty only exist in name, it's up to us to carry out the next step of our plan. We will gradually annex the two empires. Yang Yu's chi fluctuated as he issued an order. Jiang Chen had already paved the way for them. If they didn't take it, they would look too useless. The current Jiang Chen chose to go into seclusion as soon as he returned. Just like what Yang Yu had said, he had obtained great benefits this time and needed some time to digest them. He was currently hiding in the 33rd level of the Ancestral Dragon Pagoda to stabilize his foundation. In the next few days, Eastern Xuanyu was in turmoil. Great Qian Empire's power was unparalleled, gradually annexing the other two empires. 3 days later, Jiang Chen walked out of the Ancestral Dragon Pagoda. 3 days in the outside world was equivalent to 3 months in the pagoda. He was brimming with energy and felt indescribably comfortable. Brother Chen, congratulations on advancing your cultivation base. Yan Qinyu came to Jiang Chen's side with a smile when she saw Jiang Chen coming out of seclusion. When the matters here are almost settled, I will go to Fengqi Immortal Domain. Jiang Chen said that Nangong Wentian was still in danger. He had to go there as soon as possible. There's still time before the 1-month deadline. Yan Qinyu nodded. She had always supported Jiang Chen unconditionally in whatever he wanted to do. Besides, she knew the relationship between Jiang Chen and Nangong Wentian. Now that Nangong Wentian was in trouble, Jiang Chen naturally couldn't sit idly by. Honglong. At this moment, the void outside the imperial capital suddenly erupted with a loud rumble. Then boundless pressure rushed over like a tidal wave. In just the blink of an eye, the powerful pressure enveloped the entire imperial capital. What's coming has come. Chapter 1900. The sudden and powerful pressure filled the entire imperial capital in an instant. All the higher-ups in the imperial palace were alarmed and immediately flew out of the palace. Soon after, 2 figures appeared out of thin air. They were 2 old men who seemed to be in their 60s or 70s. Each of them carried a powerful rage and murderous intent. Their auras were extremely powerful, not any weaker than the half-martial monarch Li Wangye who had come to the Great Qian Empire previously. In other words, they were 2 powerful half-martial monarchs. Yang Yu, the old emperor, and the higher-ups of Great Qian Empire flew out of the palace. Although they were surprised by the arrival of the 2 half-step sovereigns, they didn't show the slightest fear. With Yan Qinyu in the imperial capital, they weren't afraid of half-step sovereigns. It's the old ancestors of Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty. I didn't expect that they would come here. It's predictable that they will show up when Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty are facing destruction. But we don't have to be afraid. With Miss Yen here, we will be able to resist them. That's right. Don't be afraid of them. Miss Yen will appear at any time. The immortal venerables of Great Qian Empire formed a human wall to protect the imperial capital. Where's Jiang Chen? Tell that little bastard to come out. The old ancestor of Great Cloud Empire demanded Jiang Chen as soon as he arrived. They were well aware of the situation of Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, the 2 empires wouldn't have fallen into such a predicament. Therefore, it was imaginable how much they hated Jiang Chen. Both of you are already experts of the Immortal Court. Why are you interfering in the battle between the major powers of Eastern Xuanyu? Yang Yu spoke. Cut the crap. Get Jiang Chen out here. The old ancestor of Heavenly Jade Dynasty didn't seem to have a good temper, but no one in his position would be in a good mood at this moment. You're disturbing my rest by making a fuss. You have no morals at all. Right at this moment, a lazy voice rang out. 2 silhouettes appeared and stood beside Yang Yu. They were none other than Jiang Chen and Yan Qinyu. Seeing Yan Qinyu, everyone from the Great Qian Empire heaved a sigh of relief. This was the reincarnation of the powerful Empress Nine. They had personally witnessed how terrifying Yan Qinyu was. Even the heaven-devouring devil ape was no match for her. No matter how many half-sovereigns came, it would be useless. The two great ancestors immediately looked at Zhou Xian and said almost at the same time, "You're Zhou Xian." "That's right. I'm him." "Why didn't the two of you stay in the immortal court and enjoy your life? Why did you have to come here to die?" Zhou Xian spoke indifferently, and he didn't take the two quasi-emperors seriously at all. "Zhou Xian, you have destroyed our two empires. Today we will definitely cut you into 1,000 pieces." The old ancestor of Great Cloud Empire spoke maliciously. His powerful qi had already locked onto Zhou Xian, seemingly determined not to give Zhou Xian the slightest chance to escape. "Brother Yun, there's no need to talk so much with this little bastard. Just tear him apart and annihilate Great Qian Empire." The old ancestor of Heavenly Jade Dynasty was even more ferocious, but they couldn't be blamed. The tragic fate of the two empires had completely aroused their anger. This time they had disregarded the rules of the immortal court. Not only did they want to kill Zhou Xian, but they also wanted to annihilate Great Qian Empire at all costs, resolving the final crisis of Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty. As long as Great Qian Empire was annihilated, even if Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty were reduced to second-rate powers, they wouldn't perish. Additionally, the two empires still had their foundation. They would rise again one day. "Just the two of you want to kill Big Brother Qin?" Yan Qinyu appeared in a flash, exuding an incomparably cold qi like the goddess of ice. "A little girl wants to stop me? Then I'll kill you first." The old ancestor of Heavenly Jade Dynasty moved. A huge golden palm slapped towards Yan Qinyu. They had been staying in the immortal court for a long time. They had long since stopped caring about the affairs of Eastern Profound Domain. Therefore, they didn't know Yan Qinyu's identity despite the uproar in Eastern Profound Domain. Plus, their status in the immortal court wasn't very high, so no one had told them about what happened in Exquisite Paradise. Therefore, they didn't know Yan Qinyu's existence at all. In their opinion, Yan Qinyu was just a puny immortal venerable. Even if she was a late immortal venerable, they wouldn't put her in their eyes. Today, no one would be able to stop them from killing Zhou Xian and annihilating Great Qian Empire. Courting death. Yan Qinyu didn't hold back at all. She immediately unleashed a powerful dark yin palm. The frighteningly huge ice palm instantly erected an ice wall. The cold air sealed the entire space and it collided with the great ancestor's huge palm. Hong long. The shockwave was like a raging storm. Yan Qinyu's cold qi was so strong that it froze the entire battlefield. The old ancestor's attack couldn't even withstand a single blow from Yan Qinyu's dark yin palm. His attack was destroyed in an instant. The old ancestor was sent flying backward for hundreds of meters before he could stabilize his body. "What?" the old ancestor of Heavenly Jade Dynasty exclaimed. His face turned incomparably pale. His hair and beard were covered with white frost. His body was shivering from the cold. He stared at the unparalleled beauty who had appeared out of nowhere. He couldn't believe and accept this result. Before they came to Great Qian Empire, they had never thought that there would be someone who could fight them. No, this wasn't a fight at all. This was absolute suppression. Just one collision had made him realize that he was no match for this woman. However, this was too normal. One should know that Yan Qinyu was no longer the Yan Qinyu who had just come out of Monarch Mountain. Back then, she had suffered serious injuries when she collided with the Northern and Southern dynasties. Now, her injuries had almost fully recovered. Her cultivation base was infinitely close to the half-step sovereign realm. Ordinary half-step sovereigns wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from her. Good. Miss Yan's means are getting more and more powerful. I wouldn't believe it if I didn't see it with my own eyes. Huh. Do you think two half-step sovereigns can pose a threat to Great Qian Empire? What a joke. Look at their old faces. Where's their previous majesty? The people of Great Qian Empire were gloating. Yan Qinyu was much stronger than they had imagined. With her here, the two old ancestors wouldn't be able to cause any harm to Great Qian Empire, let alone kill Zhou Qian. Who are you? The old ancestor of Great Cloud Empire looked at Yan Qinyu and asked. Get lost. Yan Qinyu cast an indifferent glance at the old ancestor of Great Cloud Empire and said impatiently. The word, get lost, had undoubtedly hurt the self-esteem of the two old ancestors. Given their status and identity, they probably wouldn't have the chance to hear such a word in their lifetime. The old ancestor of Heavenly Jade Dynasty approached the old ancestor of Great Cloud Empire and said in a low voice, "When did such a heaven-defying figure appear in Great Qian Empire? Her strength is extremely terrifying. Even if you and I join forces, we won't be a match for her. If we continue to fight, I'm afraid we will die here today. What should we do now?" The old ancestor of Great Cloud Empire pondered with a frown. The coldness in his eyes intensified. "It seems we have to change our previous plan. Let's leave this place first." Both of them nodded at each other and immediately reached a consensus. Both of them were experts from the older generation, and they were both like old foxes. Each of them was more shrewd than the other. They would never act recklessly. With their eyesight, they could naturally tell that with Xianxia here today they had no chance at all. "Let's go." With a sway of their bodies, they vanished in the blink of an eye. "Not good, Xiaoyu. We can't let them leave." Upon seeing this, Jiang Qin said to Xianxia hastily. At this moment, even the experts of Great Qian Empire changed their facial expression. Given their intelligence, it was impossible for them to not know what Jiang Qin was worried about. Those were two mighty half-step sovereigns. If they were to confront Great Qian Empire head-on, they wouldn't care as long as Xianxia was here. However, if the two of them were to attack from the dark, many people of Great Qian Empire would die tragically in their hands. As the saying goes, it's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against a stab in the dark. If they were to let them go today, the disaster of Great Qian Empire would begin. Just like when Li Wangye came to capture Jiang Qin, Xiao Wangqing said that if he dared to touch Jiang Qin, he would kill every single person of the immortal court he saw in the future. This threat alone was enough to deter Li Wangye. The current situation was the same. At this moment, Xianxia finally reacted, but it was already too late. The two old ancestors didn't suffer any serious injuries. The old ancestor of Great Cloud Empire didn't even have the slightest injury. If a half-step sovereign in his peak condition wanted to escape, even Xianxia might not be able to stop him, not to mention that Xianxia had already wasted some time. To a mighty expert, even a split second was enough to change everything. Arg! At this moment, two shrill cries suddenly rang out from within the void. The cries clearly came from the two old ancestors, and everyone heard them clearly. However, this sudden scream stunned everyone from the Great Qian Empire. Xianxia obviously didn't have the time to make a move. Then who was the one who made a move? Chapter 1901. Looking at the two heads, who else could it be other than the two old ancestors who had just escaped? Killing two great emperors with a wave of his hand. Even Xianxia wouldn't be able to do something like that. However, this incomparably domineering mysterious man had actually killed the two of them with ease and taken their heads. Only a true immortal sovereign would have such an ability. That's right. This man was an immortal sovereign. Jiang Qin could sense the aura of an immortal sovereign from him. It was the same as the first-grade great sovereign of the immortal court, Yuan Xiaolei. In other words, this man was also a first-grade great sovereign. However, why would a powerful immortal sovereign help Great Qian Empire at such a critical moment? Since when did Great Qian Empire come into contact with a great sovereign? The faces of the experts of Great Qian Empire were also blank, as though they didn't know who this man was. But when the old emperor and Yang Yu's eyes fell on the man, their expressions became incomparably excited. Old ancestor. Oh my God. Old ancestor, you are still alive. Yang Yu, the descendant of Yang family, greets old ancestor. The members of the Yang family couldn't restrain their emotions. Led by Yang Yu, all of them knelt down. Old ancestor of Yang family? Yang Junlong? Oh my God. For a moment, everyone knelt down. In the entire Great Qian Empire, who else could make the old emperor and the emperor kneel down at the same time except for that legendary figure? Jiang Chen's eyes widened and fell on the man without blinking. He had seen Yang Junlong's portrait before, but it was an old man in his twilight years, completely different from this majestic man in front of him. However, Jiang Qin didn't doubt Yang Junlong's identity. Even if he was mistaken, the people of Yang family wouldn't be mistaken. The bloodline of Yang family was there for all to see. Moreover, Jiang Qin didn't find this situation strange. Xiao Wangqing was an obvious example. The transformation from a filthy old liar to the most handsome man in the immortal world was something that Jiang Qin couldn't accept. Greetings, Senior Yang Junlong. Jiang Chen cupped his fist and saluted Yang Junlong. Yan Qinyu also slightly nodded her head in greeting. She would never salute Yang Junlong. No matter how famous Yang Junlong was, could he be more famous than Empress Nainin? The old ancestor isn't dead. To think that the old ancestor is still alive and has become a great emperor. This is a great fortune for the great Qian Empire. That's right. If it wasn't for the old ancestor's appearance today, those two half-martial emperors would have escaped. Now that the old ancestor has personally gotten rid of those two calamities, it's truly great. It's Patriarch Yang Junlong. That's right. I've seen a portrait of him when he was young in the Yang family's secret records. That's right. The people of the great Qian Empire were very excited, especially the people of the Yang family. They couldn't help but be excited. Yang Junlong had always represented a legend in the great Qian Empire. It was just that Yang Junlong had disappeared for too long. Most of the time he had been forgotten and was only regarded as a kind of religion. Who would have thought that the legendary existence would actually appear at the most critical moment of the great Qian Empire today? Get up all of you, Yang Junlong said. Looking at the prosperity of the great Qian Empire, his face also revealed a trace of a smile. Thank you, old ancestor. The higher-ups of the great Qian Empire said in unison and slowly stood up. Yang Junlong casually threw away the two heads and came to Jiang Chen's side. He nodded and smiled. Jiang Chen, a very good young man. At this moment Yang Junlong was so close to Jiang Chen, but he gave Jiang Chen an illusory feeling. This made Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel surprised. It felt as though the person standing in front of him didn't exist at all. But he was standing there and he really existed. This made Jiang Chen even more puzzled. It wasn't that he hadn't seen a great emperor before, but Yuan Xiaolei didn't leave such an unreal feeling. Out of curiosity, Jiang Chen secretly operated the great divination art. This test didn't matter much, but Jiang Chen's face instantly changed. Senior Yu. Before Jiang Chen could finish his words, Yang Junlong raised his hand to stop him. Jiang Chen didn't finish his words, but the shock in his heart couldn't be concealed at all. The surging emotions in his heart made him somewhat unable to control his emotions. Because he was shocked to find that the Yang Junlong in front of him was just a clone. It wasn't strange to have a clone. In this heaven and earth, there were many cultivation techniques that could cultivate a clone. But what about the clone of an immortal sovereign? A clone already has the cultivation of a first-grade immortal sovereign. How strong is Senior Yang Junlong's main body? Jiang Chen didn't dare to imagine. According to his estimation, Yang Junlong's main body must be at least a fifth-grade immortal sovereign if he could cultivate a first-grade immortal sovereign clone. How terrifying was that? However, Jiang Chen soon felt relieved. Yang Junlong was a figure of the same generation as Shao Wangqing. The two of them had a very good relationship. Shao Wangqing once said that the person he admired the most in his life was Yang Junlong. Such calmness was enough to prove Yang Junlong's strength. Shao Wangqing was trapped by the Tao of forgetfulness, which caused him to fall into depravity for hundreds of years. Hence his cultivation was also delayed. But Yang Junlong didn't. With Yang Junlong's talent, it wasn't impossible for him to reach the fifth-grade immortal sovereign realm if he had a fortuitous encounter. It's a blessing for our great Qian Empire that the old ancestor has returned. The old emperor said, unable to conceal his excitement. Except for Jiang Chen and Yan Qinyu, no one else could see that Yang Junlong was just a clone. This also showed Yang Junlong's brilliance. I'm just here to have a look. I'll leave soon. You guys go ahead and do your own things. Yang Junlong said to Yang Yu and the others. Then he looked at Jiang Chen and said, Jiang Chen, follow me. After saying that, Yang Junlong turned and flew away. Obviously, Yang Junlong knew everything that had happened recently. So he wasn't a stranger to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't have any doubts about this. A figure like Yang Junlong was almost omnipotent. Jiang Chen held Yan Qinyu's hand and followed Yang Junlong's footsteps. On top of a barren mountain, Yang Junlong stood tall, with Jiang Chen and Yan Qinyu standing behind him. Senior. Jiang Chen called out. Jiang Chen, how did you know that I'm just a clone? Yang Junlong looked at Jiang Chen curiously. His eyes were filled with amazement, and he didn't conceal his admiration for Jiang Chen. Just based on the fact that Jiang Chen could see that he was just a clone, this young man was extraordinary. Junior has cultivated a kind of soul-refining technique. That's why my soul perception is more sensitive. Jiang Chen said. And I already know what you've done for Great Qian Empire. I'll leave soon. Tell me, what benefits do you want? I'll try my best to satisfy you. Yang Junlong said. I'm working for Great Qian Empire out of my own free will. I, Jiang Chen, am also a member of Genius Prefecture. Plus, I've already gotten what I wanted in this war. Plus, I didn't ask for any benefits from Senior. Jiang Chen said truthfully. He had always done things according to his heart. If he asked for benefits from Yang Junlong, the meaning would change completely. Haha. Good. Jiang Chen, I'm starting to like you a little. Since you don't want anything, forget it. Yang Junlong burst into laughter. The admiration for Jiang Chen in his eyes intensified. But Senior Junior has a question to ask. Jiang Chen said. Go ahead. Yang Junlong said. May I know the cultivation base of Senior's main body? Jiang Chen asked. He had his own purpose in asking this question. 6th grade Immortal Sovereign. Kid, you still have a long way to go. Yang Junlong patted on Jiang Chen's shoulder. He didn't hide his true cultivation base. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel excited when he heard that Yang Junlong was a 6th grade Immortal Sovereign. He had always wanted to do something, but he couldn't find the opportunity to do so. Now that he saw Yang Junlong, he felt that the opportunity had come. Junior has another question. I hope Senior can answer it truthfully. Jiang Chen's tone suddenly became incomparably solemn. Ask away. Yang Junlong said. Senior, have you been to the legendary sovereign domain all these years? Jiang Chen asked. Oh, you know about sovereign domain? Yang Junlong looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. To be honest, Senior, this is the reincarnation of Empress Nainin. That's why Junior knows something about sovereign domain. The reason why Jiang Chen revealed Yan Qinyu's identity was to pave the way for what he was going to do next. He wanted Yang Junlong to take him seriously. What? Sure enough, Yang Junlong's eyes immediately fell on Yan Qinyu when he heard about Empress Nainin. He then cupped his fists and said, Excuse me. Even though Yan Qinyu was only an immortal venerable, the name of Empress Nainin was still there. Even Yang Junlong didn't dare to slight her. Yan Qinyu nodded in response. Jiang Chen, is there anything I can help you with? Yang Junlong looked at Jiang Chen again. He wasn't a fool. He could naturally tell from Jiang Chen's tone that Jiang Chen wouldn't ask about sovereign domain if he didn't need his help. Yes, I would like to ask Senior to bring me to sovereign domain. Jiang Chen said in an incomparably firm tone. Jiang Chen, given your current strength, it's not suitable for you to go to sovereign domain. Yang Junlong shook his head. To be honest, Jiang Chen has a favor to ask. One of his life and death brothers is trapped in desolate ancient land. He has to go to sovereign domain before going there. Jiang Chen said that the matter of De Huang Dog was like a stone in his heart. He wanted to go to desolate ancient land all the time, but it would be extremely difficult to find De Huang due to the limitation of his cultivation base. Moreover, Wu Ningzhu had said that desolate ancient land was extremely dangerous. Even great sovereigns would have a slim chance of survival if they went there. Therefore Jiang Chen could only wait. It would take a long time if he was strong enough. If something happened to De Huang, Jiang Chen would regret it for the rest of his life. Now that he had met Yang Junlong, a 6th grade great sovereign in sovereign domain, he couldn't miss this opportunity. Chapter 1902. Even with Yang Junlong's composure, his expression changed slightly when he heard the words desolate ancient land. It was obvious how dangerous the desolate ancient land was. Jiang Chen, you're going to the desolate ancient land. It's not a joke. If you don't do it properly, you might die. You have to think it through. Yang Junlong reminded Jiang Chen in a solemn tone. I've thought it through. My brother is trapped there. I have to save him. Jiang Chen's tone was very firm. He wouldn't hesitate even if he had to climb a mountain of daggers or go into a sea of fire. Furthermore, it was precisely because of the danger of the desolate ancient land that Jiang Chen was worried about De Huang Dog. Forgive me for being straightforward. Why is your brother trapped in the desolate ancient land? As far as I know, one has to go through sovereign domain to enter the desolate ancient land. Sovereign domain is the highest place in the immortal world. As the name suggests, sovereign domain is full of immortal sovereigns, with the lowest cultivation base being a 1st grade immortal sovereign. Anyone who has reached the immortal sovereign realm would know about the catastrophe and the barbarian race. Therefore, many people would volunteer to enter sovereign domain after reaching the immortal sovereign realm. Moreover, there's a rule in sovereign domain that only 6th grade great sovereigns and above can enter sovereign domain. How did your friend end up in the desolate ancient land? Yang Junlong looked at Jiang Qin in confusion. He didn't hide anything about the barbarian race. After all, Empress Nine was here. She would definitely tell Jiang Qin about the secret of the immortal world. To tell you the truth, my brother was killed in that catastrophe. I'm afraid he's just a reincarnation now. I don't know why he's in the desolate ancient land, but it's a fact that he's there. He needs me now. I have to go and save him. The firmness in Jiang Chen's tone surprised Yang Junlong, but because of this he admired Jiang Qin even more. A man who was willing to risk his life to save his brother. How could he not admire such a man who valued comradeship? I see. That war shocked the heavens and earth. It's a pity that I wasn't even born then. Countless experts have fallen in that war. The fact that your friend was able to reincarnate in that war is enough to prove his strength. I'm full of respect for the people who fought in that war. Since you want to go, I'll agree to your request. Yang Junlong's chi fluctuated as he agreed to Jiang Chen's request. He was a hot-blooded man. Since Jiang Chen was willing to risk his life for his brother, there was nothing else he could say. Thank you, Senior. Jiang Chen was ecstatic. He knew very well that an immortal emperor was the threshold to enter the sovereign domain. If Yang Junlong didn't bring him along, then he would have to wait until he became an immortal emperor. At the very least, he needed to have the strength of an immortal emperor. There was still a long way to go in order to become a supreme immortal emperor. He couldn't afford to wait that long. He was worried about De Huang Dog. Moreover, the days without De Huang Dog were very boring. Jiang Qin was already used to the dog's existence. Without De Huang Dog by his side, it was as if the most important thing in his life was missing. You don't need to thank me. I, Yang Junlong, always do things according to my own preferences. If I want to do something, even the heavenly emperor can't stop me. Even if there's a pit of fire in front of me, I'll still jump in. If I don't want to do something, I won't do it even if you hold a knife to my neck. You are very much to my liking, so even if it's the desolate ancient land, I'll still go. Yang Junlong said. Jiang Qin burst into laughter. He could see that Yang Junlong was also a man of temperament. It was an incomparably happy thing to be friends with such a person. Jiang Qin was also a man of temperament. Jiang Qin, get ready. We'll set off for Emperor Domain tomorrow. Yang Junlong patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. All right, we'll gather here tomorrow. Jiang Qin nodded his head, then he left with Yan Qinyu. Big brother Qin, this journey is full of danger. I'll go with you. Yan Qinyu said. No, you can't go. Jiang Qin immediately stopped her. Why? Yan Qinyu was somewhat dissatisfied. If you leave, Great Qin Empire will be in danger. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty are on the verge of extinction. Their old ancestors have been killed by Yang Junlong. What danger can there be? Yan Qinyu asked in confusion. You've overlooked one person, the Northern and Southern dynasties. Jiang Qin said, his eyes overflowing with coldness at the mention of the Northern and Southern dynasties. You and the Northern and Southern dynasties were seriously injured in the Battle of Monarch Mountain. Now that you've almost fully recovered, it's conceivable that the Northern and Southern dynasties will be in the same situation. I know the Northern and Southern dynasties very well. If I'm not mistaken, the Northern and Southern dynasties will soon return to East Xuanyu. Given his style of doing things, it's certain that he will dominate East Xuanyu. At that time, Nanbei family will launch an attack and all the major powers will be in danger. Only you can fight against the Northern and Southern dynasties. If you leave, Great Qin Empire will fall into a real crisis. The Northern and Southern dynasties were Jiang Chen's most valued opponents. They had been fighting each other since they were in Saint Origin World. Until now, only Empress Nine could fight against the reincarnation of Great Sovereign Batian. Hearing what Jiang Qin said, Yan Qinyu couldn't help but silently nod her head, because she knew what Jiang Qin said was right. She had recovered from her injuries, and with Nan Beichao's abilities he must have almost fully recovered as well. If she left, no one would be able to fight against Nan Beichao. But I'm a little worried about you going alone. Yan Qinyu said. With Senior Yang Junlong around, there's nothing to worry about. Besides, I'm not going alone. I'll go look for Monkey later. It's time for our honeymoon period to end. Jiang Qin said that he was going to take Long Shersan with him to the sovereign domain this time. Long Shersan's bloodline of the Battle Saint Ape was extraordinary. Of course, the real reason why Jiang Chen wanted to take Long Shersan with him was not because of his bloodline, but because of his eyes. Nothing could hide from the fiery golden eyes. Jiang Chen could foresee that it would not be easy to find De Huang even if he arrived at the Wildlands. If he took the fiery golden eyes with him, it would be much easier. And I'm much more at ease with Long Shersan. That guy has extraordinary means and the fiery golden eyes. He can do things that even Yang Junlong can't. He will definitely be of great help when the time comes. Brother Chen, I hope you can bring De Huang back in one piece. Yan Qingyu nodded. Long Shersan was indeed a very good choice to follow Jiang Chen to the sovereign domain. At present he was also the best choice. As for De Huang Dog, he was no less important than Jiang Chen in Yan Qingyu's heart. De Huang Dog was always in desolate ancient land. Therefore, Yan Qingyu had no objection to Jiang Chen's decision to enter the desolate ancient land to rescue De Huang Dog. Don't worry. That guy is very lucky. He will be fine. Jiang Chen smiled. He was very confident in Big Yellow, who was a freak. Xiaoyu, you go back to the imperial capital first. I'm going to find Monkey. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, he vanished in a flash. Exquisite paradise. Dragon Shersan and Lan Lingji had just gotten married. The two of them leaned against each other, sitting on the tallest building as though they were in the clouds. The two of them were really big-hearted. The sky outside was about to be smashed, but they were still happily lovey-dovey here. Brother Shersan, I heard that Jiang Chen has annihilated 2 empires alone. I really didn't expect Jiang Chen to grow so fast. Lan Lingji sighed. Although they hadn't left Exquisite Paradise in the past few days, they were still aware of the major events that had happened outside. Of course. That bastard is a freak. When Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty offended him, they should have expected this outcome. Some people can't be offended, such as that freak Jiang Chen and me. Long Shersan was incomparably narcissistic. Talking bad about people behind their backs. Monkey, I haven't seen you for a few days, but you've grown a lot. A voice suddenly sounded from behind them. Before they could turn around, Jiang Chen had already appeared beside them. You come and go without a trace. Are you a ghost? You scared me. Monkey glared at Jiang Chen in annoyance. Can you two have some humanity? Is it really good to be so ambiguous in front of me? Jiang Chen looked at Lan Lingji, who was still nestled in Long Shersan's arms, and spoke with a bitter face. You are just envious. Long Shersan said. All right, I'm not here to argue with you today. I have something important to discuss with you. Jiang Chen's tone turned solemn all of a sudden. Sensing Jiang Chen's tone, Long Shersan immediately put away the joking expression on his face. Lan Lingji left with a sway of her body. She was a smart person and could tell that Jiang Chen wanted her to leave. I'm sorry, Miss Lan. Jiang Chen spoke to the direction where Lan Lingji disappeared. However, Lan Lingji didn't take it to heart. She knew that Jiang Chen must have something important to discuss with Long Shersan. It was so important that even she couldn't know about it. Sometimes, it wasn't suitable for a woman to be involved in the affairs between men. Little Chenzi, what's the matter? Asked Long Shersan. Monkey, you should know that De Huang has entered the desolate ancient land, right? Jiang Chen said. Yes, but we don't know where the desolate ancient land is. Long Shersan nodded. I've found the location of the desolate ancient land. Tomorrow we'll set off to rescue De Huang. Come with me. Jiang Chen said. All right. Without hesitation, Long Shersan agreed. All right, I'll tell you some secrets that you don't know and the location of the desolate ancient land. Jiang Chen said. For the fastest novel reading, please visit Chapter 1903. In the following period of time, Jiang Chen told Long Shersan about the secrets of the immortal world bit by bit, from the catastrophe of ancient times, to sovereign domain, to the division of immortal sovereign realms, to the location of the barbarian world and desolate ancient land. Despite Long Shersan's temperament, he couldn't help but gape in disbelief. Motherfucker. Let me digest it first. Long Shersan shook his head. There were 9 levels of immortal sovereign realm. This wasn't a big deal. Cultivation itself was a never-ending thing. A powerful cultivator must have the expectation of reaching a higher realm. The catastrophe of the immortal world didn't surprise him much. After all, he had seen it in the Golden Horizon. The scene of the Great Thousand Mirror was enough to explain it. However, the matter of sovereign domain and desolate ancient land had surprised Xian. As a matter of fact, Jiang Chen's reaction wasn't any better than Xian when he first received the news. Just like Xian, he had always thought that the immortal court was the most powerful place in the immortal world. He had never thought that there would be another sovereign domain. But now it seemed that there was an essential difference between sovereign domain and the immortal court. The main purpose of sovereign domain was to fight against the barbarian world, to prevent them from secretly attacking the immortal world. The barbarian world was a bloodthirsty race that was as ferocious as a devil. Their reproduction speed was extremely fast. Once they descended on the immortal world, it would be the end of the world, just like the catastrophe of the past. If sovereign domain had existed in the past, the immortal world wouldn't have suffered such a great loss. What surprised Xian more was Yang Junlong's cultivation base. A 6th grade great sovereign. This name alone was enough to cause a bloody storm. Yang Junlong and Xiao Wangqing were from the same generation. Xiao Wangqing was merely a half-step sovereign. No matter how powerful Yang Junlong was, he was at most an immortal sovereign, a 2nd or 3rd grade immortal sovereign. Who could stand a 6th grade immortal sovereign? Jiang Qin and Xian were arrogant people, but even they would feel uneasy when facing a 6th grade great sovereign. After all, the gap between their realms was too huge. 13. This trip to the desolate ancient land will be very dangerous. You might even encounter experts from the barbarian world. Think carefully. Jiang Chen's tone was solemn. Although they were brothers, he still had to make things clear in advance. Little Chinzi, do you even need to think about this? Since Big Yellow is in trouble, how can I, his brother, stand by and watch with folded arms? I'm more than happy to be of help. If you didn't call me and went to the savage land by yourself, I would be angry. Xian patted his chest, then his chi fluctuated. It is said that the barbarians of the barbarian world are incomparably powerful. They even killed a peerless great sovereign like Empress Xiaoyao. I, Master Monkey, would like to see how powerful they are. Moreover, how can I miss out on such an exciting thing? De Huang Dog was equally important to Xian. Before he came out from the wondrous rock, he had been following beside Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. He was very familiar with De Huang Dog. Later on, the two of them fought side by side. Coupled with their similar interests, they had become life and death brothers. Now that they were going to save De Huang, he naturally wouldn't shirk his duty. Good brother. Jiang Qin and Xian clapped their palms together. That was the strength of brothers. When their hands clasped together, it represented invincibility. They were fearless, not even the terrifying desolate ancient land could stop their footsteps. The next day, when Jiang Qin and Xian arrived at the appointed place, Yang Junlong was already waiting for them. Senior, this is the battle Saint Ape Xian. He will go with us. Jiang Qin gave a brief introduction. And good. Let's go now. Yang Junlong nodded. Then with a sway of his body, a thick golden beam of light rushed out of his body. The light beam was different from ordinary energy beams. It was covered with densely packed veined patterns, giving people a feeling that it was a supreme law. This is a great sovereign law. Jiang Qin said, his eyes unblinkingly fixed on the golden light beam. That's right. The real difference between a half-step sovereign and an immortal sovereign is the condensation of a great sovereign law. An immortal sovereign stands at the peak of the heavens and earth, so they also cultivate the law. In the immortal world, only a great sovereign law can communicate with a sovereign domain. In other words, the strength of a great sovereign is the threshold to enter a sovereign domain. Yang Junlong said. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that many great sovereigns can enter sovereign domain at any time? Asked Xian. It's not as simple as you think. Sovereign domain has its own rules. 6th grade great sovereigns and above must go to sovereign domain. 6th grade great sovereigns and below are free to choose, but once they enter sovereign domain they can't come back. This is the supreme rule that was personally set by immortal execution king and great sovereign Zhou Xian. No one dares to violate it, said Yang Junlong. His face couldn't help showing a trace of respect when he mentioned immortal execution king and great sovereign Zhou Xian. Then how did you come back, senior? Asked Xian. Haven't you noticed that I've only brought back a clone? Said Yang Junlong with a smile. Jiang Qin and Xian nodded at the same time. It seemed that no one dared to violate the rules of sovereign domain. Even the 6th grade great sovereign Yang Junlong only had a clone of a 1st grade great sovereign. One should know that there were only a few great sovereigns in the world who could cultivate a clone, and the strength of the clone wouldn't be very strong. A figure like Yang Junlong must have powerful means and trump cards. Therefore it was possible for a clone to come back. Moreover, the clone that came back yesterday was going back now. Senior, if we go to sovereign domain, will we not be able to come back? Asked Jiang Qin. This was what he had to worry about. It would be very embarrassing if they couldn't come back. No, your cultivation base isn't at the great sovereign level, so you're not restricted by the rules. Yang Junlong shook his head. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin and Long Shersan were completely relieved. As a supreme existence, they naturally wanted to go to sovereign domain. They would go there sooner or later, but not now. Their main purpose of going to sovereign domain was to save De Huang. There were still many things to be done in the immortal world. Honglong. As the great sovereign law shook continuously, a portal suddenly appeared in the void. The portal wasn't big, but it was big enough for the three of them to enter. Jiang Qin and Long Shersan's expression instantly turned solemn. Both of them knew that this portal led to sovereign domain. It would be a lie to say that they weren't nervous when they thought that they were about to go to the legendary supreme sovereign domain. Little Chinzi, do you think we're the only ones below the great sovereign realm to enter sovereign domain? Asked Long Shersan with a smile. Should be about right. Jiang Qin also smiled. You're right. Not everyone wants to go to sovereign domain even if they're great sovereigns. Sovereign domain is a world created by many peerless great sovereigns. It's not big, nor is it as prosperous as you imagine. The existence of sovereign domain is just a responsibility. Those below the great sovereign realm aren't fools. Aren't they courting death by going to sovereign domain? Moreover, they're restricted by the rules. Without the great sovereign law, they can't enter sovereign domain, said Yang Junlong. In fact, he had already violated the rules by bringing Jiang Qin and Long Shersan to sovereign domain. However, Yang Junlong was a man of character. He did whatever he wanted to do. Jiang Qin and Long Shersan exchanged a glance. They didn't know whether they should be proud of being the first person to enter sovereign domain without the cultivation base of a great sovereign. Let's go. With a sway of his body, Yang Junlong took the lead and entered the illusory portal. Jiang Qin and Long Shersan didn't hesitate and followed suit. Bang! The spatial passageway soon came to an end. A powerful spatial force fell on Jiang Qin and Jiang Qin, and they were bounced out of the void passageway. However, the three of them landed steadily. After all, it wasn't the first time they had experienced this kind of void passageway. A cold wind blew on Jiang Qin and Long Shersan's faces, making them feel refreshed. The two of them looked around curiously and found that they were in the wilderness. However, there was a city 1,000 miles away. The city didn't look huge. It wasn't as big as a city in East Xuanyu. But from this point, it seemed that sovereign domain wasn't as prosperous as they had imagined. However, the immortal qi in sovereign domain was extremely rich. It was so rich that no other place could compare to it. They could collect the essence of a great sovereign in the void, but they couldn't smell the great sovereign law. This made Jiang Qin and Long Shersan extremely excited. Putting aside the degree of prosperity, it was indeed the best place to cultivate. Whoosh whoosh. As soon as the three of them appeared, two figures appeared in front of them. They were two elders who were only first-grade great sovereigns. They seemed to be guardians. Whenever someone appeared in sovereign domain, they would immediately come forward to investigate. But when they saw Yang Junlong, they quickly saluted and said, "So it's Lord. And guard the border of Quicksand City well." Yang Junlong nodded and led Jiang Qin and Long Shersan towards the city ahead. Jiang Qin and Long Shersan were somewhat surprised by the situation. It seemed that Yang Junlong was doing well in sovereign domain. Why did Lord bring two juniors here? They don't seem to be great sovereigns. All right, that's not our concern. We just need to do our job well. The two old men couldn't help but say in surprise when they saw Yang Junlong and his companions disappear. Senior. Chapter 1904. After listening to Yang Junlong's words, Jiang Qin and Long Shersan tactfully chose to keep quiet. They were indeed very curious about the situation in sovereign domain. From Yang Junlong's words, they knew that the city in front of them was called Quicksand City, and it seemed that Yang Junlong's position in the city wasn't ordinary. Sovereign domain was completely different from what they had imagined, but judging from the size of Quicksand City, it wasn't difficult to guess that there were many cities like this in sovereign domain. There might even be a division of forces. However, since Yang Junlong didn't say anything, they didn't ask. Just as Yang Junlong said, they weren't qualified to know too much about sovereign domain. Jiang Qin and Long Shisan didn't insist on this matter. After all, their purpose in coming here was to find De Huang Dog. As long as they found De Huang Dog, they would leave immediately. When their cultivation base became stronger, they would definitely come to sovereign domain again. Jiang Qin and Long Shisan followed Yang Junlong into Quicksand City without saying a word. Quicksand City wasn't big, but compared to the population of sovereign domain, it wasn't small. There were only a few shadows on the ancient streets, and it didn't have the bustling feeling of a city. Jiang Qin felt that the population of a city like this was at least 10,000 times more than a city of the same level in the immortal world. After all, most of the people who came here were great sovereigns. Although there were some who weren't great sovereigns, they might have been born in sovereign domain and wouldn't leave. The number of great sovereigns in sovereign domain should be far beyond Jiang Qin and Long Shisan's imagination. This place had already become a world of its own. People who came here could have children, and those who were born here had the support of the powerful bloodline of the descendants of great sovereigns. In addition, the cultivation environment here was very good, so many of them had become great sovereigns. In other words, after such a long time, sovereign domain had already formed its own scale, but Jiang Qin and Long Shisan didn't know how big it was. They didn't dare to guess, but they didn't care. They would know everything when they were qualified to enter sovereign domain in the future. There was a low hillside behind Quicksand City. Yang Junlong's main body was here, and it seemed that he was waiting for them. After the clone brought Jiang Qin and Long Shisan over, it merged with the main body. Senior. Jiang Qin and Long Shisan cupped their fists and saluted Yang Junlong. Even though they were mentally prepared, they still felt tremendous pressure when facing a powerful 6th grade great sovereign. One had to know that there was a huge gap between a clone and the main body. The might of a superior being that was casually emitted was not something that a clone could emit. Are you sure you want to go to the desolate ancient land? If you back out now, it's not too late. I'll send you back immediately. Yang Junlong said. Senior, we want to go. Jiang Qin said firmly. All right, since you must go, I'll go with you. Yang Junlong nodded. He knew Jiang Chen's character. He would never go back on his decision, and it was impossible for him to change his mind just because of the danger ahead. He and Jiang Qin were the same kind of people. Thank you for your help, Senior. Jiang Qin said sincerely. If it wasn't for Yang Junlong, he didn't know when he would be able to come to sovereign domain, let alone meet De Huang. And you guys can't stay in sovereign domain for too long. I've already violated the rules of sovereign domain by bringing you guys here secretly. We'll depart for the desolate ancient land now. I want to remind you that I can't reveal my strength easily in the desolate ancient land, so you must be careful. Yang Junlong warned Jiang Qin in a solemn tone. Jiang Qin and Long Shisan nodded, feeling a little nervous. They could imagine how terrifying the desolate ancient land was when they saw a 6th grade great sovereign being so cautious towards the desolate ancient land. Then Yang Junlong raised a finger and drew a line in the void, creating a black portal. He then led Jiang Qin into it. The means of a 6th grade great sovereign was beyond Jiang Qin and Long Shisan's imagination. It was very easy for them to enter the desolate ancient land. Senior, how dangerous is the desolate ancient land? Jiang Qin couldn't help but ask. The danger of the desolate ancient land isn't because of the existence of terrifying things. Before the sovereign domain was formed, the desolate ancient land had always been under the control of the barbarian world. The War of the Golden Clan spread to this place. It is said that the war in the desolate ancient land was much more intense than the war in the Golden Horizon. Many supreme barbarian sovereigns of the barbarian world died. Even though the sovereign domain has been formed, it only prevents the barbarian world from entering the immortal world through the desolate ancient land. That is to say, the desolate ancient land is still under the control of the barbarian world. Yang Junlong paused for a moment before he continued. Because of the existence of the sovereign domain, the barbarian world's surveillance on the desolate ancient land is extremely strict. Once a powerful expert from the sovereign domain enters the desolate ancient land, he or she will be discovered by the barbarian world. That's why I said that the danger of the desolate ancient land lies not in itself, but in the barbarian world. The sovereign domain and the barbarian world haven't been peaceful for a long time, and there have been many battles. Therefore, the danger of us entering the desolate ancient land is to avoid being discovered by the barbarian world. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Even with my strength, I have a slim chance of survival. Moreover, the barbarian world's surveillance on the powerful great sovereigns is the strictest. Therefore, I have to conceal my aura and try my best to enter the desolate ancient land quietly. Yang Junlong felt that it was necessary for his brothers to explain the situation to Jiang Qin and Long Shisan. He naturally wouldn't let the two of them enter the desolate ancient land alone. That's why he took the risk to follow them, but he wouldn't interfere unless there was something wrong. Jiang Qin and Long Shisan exchanged a glance and nodded. They understood Yang Junlong's words very well. The danger of the desolate ancient land wasn't a big problem. Just like the Golden Horizon, they could deal with it with their current strength. The most important thing now was the barbarian world. After all, the desolate ancient land had become the most sensitive place in the barbarian world. Therefore, the surveillance on it was very strict. Under such circumstances, a sixth-grade great sovereign would be easily discovered by the barbarian world once he released his qi. It seems like we have to be careful this time, Jiang Qin said. At the same time, his heart was filled with gratitude towards Yang Junlong. After all, Yang Junlong's willingness to follow them under such circumstances was enough to show his sincerity. Jiang Qin and Long Shisan understood that the reason why Yang Junlong followed them was because he was worried about them. Yang Junlong would definitely protect them at all costs at the critical moment. Hoo-hoo. The gloomy and cold waves were getting stronger. That was the aura of the desolate ancient land. The passageway of the void trembled unceasingly. Variegated spatial turbulence flashed past them like ice blades. However, with a sixth-grade great sovereign maintaining the passageway, it was enough to ensure that the passageway was sturdy. Even if the spatial turbulence waves were to come into contact with it, it wouldn't cause any real damage to the passageway. We're almost there. Conceal your qi completely. We'll talk after we enter, Yang Junlong said. Jiang Qin and Long Shisan didn't dare to be negligent. They quickly concealed their qi completely. When they were about to reach the end of the spatial passageway, the three of them took a step forward at the same time and walked out of the passageway. Gusts of strong chilly wind suddenly blew from all directions, causing people to shiver. Jiang Qin looked around and found that the surrounding space was filled with a gloomy smell. The air was filled with the aura of death and evil. It was as if he had arrived at hell, making him feel very uncomfortable. Jiang Qin looked around and found out that the surrounding space was filled with a gloomy smell. This is the desolate ancient land, Yang Junlong said. Just as Yang Junlong's voice faded, two black shadows suddenly appeared in the distance. The two shadows moved extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Jiang Qin and the others. They were two black-clothed young men who seemed to be around the same age as Jiang Qin. Their qi was completely different from that of humans. Their eyes were blood red, their lips were black, and their bodies were very strong like devils. They're from the barbarian race. Yang Junlong frowned. He didn't expect to encounter barbarians as soon as they entered the desolate ancient land. However, the cultivation base of these two men wasn't very strong. They were merely early immortal venerable experts, which meant that they couldn't cause any harm to Jiang Qin and the others. You are humans of the immortal world. One of the barbarians spoke in the same language as Jiang Qin and the others. Kill them and drink their blood, the other barbarian said, pouncing at Jiang Qin and the others. Senior, what should we do? Jiang Qin looked over at Yang Junlong and asked for his opinion. They had come here to look for De Huang in order to keep a low profile, but they had never thought that they would encounter barbarians as soon as they entered the desolate ancient land. Kill them, Yang Junlong said Lung. All right. Jiang Qin's qi fluctuated. Both of his hands turned into dragon claws and struck at lightning speed, beheading the two barbarians. Both of them died on the spot. The moment the blood of the barbarians flowed out, Jiang Qin discovered that there was an extremely evil taste flowing in the blood of the barbarians. It was even more evil than the devil. Without any hesitation, the ancestral dragon pagoda opened up and absorbed the blood of the two barbarians. The true barbarians are very pure. Their bodies contain the bloodline of the barbarian god. The barbarians here have completely changed their bloodline. They are just barbaric evil spirits that are more ferocious than the devil. Jiang Qin spoke coldly. It seemed like the barbarians of the barbarian world had completely lost the meaning of being a barbarian. They had become evil and bloodthirsty creatures, which would be the scariest once they developed. Chapter 1905. Yang Juanlong's eyes revealed a hint of astonishment when he saw Jiang Qin casually absorbing the blood essence and qi of the barbarians. He had never seen such a method of Jiang Qin before. After all, there was a fundamental difference between the human race and the barbarian race, especially now that the barbarians had completely mutated. They were almost no different from demonic beasts and devils. Even a 6th-grade great sovereign like him couldn't directly absorb the things of the barbarian race. After all, the bloodline of the barbarian race would repel it. But Jiang Qin didn't seem to be affected at all. After absorbing the qi essence of the 2 barbarians, Jiang Qin's qi had also improved. Although it wasn't obvious, Yang Junlong could still sense it with his perception. However, Yang Junlong didn't ask about it. After all, this was Jiang Qin's own secret. Yang Junlong was very happy that Jiang Qin could restrain the barbarians. As a 6th-grade great sovereign, he knew better than anyone that there would be a war between the immortal world and the barbarian world sooner or later. After the catastrophe, both sides had gone through countless years of recuperation. Given the belligerent and bloodthirsty nature of the barbarians, they certainly wouldn't stay still. There's something unusual about this place, Yang Junlong said. Senior, I found a lot of barbarian qi in the places where my soul power passed. Most of them don't have very strong cultivation base. Jiang Qin said with a frown. The desolate barbaric ancient sovereign was a strange spatial zone that connected the immortal world and the barbarian world. Even if it was the territory of the barbarian world, there shouldn't be too many people here. After all, after the war, this place had become a land of death, just like the golden horizon of the immortal world. If I'm not mistaken, the barbarian world should be using this place as a training ground for the geniuses of the barbarian world to train and seek fortuitous encounters. It seems like our luck isn't good to meet the geniuses of the barbarian world. In this way, the experts of the barbarian world will definitely pay more attention to the movements here, which will be very disadvantageous for us to look for the person. Yang Junlong said worriedly. They didn't expect such a situation in advance. Senior, I think this is a good thing. Jiang Qin's eyes sparkled as a smile hung at the corner of his mouth. What do you mean? Yang Junlong looked at Jiang Qin. According to Senior, there shouldn't be a problem as long as you don't interfere. Monkey and I are just immortal venerables. We don't have the qi of a great sovereign or the laws of a great sovereign. So even if we fight here, it won't attract the attention of the great sovereigns of the barbarian world. After all, those powerful barbarian sovereigns wouldn't put existences below the great sovereign realm in their eyes. Plus, the barbarian world knows that there are very few existences below the great sovereign realm and sovereign domain. Jiang Qin said. You're right, but this isn't necessarily a good thing. After all, there are so many geniuses in the barbarian world. It's easy to affect our search. Yang Junlong said. Although what Jiang Qin said was right, he didn't think that it was a good thing. Senior, you might not know this, but I've cultivated a cultivation method that can restrain these barbarians. After killing them, I can absorb all of their essence and blood essence and turn them into my own energy. With these barbarian geniuses, it's enough for me to break through to the immortal venerable realm. Moreover, killing one of these barbarian geniuses will reduce the threat to our immortal world. Jiang Qin said. He was in a good mood after sensing the bloodline of the barbarians. Although it wasn't a wise choice to fight the barbarians in desolate ancient land, it was definitely a good opportunity for Jiang Qin. As the saying goes, danger and opportunity coexist. Jiang Qin's courage had never been small. The more challenging the battle, the more excited he became. Furthermore, Jiang Qin began to look forward to the battle with the barbarians in the future. To him, these barbarians were his tonics. He was afraid that he would have to rely on these barbarians if he wanted to improve the Zulong Tower quickly. Kid, you're really audacious. You're still thinking about how to eliminate the barbarian geniuses to improve your cultivation base. But I like it, but we still have to be careful not to come into contact with these barbarian geniuses. It won't be fun if we're exposed. Don't forget our purpose of coming here, Yang Junlong said. Said Yang Junlong. His words were full of praise for Jiang Qin. He could see the shadow of his younger self in Jiang Qin. He was fearless and there was nothing that he didn't dare to do. Of course, finding De Huang is our top priority. Jiang Qin nodded. Nothing was more important than finding De Huang dog in desolate ancient land, But Jiang Chen wouldn't show mercy if they came into contact with the barbarians on the way to find a Huang dog. Monkey, use your fiery golden eyes to take a look and see if you can find any traces of Big Yellow. Jiang Chen looked at Long Shisan. Okay. Long Shisan nodded. 2 rays of golden light shot out from his eyes. His eyes immediately turned into 2 blazing suns. Nothing could hide from his fiery golden eyes, but Long Shisan couldn't find any trace of De Huang dog. There's no trace of De Huang's qi. Maybe this place isn't deep enough. Let's go deeper and have a look. Long Shisan said. Jiang Chen nodded. This situation was within his expectation. De Huang dog was incomparably mystical. He must have left a layer of protection for himself. It wouldn't be easy to find a Huang dog. In the following time, Jiang Chen and the other 2 slowly flew towards the depths of desolate ancient land. This ancient land was even vaster than the golden horizon. It wasn't easy to find a person's trace here. Along the way, Yang Junlong had been concealing his qi. From his appearance, he looked like an ordinary person. No one would have thought that such an ordinary person was actually a powerful 6th-grade great sovereign. The deeper they went into desolate ancient land, the denser the qi of the barbarians became. From time to time they could feel the strong qi of the barbarians. There were more and more geniuses in the barbarian world. Jiang Chen and Long Shisan tried their best to avoid the gate. Those barbarians who couldn't avoid the gate were instantly killed by Jiang Chen and turned into Jiang Chen's nourishment. Chapter 1906. The desolate ancient land was just too vast. It was an incomparably difficult task to find the trace of De Huang dog without any clues. Additionally, there was a phenomenon that puzzled Jiang Chen. He didn't see any strange creatures in a place like the desolate ancient land. In other words, if it wasn't because of the barbarians of the barbarian world, there wouldn't be any danger here. This was completely different from the golden horizon. I know what you're confused about. I've said it before, the desolate ancient land is also part of the barbarian world's defense. The barbarian tribe is a very domineering race, so their bloodline and environment have caused the entire world to not allow a second kind of living being to appear. This is also the reason why there are no other living beings in the desolate ancient land, but don't underestimate this place. It's definitely not safe here. After the war in the past, many strange formations were left here, and many almighties of the barbarian tribe died here. They will create their own space, and once you fall into it, the consequences will be unimaginable. Yang Junlong could tell that Jiang Chen and Long Shisan were confused, so he explained directly. Moreover, I can sense a very dense killing intent here. Long Shisan said. That's right, these murderous intents are coming from the geniuses of the barbarian world. Their training is different from ours. We train to find treasures and opportunities, but the barbarian race trains to kill each other. There are many different forces in the barbarian world, and they also have the highest rule. Their rule is survival of the fittest. Therefore, every once in a while they will choose to let their genius disciples train. This kind of training is to kill each other. They all step on the flesh and blood of their own people to rise to the top. Yang Junlong said. Jiang Chen and Long Shisan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Such a race was really terrifying. Not only were they cruel to their enemies, but they were also cruel to their own people. This was a bloodthirsty race that worshipped the strong. However, it had to be said that the people who were trained in this way were extremely terrifying. They had experienced the baptism of blood and the tempering of life and death. Coupled with the blessing of the barbarian race's bloodline, this race was truly powerful. This was probably the reason why the barbarian world could pose such a threat to the immortal world. It was conceivable that if a human of the same level were to fight with the barbarian race, the human would be no match for them. Many of the geniuses of the major forces of the human race were like flowers in a greenhouse. They had never experienced life and death. So, they would feel fear in their hearts when they encountered the savagery of the barbarians. And they would be defeated before the battle even started. So you can imagine, if the immortal world starts a war with the barbarian world, it will definitely be a catastrophe. After all, there are only a few people with powerful bloodlines in the immortal world. Most of them are ordinary people. Once they fight with the barbarian race who have fought for their lives, it will almost be the end of the world. Yang Junlong said. Jiang Chen and Long Shisan nodded to themselves. They finally understood how terrifying the barbarians were, and they finally knew why a single barbarian clan could go against the entire mortal dimension. At the same time, they knew the importance of the Imperial region. Rumble. All of a sudden, an extremely intense battle wave rose from not far away, immediately attracting the attention of Zhou Xian and the other two. They knew that this was a battle between the geniuses of the barbarian race. They had already gotten used to it, but the battle this time seemed to be the fiercest. Judging from the chi that was being emitted, it should be at least an intermediate immortal venerable. There are so many geniuses in the barbarian world. Long Shisan sighed. Let's go take a look. Zhou Xian said. Zhou Xian, let's not interfere with their fight. Business is more important. Yang Junlong said. That's right, little Chenzi. Who cares about them? Finding De Huang is the most important thing. Long Shisan agreed. What they wanted to do the most was to find De Huang dog as soon as possible and leave this desolate ancient land as soon as possible. It wasn't a good thing to stay here for too long. I smell a familiar aura. Zhou Xian said and flew slowly towards the battlefield. Seeing that Zhou Xian had left, Yang Junlong and Long Shisan hastily followed suit. They knew what kind of person Zhou Xian was. Zhou Xian must have discovered something. Otherwise, given Zhou Xian's calm temperament, he wouldn't have come into contact with those powerful barbarian geniuses at this time. In front of them was a huge black valley. The valley was shrouded in mist and the chilly wind was rustling. The powerful fluctuations of the battle were coming from the valley. At this moment, a fierce battle was unfolding in the valley. A girl dressed in black robes who looked to be about 16 or 17 years old, was extremely beautiful. She also had the unique wildness of the barbarian tribe, giving people a different kind of beauty. This woman was definitely at the level of being able to bring calamity to countries and people. She had a head of long black hair that reached her waist, and there was a red mark between her eyebrows, which made her look even more sacred. Just based on appearance alone, this woman could be compared to Yan Chenyu and Wu Ningzhu. At this moment, the woman was fighting against the five of them alone. She didn't seem to be at a disadvantage at all. What was even more strange was that the woman's cultivation base was only at the early immortal venerable realm, but the five of them were all intermediate immortal venerables. To be able to fight against 5 opponents at the same time, every single move of his was filled with unparalleled brute force, and every single punch of his was capable of destroying a mountain. Even in the immortal world, such a heaven-defying genius would be a top-notch existence. Damn it. This little girl is indeed the only one who possesses the authentic barbarian god bloodline in the heavens and earth. He's so powerful. Even the 5 of us are no match for her. One of them said exasperatedly. In the valley, apart from the 5 people who were fighting the girl, there was another man standing at the back. He was wearing a black armor and looked to be about 23 or 24 years old. His eyes were full of greed when they fell upon the girl. Of course, he wasn't greedy for her beauty, but for the pure barbarian god bloodline in her body. The berserkers had existed for far too long. They had existed since ancient times, but as time passed, the berserkers had completely changed. Not only was their blood no longer pure, the remaining berserker blood was also gradually disappearing. It was easy to imagine just how great the temptation was for an existence who possessed the complete god of berserkers' blood to appear at this time. The pure barbarian god bloodline is actually so powerful. If I extract her bloodline and integrate it into my body, my cultivation base will immediately break through to the barbarian sovereign realm. In the future, I might even be known as the peerless barbarian sovereign. I might even break through the sovereign realm and reach the supreme realm. Chapter 1907. Seeing that the 5 of them couldn't take down the woman, the man finally moved. His body flickered and appeared in the middle of the battle. He suddenly punched out a black fist with unparalleled brute force. He directly punched out a terrifying barbaric pattern towards the beautiful woman. Seeing this, the woman turned pale with fright. He threw a punch as well. The energy emitted from her fist was golden in color. It looked incomparably sacred. It was completely different from the gloomy aura emitted by the barbarians. Rumble. The terrifying attack and air waves collided and the void was immediately shattered. Although the woman had a powerful bloodline, her cultivation was still weak. She could fight against 5 people who were 1 level higher than her, but she couldn't fight against an expert who was 2 levels higher than her. After all, the opponent was also a powerful genius. More importantly, the woman didn't seem to have a lot of fighting and killing experience. She was on a completely different level compared to those who spent their days killing. While the woman was sent flying hundreds of meters away, she coughed out a mouthful of blood and her face turned pale. Jiating Sun, aren't you afraid of the Wuxia family's revenge for attacking me? The woman Lung Lung said. Wuxia heir, the saintess of the Wuxia family, the only person in the world who has the pure bloodline of the barbarian god. You're too tempting. Since you've entered this desolate ancient land, life and death are determined by fate. This is the rule of our barbarian race. You've been in the barbarian world for a long time now, so you should be aware of it. As long as you give me your bloodline, I'll spare your life today and make you my woman. You'll live a luxurious life, said Jiating Sun. Although the Wuxia family was extremely powerful in the barbarian world, the Jiating family was not inferior to them. Dream on. Wuxia heir said and flew away. She knew the rules of survival in the barbarian world. Since she had entered this desolate ancient land, it was no longer up to her. Wuxia wanted to escape, but Jiating Sun obviously wouldn't give her the chance. After all, it wasn't easy for him to block Wuxia way. The 5 geniuses had already sealed the surroundings and Jiating Sun was the first to block Wuxia way. Saintess, you can't run away. You better listen to me. You should know that my methods are not something you can handle. Kato Shin's face was gloomy as he approached Wuxia step by step. He would never let go of such a great opportunity. At this moment, Jiang Qin and the other 2 had already arrived outside the valley. They could clearly see everything that was happening here. I didn't expect the barbarian tribe to have such a beautiful woman. Long Xian was amazed. What a tyrannical bloodline. This girl's bloodline seems to be extremely pure. Yang Juanlong's eyesight was unique. He could see that Wuxia heir's bloodline was extraordinary at first glance. A trace of killing intent immediately emerged from his body. The emergence of such a genius in the barbarian race would be a huge threat to the immortal world. The barbarian race was different from the human race. Bloodline was very important to them. When Jiang Chen's gaze fell on Wuxia heir's face, his eyes were filled with shock. He couldn't help but be serious. Ling heir. That's right. Wuxia heir was Zhou heir. Although she had grown up, Jiang Chen could still recognize her at first glance. This reminded him of the barbaric little girl in Ranfeng Monastery, the little monstrous genius who had reached the 9th grade combat king at the age of 12. At that time the Zhou family and the Kong family were fighting. Later, Zhou Yang helped Jiang Chen to enter the Nebula sect. These scenes appeared in Jiang Chen's mind the moment he saw Zhou heir. Not good. This beauty looks very dangerous. Long Xian shook his head and said, looking like he was watching a drama. We have to kill this girl. Her bloodline is too strong. She will pose a great threat to our immortal world. Yang Junlong said. Zush. Before Long Xian and Yang Junlong's words faded away, Jiang Qin had already dashed out. His body transformed into his dragon form and the heavenly saint sword appeared in his hand. Terrifying flames enveloped his body. The powerful flames had a restraining effect on the barbarian bloodline. Who's there? Jiating Sun bellowed when he saw someone rushing towards him. Big brother. Zhou heir blurted out the name the moment she saw Jiang Qin. Her eyes were brimming with tears. It had been many years since they last met. She had grown from a barbaric little girl to a stunning beauty, but she would never forget her big brother, Jiang Qin. In this heavens and earth, only Jiang Qin could transform into a dragon. Jiang Chen's speed was very fast. In just a blink of an eye he had appeared in front of Jiating Sun. Only then did Jiating Sun react. Realizing that the opponent wasn't from the barbarian world, he immediately struck out a powerful attack. Unfortunately, given his ability, he was no match for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's current combat strength was enough to kill an ordinary late immortal venerable. Logically speaking, it would still be difficult for Jiang Chen to kill a genius late immortal venerable like Jiating Sun, but Jiang Chen's ability to restrain the barbarian bloodline had lowered the level of Jiating Sun. Jiating Sun's attack was destroyed by Jiang Chen's sword. At the same time, the sword pierced through Jiating Sun's head. The opening of the Zulong Tower devoured Jiating Sun on the spot. It happened so fast that most of the people couldn't react in time. The 5 late immortal venerable geniuses were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. Not only them, even Yang Junlong and Long Shisan were shocked. They had thought that Jiang Chen was going to kill that beauty, but it turned out that he was going to save her. What the hell is he doing? Yang Junlong frowned. Don't tell me this bastard is attracted by her beauty. Long Shisan was speechless. Mortal world. Run. The 5 barbarian geniuses finally reacted. They were like well-trained ghosts. They knew that the other party was powerful, so they turned around and ran. Monkey, what are you waiting for? Don't let them get away. Jiang Chen glared at Long Shisan and lunged at one of the barbarians with his sword. Long Shisan also acted decisively. He knew that Jiang Chen must have a reason for doing this. A few blood-curdling screams rang out. All 5 barbarian experts died in an instant without exception. An intermediate immortal venerable wasn't strong enough to withstand a single blow from Jiang Chen and Long Shisan. After Jiang Chen absorbed all their blood essence and qi essence, the 57th floor of the Zulong Tower was finally fully condensed. Jiang Chen had also benefited a lot from this. His qi was much stronger than before. After killing these geniuses, Jiang Chen retracted his half-dragon form and turned to look at Zhou Ling. For the fastest and error-free novel reading, please visit Chapter 1908. Big Brother. Zhou Ling was so excited that she threw herself into Jiang Chen's arms. They hadn't seen each other since Jiang Chen left Saint Origin World and ascended to the immortal world. However, in Zhou Ling's heart, Jiang Chen's image had never disappeared. He was a legendary figure. Zhou Ling was always thinking about meeting Jiang Chen again. However, ever since she arrived in the barbarian world, Zhou Ling knew that she would never have the chance to meet Jiang Chen again. Today, when she was in the most dangerous situation, Jiang Chen miraculously appeared in front of her, just like the big brother who protected her in the Nebula sect. Coupled with her encounter in the barbarian world, Zhou Ling couldn't control her emotions at all. Yang Junlong and Long Shisan finally understood why Jiang Chen would act recklessly. Now it seemed that the two of them not only knew each other but also had an unusual relationship. How can this bastard be so lucky with women? Every one of them is an outstanding beauty and they are all barbarian girls. I'm so envious. Long Shisan's face was full of envy. Yang Junlong was still concerned about Zhou Ling's bloodline. Once such a powerful bloodline was brought to the barbarian world, it would be a threat to the immortal world. But at this moment, Jiang Chen felt uncomfortable all over. The Zhou Ling in front of him was no longer the little girl in the past. Her soft body was in his arms. A unique fragrance went straight into Jiang Chen's nostrils. Even he couldn't help but feel a ripple in his heart. Why are you crying? You won't be beautiful if you keep crying. Jiang Chen comforted her. He had never thought that he would see Zhou Ling here. He was naturally very happy at this moment. Zhou Ling cried for a while before she calmed down. She wiped her tears and flashed out of Jiang Chen's arms. Big brother, you took advantage of me. Zhou Ling put her hands on her waist and said righteously. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's mood was very complicated. You were the one who threw yourself at me. How did it become me acting like a hooligan? This is unreasonable. Of course, Jiang Chen had long understood that it was unwise to reason with women. Big brother, do I look good? Zhou Ling moved closer to Jiang Chen's face, her big eyes blinking. She was simply a fairy. Jiang Chen was stunned again. He was not prepared for Zhou Ling's question at all. Nice. Jiang Chen answered reflexively. After all, this was the truth. Hee big brother, then I'll marry you. Zhou Ling giggled. Jiang Chen shuddered and almost broke out in a cold sweat. He immediately stretched out his finger and flicked Zhou Ling's forehead. Naughty girl, don't be serious. Jiang Chen said angrily, but he was completely relieved to see that Zhou Ling was still as mischievous as before. After all, he did not know what Zhou Ling had experienced in the barbarian world. He was really afraid that the naive little girl had changed. Now it seemed that he was overthinking. There has just been a battle here. Let's go to another place. Yang Junlong reminded. Okay. Jiang Chen nodded and then left with Zhou Ling. In another barren valley, Jiang Chen and the other 3 descended. Linger, how did you come to the barbarian world? Jiang Chen asked. Yang Junlong and Long Shisan also looked at Zhou Ling. They already knew that Zhou Ling was the same as Jiang Chen, ascending from the lower realm. However, Zwillinger came to the barbarian world. This was probably related to her bloodline. When I ascended, the barbarian god's bloodline in my body seemed to have been stimulated. Therefore, my ascension was deviated. Moreover, my aura was sensed by the people of the barbarian world, so they used a great method to let me enter the barbarian world. Zwillinger said. Jiang Qin and the other two nodded at Zwillinger's answer. They could basically guess that Zwillinger would have ascended to the immortal world if it was not because of her bloodline. Little girl, how did you become the saintess of the Wuxia family? As far as I know, the Wuxia family is a first-class family in the barbarian world. The old ancestor of the Wuxia family was in existence on the same level as the immortal execution king and great sovereign Zhou Xian. Yang Junlong asked. I don't know. After I ascended, I was brought to the Wuxia family. I think the higher-ups of the Wuxia family used a great method to nurture me. Because of my barbarian god's bloodline, I was nurtured by the Wuxia family and became the saintess of the family. They named me Wuxia. However, I know very well that the Wuxia family nurtured me not for my own good, but for my bloodline. There's a great figure behind the Wuxia family who wants to extract my bloodline. But because my bloodline is not mature yet, they nurtured me with great efforts. They will extract my bloodline when my cultivation base reaches the great sovereign realm. Zwillinger said. She was not a fool. On the contrary, she was very smart. She knew very well whether the Wuxia family was treating her well or if they had other intentions. Therefore, Zwillinger's situation was very dangerous. However, there was nothing she could do about it. Her cultivation base was too weak after all. She could not change the situation at all. Looks like the barbarian world's ambition isn't small. Fortunately, I met you here. Otherwise, when your cultivation base reaches the great sovereign realm and your bloodline is extracted, the big shots of the Wuxia family will have a qualitative leap. By that time, the immortal world will be in real danger. Yang Junlong sighed. He knew very well how terrifying a pure barbarian god's bloodline was to the barbarians of the barbarian world. Zwillinger's appearance was enough to change the history of the barbarian world and even the fate of the immortal world. Linga, isn't it very dangerous for you to stay in the Wuxia family? Jiang Qin said. He couldn't help but feel sorry for Zwillinger when he thought about the pressure she had to endure in the barbarian world. My situation is indeed very dangerous. Plus, my bloodline is getting stronger and stronger, allowing my cultivation base to improve faster and faster. In addition to the Wuxia family's nurturing, it's only a matter of time before I become a great sovereign. Fortunately, I met you today, big brother. I'll follow you from now on and break away from the Wuxia family. Zwillinger said happily. To her, meeting Jiang Qin was the happiest thing ever since she ascended to the immortal world. Of course, after we find De Huang, we'll return to the immortal world together. Jiang Qin said with a smile. De Huang. What happened to De Huang? Zwillinger quickly asked. She wanted to ask why Jiang Qin appeared in the desolate ancient land, but it seemed like it was because of De Huang dog. Chapter 1909. Jiang Qin found out that Zwillinger was very clear about the catastrophe between the immortal world and the barbarian world. Therefore, Jiang Qin didn't hide anything and told Zwillinger about De Huang. It seems like the barbarian world hasn't given up on waging another war against the immortal world. Even an immortal venerable knows about the history. I'm afraid that the barbarian world will tell them about the history from the very beginning so that they will have the idea of invading the immortal world. Yang Junlong shook his head and sighed. It was unwise for the immortal world to seal the history of the immortal world. They didn't let the people of the immortal world feel any sense of crisis. In that case, many of them would be at a loss when the catastrophe came. Fortunately, there was the sovereign domain. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know when the catastrophe would come. I didn't expect De Huang to have such a great background. He must be an extraordinary figure to have fallen in this desolate ancient land at the last moment. He might even be a peerless demon sovereign. However, I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to find De Huang's trace in this desolate ancient land. Zwillinger sighed. She was shocked by the identity of De Huang dog, but she didn't know that her own identity was equally shocking. Of course, Zwillinger wasn't the reincarnation of a great sovereign. She only possessed the complete and pure barbarian god's bloodline. Even so, she had become the most important figure in the barbarian world. The sudden appearance of so many barbarian world geniuses is indeed very disadvantageous to our search for De Huang. Jiang Qin frowned. Yes. All the geniuses below the barbarian sovereign realm have come, and there are many half-step sovereigns among them. Zhou Xian said. She knew the barbarian world very well. How long will the barbarian world be this time? Jiang Qin asked. A total of 1 month. It's been 10 days now. Zhou Xian said. 20 more days. No, we don't have enough time. We can't wait. Jiang Qin said as he shook his head. There were only 20 days left until his appointment with Nangong Wentian. If he were to wait here for 20 days, it would definitely delay his plans. Jiang Qin was a person who didn't like to let fate decide what he wanted to do, especially when it came to De Huang. He had to ensure that he could bring De Huang out of this place. If he missed this opportunity, he would have to wait for a very long time. Moreover, the training of the geniuses in the barbarian world might have an impact on De Huang. In the following time, Jiang Qin and the other two were led by Zhou Xian to different places in the desolate ancient land. It seemed like it wasn't Zhou Xian's first time in the desolate ancient land. She was much more familiar with the place than Jiang Qin. Most importantly, it wouldn't matter if they met any barbarian world geniuses as long as they were with the saintess of the Wuxia family. Zhou Xian unleashed her barbarian god bloodline to the extreme and killed many barbarian world geniuses along the way. All of them were absorbed by Jiang Chen's Zulong Tower. 10 days had passed in the blink of an eye, but they still hadn't found any trace or qi of De Huang dog. At this time they couldn't help but feel anxious. However, Jiang Qin and the others didn't come back empty-handed. The essence and blood qi of the barbarian world geniuses that Jiang Qin had absorbed had a certain effect. The 58th floor of the Zulong Tower had been fully condensed. At the same time, the number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's qi had increased by 10,000, reaching a total of 1,490,000. By this time, Jiang Chen's cultivation base had reached the peak of the half-step immortal venerable realm. He only needed 10,000 more dragon marks to advance to the immortal venerable realm. Little Chenzi, your qi is getting stronger and stronger. Long Shisan said. That's right. The barbarians of the barbarian world are simply top-grade nourishment for me. It seems that I won't have any problem advancing to the immortal venerable realm after coming to desolate ancient land this time, but I still haven't found any trace of De Huang. I'm very worried about it. Jiang Qin said with a frown. The advancement of his cultivation base was indeed a great thing. After confirming the attributes of the barbarians, Jiang Qin was very confident in fighting the barbarian world in the future. However, compared to the temporary advancement of his cultivation base, Jiang Qin preferred to find a Huang dog as soon as possible and leave this place. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this time, silhouettes of the barbarians streaked across the sky, heading towards the same direction. It was obvious that something big was going to happen. The barbarian geniuses might have found something. Yang Junlong said. Let me ask them. With a sway, swirling air flew up and blocked the path of one of the barbarian geniuses. What happened? Saintess, someone has found a mysterious restriction. There might be a treasure left behind by someone from the immortal world. We're going there to have a look, said the man. He happened to be a member of Wuxia family, so he was very respectful when he saw Zhuo Xian. After all, she was the saintess of Wuxia family. All right. You can go first. Zhuo Xian turned and left after speaking. Big brother, we found a mysterious restriction. It might be left behind by an expert from the immortal world. Zhuo Xian said. Mysterious restriction. It might be related to De Huang. Let's go and have a look. Jiang Chen's eyes immediately lit up. De Huang dog was an expert in restriction. Now that the barbarian geniuses had found a mysterious restriction, and judging from its qi, it must be left behind by an expert from the immortal world. Jiang Qin felt that it might be related to De Huang dog. They had been searching for 10 days without any clues. Now that the mysterious restriction had appeared, regardless of whether it was left behind by De Huang or not, Jiang Qin and the others finally saw a glimmer of hope. Jiang Qin and the other two had concealed their qi. It was very safe for them to follow Zhuo Xian. At least they wouldn't be suspected. Tens of thousands of people had gathered in this wasteland. More and more people were rushing over. It seemed like the appearance of the mysterious restriction had attracted the attention of the barbarians. Of course, this was understandable. After all, There was nothing more attractive than the treasures left behind by an expert from the immortal world. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy. Only then can you emerge victorious. Obtaining the treasures left behind by an expert from the immortal world would allow one to have a better understanding of the immortal world. Chapter 1910. This restriction is indeed set up by a great sovereign of our immortal world. It's hidden in the space. It's too mystical. Even in the entire sovereign domain, there aren't many people who can set up such a powerful restriction. If it's set up by your friend, it's no wonder that we couldn't find it. Even a great sovereign wouldn't be able to find such a mysterious restriction. Those geniuses of the barbarian world must have been fighting here by accident and attacked the restriction, causing it to be activated. Yang Junlong said. As a 6th grade great sovereign, his eyesight was exceptional. He could tell how strong and terrifying the seal was at first glance. It's De Huang. There's no doubt about it. This restriction is his technique. Jiang Qin was incomparably excited. They had finally found the traces of De Huang dog after being in desolate ancient land for such a long time. This powerful and mysterious restriction must be set up by De Huang. Jiang Qin was too familiar with De Huang's technique to make a wrong judgment. Hong Long. In front of them, 20 to 30 experts of the barbarian world attacked the barrier at the same time, but their attacks were bounced back by the barrier. Even with their late immortal venerable cultivation base, they couldn't cause any damage to the barrier. Amazing. This restriction has existed for countless years, but it still has such a powerful defensive power. It's unbelievable. Yang Junlong sighed. Despite his pride, he couldn't help but admire Jiang Qin. Big brother, what should we do now? Zuoling looked over at Jiang Qin. Monkey, use your fiery golden eyes to see if you can find anything. Jiang Qin said. All right. Dragon Zhou Xian nodded and secretly casted his golden fiery eyes. This time he cast it without making a sound so as to not attract the attention of the geniuses of the barbarian world. At this moment, all of their attention was on the mysterious restriction formation. They would not pay any attention to the three of them. Long Shisan's fiery golden eyes were incomparably terrifying. It actually penetrated through the restriction of De Huang. How is it? Jiang Qin asked. There is a small space inside. I saw De Huang. Draconic Shisan's emotions were stirred up. What's the situation? Speak clearly. Jiang Qin continued to ask. De Huang is sleeping and there's a young man beside him. Damn, he's even more handsome than me. No, De Huang seems to be fusing with the young man. Long Shisan said. Young man? What does that young man look like? Jiang Qin continued to ask. The young man looks to be 15 or 16 years old. He's wearing a golden cloak and has a golden horn on his head. Long Shisan said. It's that young demon sovereign. He's the body of De Huang's previous incarnation, the last projection that appeared in the Great Thousand Mirror. I know now. Apart from the tragic scene in Golden Horizon, there's also the battle in desolate ancient land. De Huang is now fusing with his previous incarnation. It seems like he's at a crucial moment. We must not be disturbed by these barbarian geniuses. Jiang Qin said. He was incomparably excited. All the mysteries had been uncovered. The young demon sovereign was De Huang dog. It should be the Great Thousand Mirror that brought De Huang dog back to desolate ancient land. Jiang Qin didn't know what kind of existence the Great Thousand Mirror was, and he didn't have the mood to know. Now that he had found the exact location of De Huang dog, what he needed to do now was to rescue De Huang dog from there. However, it wasn't easy to get rid of these barbarian geniuses. Little Qinzi, what do we do now? Do we attack? Long Shisan retracted his fiery golden eyes. We need at least a 4th grade great sovereign to open this restriction. If I attack, it will immediately attract the attention of the great sovereigns of the barbarian world. Yang Junlong said. Senior, it's better not to attack unless it's absolutely necessary. Let's wait and see. These barbarian geniuses won't give up. Jiang Qin said. Jiang Qin was able to maintain his composure at such a crucial moment. Given the barbarian world style of doing things, they won't stop until the restriction is opened. It won't take long for the news to spread out. At that time, a 4th grade great sovereign will appear. At that time, we'll be in even more trouble. Zuoling said. Then we'll wait for their 4th grade great sovereign to appear. Once they enter the restriction, I'll attack and bring De Huang away immediately. Yang Junlong said. Senior, are you confident? Jiang Chen looked at Yang Junlong. He knew that killing a 4th-grade great sovereign was a piece of cake for Yang Junlong. However, after killing the 4th-grade great sovereign, time was the key to bring them away from this place. This time must be done as soon as possible. We can only risk it. Do you have any other way? Yang Junlong looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen shook his head. A hint of ruthlessness was revealed in his eyes. Yang Junlong was right. At this time there was no other way. They could only risk it. Hong Long. More and more geniuses of the barbarian world joined the battle to destroy the restriction. The powerful barbaric force shattered the void. This was a technique that the barbarian world was proficient in. They were not proficient in restrictions. What they were used to doing was to solve everything with barbaric force. Unfortunately, even with everyone's combined strength, they couldn't shake the restriction at all. Seeing this, Jiang Qin and Long Shisan couldn't help but smile. The smile was for De Huang. De Huang was the only person in the world who could arrange such a restriction. No, this restriction is too strong. We can't break it. Someone said. Let me try. At this moment a loud shout was heard. A tall and mighty man walked out. His body was covered with black chi waves. He was a powerful young half-step sovereign. This is Jiading Ying of the Jiading family. His cultivation base has reached the half-step sovereign realm. Zuoling Air said. Jiading Ying did not say anything after he appeared. He immediately threw a punch that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas towards the restriction. Rumble. The violent energy bombarded the restriction. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, the restriction remained motionless. Even a powerful half-step sovereign couldn't cause any damage to it. Jiading Ying frowned. More than a dozen half-step sovereigns appeared after him. They joined forces but still couldn't cause any damage to the restriction. This situation made these self-righteous half-step sovereigns very depressed. This is a restriction laid down by a supreme expert of the immortal world. We can't break it. Immediately record the situation of this restriction and send it to the barbarian world. The great sovereigns of the barbarian world will come here. Jiading Ying said. Chapter 1911. After that, Kato Ying and the other half-step sovereigns took action. They used a special technique of the barbarian race to imprint the restriction and sent it out. These half-step sovereigns came from different major powers of the barbarian world. They wanted to send the restriction back as soon as possible. Jiang Qin and Long Shisan couldn't help but sigh upon seeing this. The barbarian race's swift and decisive character had given them a certain advantage over the immortal world. Not long after, 4 or 5 tyrannical auras appeared from different directions and arrived at the same time. They were 4 incomparably powerful old men. Each of their bodies were rippling with tyrannical great sovereign laws, and their auras were much stronger than Yuan Xiaolei's. Jiang Qin and Long Shisan knew nothing about the great sovereign realm, so they looked at Yang Junlong at the same time. 5 4th-grade great sovereigns. Yang Junlong said faintly. With his eyesight, it was easy for him to determine the cultivation base of these 5 people. Jiang Qin and Long Shisan thought to themselves. Although they were only 4th-grade great sovereigns, their terror was not something they could match. Jiang Qin was glad that Yang Junlong had come along this time. Without Yang Junlong they wouldn't be able to do anything here. In front of 4th-grade great sovereigns, they were absolute ants, no matter how heaven-defying their talent was. After the arrival of the 5 4th-grade great sovereigns, all the geniuses of the barbarian world quieted down. The hierarchy of the barbarian world was strict, and the great sovereigns held supreme status. No one dared to act rashly in front of a great sovereign. Of course, the hierarchy was the same in the immortal world. The great sovereigns of the immortal world were also supreme. The 5 great sovereigns came to the front of the mysterious restriction. With their eyesight, they could tell how mysterious and terrifying this restriction was at first glance. What a powerful restriction. This restriction has existed for many years. Seems like it was left behind from the battle that year. The person who possesses such a technique must be a peerless great sovereign of the immortal world. But this restriction has been around for too long, it's not as strong as it was at the beginning. Our strength is enough to break it. That's right. Let's break the restriction and see what's inside. If we can dig out the treasure left behind by a peerless great sovereign of the immortal world, it will be a great thing for our barbarian world. The few great emperors started discussing and they were ready to attack the restriction. Let me. The fourth great sovereign of the Jiating family walked to the front of the restriction. The energy in his hand made crackling sounds. It seemed like he was about to attack the restriction. Everyone stay back. Another great sovereign spoke to the geniuses of the barbarian world. The power of a great sovereign was very terrifying. Once they were rebounded by the restriction, it would be the doomsday for these geniuses of the immortal world. Voila! All the geniuses of the barbarian world retreated 300 meters away and watched from afar. The Jiating family's great emperor attacked and bombarded the restriction with terrifying energy. Rumble. With a loud explosion, the seal that was supposed to be able to withstand everything finally couldn't take it anymore. Countless cracks appeared on its surface before it shattered into pieces. Huff huff. An ancient and decaying aura spread out from the inside of the seal. A portal appeared in the empty void. The portal was black at first but gradually turned golden. It was the purest form of yang energy. Such pure energy made people feel relaxed and happy just by breathing it. This is the unique aura of the Dragon Horse clan. This is De Huang's aura. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He seemed very excited and nervous at the same time. Although the restriction had been opened, there were barbarians everywhere. It wouldn't be easy to take De Huang away. The tyrannical aura from the portal was the most disgusting aura to the barbarians. Even the 5 great sovereigns couldn't help but frown, as if they were disgusted by this aura. The barbarians and demons of the barbarian world hated this kind of aura the most. In their opinion, this aura was their greatest nemesis. If it wasn't for the Golden Crow bloodline of the Golden Clan, they might have won the war. The bloodline of ordinary people in the immortal world couldn't withstand the powerful attack of the barbarian world. The rest of you stay outside. We'll go in and have a look. The great sovereign of Jiating family said to the geniuses of the barbarian world. Then the 5 of them prepared to enter the spatial zone. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen's facial expression changed instantly. He didn't expect that the great sovereigns would forbid the geniuses from entering. Initially, he thought that he would follow the crowd after the restriction was opened. At that time, he would act according to the situation and take De Huang dog away. But now no one was allowing them to enter. If they followed them, they would immediately be suspected. However, if they didn't go in, the 5 fourth grade great sovereigns would certainly bring great danger to De Huang dog. They might even take De Huang away before him. One should know that De Huang dog was currently fusing with his previous life's body. This was the most crucial moment for De Huang dog. Once he was taken away by the barbarians, the consequences would be unimaginable. Senior, let's do it. Jiang Chen said firmly. He wouldn't gamble with De Huang dog's life. He couldn't afford to do so. He couldn't wait any longer. What's your plan? Asked Yang Junlong. You will stop the 5 fourth grade great sovereigns. I will enter the spatial zone. De Huang won't reject me. It should be very easy for me to take De Huang away. Said Jiang Chen. All right. Yang Junlong nodded without hesitation. This was the worst situation, but at this time he had to give it his all. Besides, there didn't seem to be any better way to deal with the situation other than Jiang Chen's method. Hong. An extremely tyrannical aura was released from Yang Junlong's body. Dense great sovereign laws appeared above his head. The powerful great sovereign's aura immediately attracted everyone's attention. The 5 great sovereigns who were about to step into the spatial door suddenly turned around and looked at Yang Junlong. What are you waiting for? Yang Junlong shouted at Jiang Chen. It was very dangerous for him to release the aura of a great sovereign at this moment. The aura of a great sovereign in the immortal world was different from that of the barbarian world. Could be easily sensed by the experts outside. Swoosh. Without needing Yang Junlong's reminder, Jiang Chen had already rushed out. He casted the Great Void technique and rushed into the spatial door like a ghost. Someone is going in. He's also from the immortal world. One of the great sovereigns sensed Jiang Chen's aura. Go in and catch him. A great sovereign from the immortal world has sneaked in. Chapter 1912. One of the great sovereigns turned around and was about to enter the portal to catch Jiang Chen, but he was still a little weaker than Yang Junlong. With a flash, Yang Junlong appeared in front of the 5 barbarian great sovereigns. Powerful chi waves blocked the entire portal. Even if the 5 4th-grade great sovereigns joined hands, they wouldn't be able to enter the portal. Great sovereigns of the immortal world, how dare you cause trouble in the desolate ancient land? The great sovereign of the Jiating family shouted at Yang Junlong. Don't attack if you don't want to die. We will leave after a while. Yang Junlong said Lung Lung. His whole body was filled with domineering qi. At this time he had completely unleashed the qi of a 6th-grade great sovereign. He was a madman of his generation, a figure who once stood at the pinnacle of the immortal world. If he really fought, his qi would be earth-shattering. What should we do? He's a 6th-grade great sovereign. We are no match for him even if we join hands. Are we really going to let them take away the treasure in the seal? One of the great sovereigns said coldly. Hold them back. The experts of the barbarian world should have sensed the 6th-grade great sovereign's qi. The real experts will be here soon. We are no match for him. Let's not get entangled with him for the time being. The great sovereign of the Jiating family said. They were all smart people. They were very clear about the current situation. They were no match for a 6th-grade great sovereign from the immortal world. They could only wait for the experts of the barbarian world to arrive. For a moment the situation was in a stalemate. The atmosphere was incomparably tense. Countless eyes from the barbarian world fell on Yang Junlong. They had never thought that a 6th-grade great sovereign from the immortal world would be attracted by the barbarian world's geniuses. Everyone knew that the barbarian world and the immortal world were irreconcilable enemies, but they couldn't do anything in the face of a 6th-grade great sovereign. The experts of the barbarian world were waiting, and so was Yang Junlong. He didn't take any action. He knew very well that the real purpose of coming to the desolate ancient land wasn't to fight with the experts of the barbarian world, but they were at the most critical moment of their plan. Nothing was more important than time. Yang Junlong could only pray that Jiang Qin would bring De Huang Dog out before the great sovereigns of the immortal world arrived. Once they reached sovereign domain, they wouldn't be afraid even if the peerless great sovereigns of the barbarian world arrived. But in the desolate ancient land, everyone, including Long Shisan, Jiang Qin and Zuoling'er, knew that Yang Junlong had fallen into a great crisis despite his imposing manner and all. After Jiang Qin entered the spatial zone, he immediately rushed to Big Yellow's side. There were a lot of defensive mechanisms set up in this place, but wherever Jiang Qin went the defensive mechanisms would automatically make way for him, which bought him a lot of time. Big Yellow, Big Yellow, Big Yellow. Although De Huang Dog was in a deep sleep and was fusing with his body, he could still sense Jiang Qin's qi. Therefore none of the restrictions stopped Jiang Qin. De Huang, I'm here to save you. I'm going to use the Zulong Tower to absorb you. Don't resist. Jiang Qin separated a strand of his divine sense to express his intention clearly. At this moment, De Huang Dog was lying on a large rock. Above his body was a young demon sovereign. The two of them were slowly fusing and their bodies had already fused halfway. Jiang Qin knew that time was of the essence. Therefore, without any delay, he released the Zulong Tower after sending out his intention. A strong suction force fell on De Huang and the young demon sovereign. De Huang Dog didn't resist at all. His cultivation base immediately advanced to the early immortal venerable realm. Hoo-hoo. Powerful waves rushed out of Jiang Qin's body. A large number of immortal metastones were absorbed by Jiang Qin like they were free. Jiang Qin had finally reached the immortal venerable realm. Chapter 1913. However, Jiang Qin didn't absorb the rest of the terrifying energy. Instead, he integrated all of it into the Zulong Tower, completely condensing the energy on the 59th floor of the Zulong Tower. What a terrifying energy. No wonder he's a great sovereign. It's a pity that I've only absorbed a part of it. If I absorb the energy of a 4th-grade great sovereign, I have no idea how powerful the Zulong Tower will become. But I have to stop before I go too far. If I absorb it blindly, it will affect my temperament to a certain extent. Jiang Qin couldn't conceal his excitement. He had a reason to be excited. This time he had come to rescue De Huang. Jiang Qin had never thought that he would be able to break through to the immortal venerable realm. Given Jiang Qin's current combat strength, he was strong enough to fight a mighty half-step sovereign in his half-dragon form. No one below the great sovereign realm could pose a threat to him. Of course, There was still a long way to go before he could fight a great sovereign. The great sovereign realm was a watershed. It was already good enough for Jiang Qin to fight a great sovereign when his cultivation base had already reached the late immortal venerable realm. After all, the immortal venerable realm wasn't the same as the other realms. Yang Junlong had killed a fourth-grade great sovereign with a single move, which had greatly intimidated the other four. They no longer dared to stop Yang Junlong. This madman of the immortal world was too ferocious. They were almost certain that they would end up like the great sovereign of the Jiating family if they tried to stop Yang Junlong. Yang Junlong's chi rolled up once more, wrapping around Zhuoling and Long Shisan. Then he exerted a powerful law and tore a huge hole in the sky with his bare hands, preparing to rush out. Hong Long. At this critical moment, an extremely tyrannical aura suddenly fell from the sky. Yang Junlong and the others immediately felt an unimaginable pressure. Not good. The experts of the barbarian world have appeared. Yang Junlong's facial expression changed slightly. Even a sixth-grade great sovereign like him couldn't withstand such a powerful chi. Rumble. The void above directly exploded and a figure walked out like a ghost. It was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s or 40s. He was extremely tall, and if Jiang Qin stood beside him he wouldn't even reach the height of his arm. This was a peerless barbarian emperor. Just the aura that was casually emitted from his body was enough to make people shudder. Jiang Qin and Long Shisan's faces darkened. This was the worst scenario in their plan, but it still happened in the end. Peak 8th grade great sovereign, I'm no match for him. Yang Junlong shook his head, and there was a hint of despair in his tone. This is the patriarch of the Wuxia family, Wuxia Manjun. Zhuoling said, kidnap me. Wuxia Manjun sees me as very important because the person behind the Wuxia family wants my bloodline. Therefore he will never let anyone harm me. If you kidnap me you might still have a chance to live. Zhuoling was very smart. When she saw that the person who appeared was the patriarch of the Wuxia family, she immediately thought of a countermeasure. Audacious. You ants dare to break into the desolate ancient land. Wuxia Manjun shouted, and his gaze fell upon Jiang Qin. Kid, hand over the things you got from inside and I'll let you die a quick death. Voila. Yang Junlong reacted very quickly. He grabbed Zhuoling with his big hand, and a terrifying wave of chi engulfed Zhuoling. I'll kill your saintess immediately if you dare to make a move. Yang Junlong said Lung Lung, giving tit for tat. At this moment he had no choice but to use this method. Whether it would work or not depended on how important Zhuoling was to Wuxia Manjun. Let her go or I'll consign you all to eternal damnation. Wuxia Manjun was obviously infuriated, but he did not act recklessly. There was a slight fluctuation in his emotions when he saw that Zhuoling was being controlled. Although the fluctuation was very weak, Yang Junlong could still sense it. Yang Junlong couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It seemed like Zhuoling was very important to the barbarian world. Or rather, Zhuoling's bloodline was too important to the barbarian world. Since we're going to die either way, why don't we drag someone down with us? Let's see if your life is more precious or ours. Yang Junlong shouted. He was definitely a ruthless man. Even when facing a powerful 8th grade great sovereign, he did not show the slightest bit of fear. His temperament alone was incomparable to ordinary people. A puny 6th grade great sovereign dares to act rashly in front of me? Let me tell you, no one has ever threatened me. Even if you've controlled the saintess, you don't even have the ability to kill her in front of me. Wuxia Manjun's chi billowed. As the patriarch of the Wuxia family and an incomparably respectable 8th grade great sovereign, he had lived for too long. He had survived from the last catastrophe until now. He could be said to be a true antique. He had already forgotten the feeling of being threatened by others. Now that Yang Junlong had used the saintess to threaten him, the anger in his heart rose to the peak. Then you can try. Let's see if I can kill her. Yang Junlong was ruthless. This was a game between experts. It tested one's temperament. Wuxia Manjun was terrifying, but Yang Junlong was sure that Wuxia Manjun wouldn't dare to bet with him. He wouldn't take the saintess' life as a joke. After all, Zhuoling was completely under Yang Junlong's control. Even if an 8th grade great sovereign was here, Yang Junlong had the absolute strength to kill Zhuoling in an instant. Of course, this was only in theory. It was impossible for Yang Junlong to kill Zhuoling. This was their last resort. Pong. Wukamanjuan's anger grew even stronger, forming a storm that spread in all directions. No one had ever dared to threaten him, and there were very few things that could threaten him. But now Zhuolinger's bloodline had really threatened him. Just like what Yang Junlong said, he couldn't afford to bet. "Let go of the saintess and I will let you all leave," Wukamanjun said helplessly. "Patriarch Wuka, we can't let them leave. They've obtained the treasures inside." A fourth-grade great sovereign shouted. "Get lost. Who do you think you are? How dare you point your fingers in front of me?" Wukamanjun glanced at the fourth-grade great sovereign. He was in an extremely bad mood. Why did the fourth-grade great sovereign speak at this moment? Wasn't he looking for trouble for himself? In Wukamanjuan's eyes, no treasures could compare to Zhuolinger's bloodline. It was related to the future of the entire Wuka family, or even the bloodline of the entire barbarian race. Zhuolinger's bloodline was the greatest treasure. Compared to it, everything else was nothing. Chapter 1914. The scene became incomparably tense. Yang Junlong and the others had almost fallen into the encirclement of the barbarians. If they didn't have Zhuoling, they would surely die today. Given Wukamanjuan's style of doing things, he would never give them any chance to escape. But now Wukamanjun was hesitant. He didn't dare to joke around with Zhuoling. "Leave this place as soon as possible. If you dare to harm a single hair of the saintess, I'll kill you even if you're in sovereign domain." Wukamanjun said Lung Lung. Hearing this, the people of the barbarian world became silent. Even though they were unwilling, they didn't dare to doubt Wukamanjuan's words. The patriarch of the #1 family in the barbarian world was one of the best in the barbarian world in terms of reputation and status. His cultivation base was at the peak of the 8th grade great sovereign realm, standing at the peak of this world. Other than those hidden old fogies, Wukamanjuan's strength could almost intimidate the entire barbarian world. Doubting such a peerless great sovereign was no different than courting death. Tila. Yang Junlong dared not delay. He immediately tore open the barrier of the desolate ancient land and brought Jiang Qin and the others into the spatial passageway to sovereign domain. With their strength, they arrived at the end of the passageway in a blink of an eye and felt the aura of sovereign domain. Yang Junlong and Jiang Qin heaved a sigh of relief. The situation just now was too dangerous. It was a narrow escape. It's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise we would have all died. Jiang Qin said with a smile, but he was sighing in his heart. It was said that the desolate ancient land was dangerous, but it seemed to be 100 times more dangerous than the legend. The entire desolate ancient land was under the control of the barbarian world. They knew everything that was happening in the desolate ancient land and could act at any time. Jiang Qin recalled that when De Huang Dog left, he had told him to save him only after he had absolute strength. Now it seemed to be reasonable. Although he had Yang Junlong's help in this trip to the desolate ancient land, if he hadn't met Zhuoling by accident, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Not only could he not save De Huang Dog, but even Yang Junlong would have died inside. At the same time, they were also glad that they had arrived in time because the geniuses of the barbarian world had discovered the space created by De Huang. The previous scene had already explained everything. If it wasn't for Jiang Qin and the others, De Huang might have already fallen into the hands of the barbarian world. Therefore, no matter how dangerous it was, this trip was worth it. "Big brother, you guys should leave quickly. I still have to return to the barbarian world." Zhuoling said with an indifferent expression. "No, you can't go back. The Wuka family doesn't value you but your bloodline. If you go back, you'll be refined by them sooner or later." Jiang Qin immediately objected. It wasn't easy for him to meet Zhuoling, and even brought her out of the fire pit. Jiang Qin would never agree to it if Zhuoling insisted on going back. "Big brother Ling, originally planned to leave the barbarian world with you guys, but it's impossible now. Wukamanjun has already locked onto us. If I follow you guys into the sovereign domain, Wukamanjun will beat us back the moment we reach the sovereign domain. We won't be able to escape. However, as the patriarch of the Wuka family, Wukamanjuan's words still count. As long as I return, you guys can safely reach the sovereign domain." Zhuoling said. Her mood was very low right now. She was very happy when she met Jiang Qin. She didn't need to be separated from Jiang Qin anymore. She didn't need to live in fear anymore. She thought that she would be able to leave the barbarian world together with De Huang and enter the real immortal world. But now everything had changed. Things did not develop according to their expectations. The appearance of Wuka Manjun had shattered her dream. If she didn't go back, no one would be able to leave. Zhuo was willing to sacrifice herself for Jiang Chen's life. She's right. Wuka Manjuan's aura has always been locked onto us. If she doesn't return, given Wuka Manjuan's character, he will definitely kill his way here. Even if he reaches the sovereign domain, he will still kill us and bring the little girl away. Yang Junlong shook his head and said the truth. Damn it. We can't just let Ling go back and wait for death. Long Shisan flew into a rage. This was the first time he and Jiang Chen felt that they were too weak. They were nothing in front of a true expert. Is there no other way? Jiang Chen's voice was gloomy. He didn't know how to face such a situation. Big brother, nothing will happen to Ling. Believe me, we'll meet again. If worst comes to worst, you can come to the barbarian world and save me when you're strong enough. Zhuo stuck her tongue out at Jiang Chen and turned to leave. Jiang Chen clearly saw the tears at the corner of Zhuo eyes the moment she turned around. Ling Jiang Chen shouted. He wanted to pull her back, but Zhuo was already far away. The little girl's determination and helplessness at the last moment was like a sharp thorn that pierced Jiang Chen's heart. It was a kind of heart-wrenching pain. In this life, the thing that Jiang Chen couldn't bear the most was the people around him sacrificing themselves for him. This made him feel helpless. Zhuo figure disappeared completely. Jiang Chen raised his head and roared. For the first time in his life he felt powerless. But Jiang Chen knew very well that if Zhuo didn't go back, everyone would die here. This was a fact that couldn't be changed. Zhuo sacrificed herself in exchange for their survival. Alas. Yang Junlong sighed heavily and patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. Let's go. Jiang Chen's eyes were full of anger. He stared at the endless space passage and clenched his fists. Ling, I will definitely come back to save you. One day I will flatten the barbarian world. After saying that, Jiang Chen turned around and flew out of the end of the passage with Yang Junlong and Long Shisan, returning to the sovereign domain. The imperial capital was full of immortal qi. Compared to the oppressive atmosphere of the desolate ancient land, the sovereign domain was obviously more relaxing. But the three of them couldn't cheer up. Zhuo disappearing figure was like a heavy stone pressing on their hearts, making it difficult for them to breathe. Little Chenzi, let's go back. Long Shisan said. He didn't know what to say to comfort Jiang Chen because he knew that it was useless to say anything. Okay. Jiang Chen nodded. He was a very rational person. Zhuo matter couldn't be salvaged. The most important thing now was to work hard to improve his cultivation so that one day he could personally rescue Zhuo. Chapter 1915. Yang Junlong secretly opened the spatial passageway to the immortal world for Jiang Chen and Long Shisan, and sent them back without causing any commotion in sovereign domain. As soon as Jiang Chen and Dragon Shisan stepped into ethereal immortal domain, they immediately smelled the strong scent of war. The void was filled with the qi of slaughter. The two of them exchanged a glance. It seemed like ethereal immortal domain hadn't been peaceful during their absence. The scent of war and slaughter is coming from East Xuanyu. Long Shisan said. That's right. We're now at the border of East Xuanyu. It seems that East Xuanyu won't be peaceful anymore. Jiang Chen nodded. Before they left, Great Qin Empire was cleaning up the aftermath of the annihilation of Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty. By right, there shouldn't be any more violent war in the entire East Xuanyu, because there wasn't a single power that could contend with Great Qin Empire. Jiang Chen and Long Shisan flew towards the imperial palace of Great Qin Empire without delay. As for De Huang, he was at the critical moment of merging with his main body, which required a lot of time. It was the most suitable place for Jiang Chen to place De Huang in the 33rd level of the spatial zone, which could greatly shorten the time required for De Huang to merge with his main body. To De Huang, time was of the utmost importance. Apart from the incident of Zhuo, the trip to desolate ancient land was relatively satisfactory. De Huang had seized the desolate ancient land from the barbarian world, whereas Jiang Chen had obtained tremendous benefits from killing the barbarians. Not only had his cultivation base advanced to the true immortal venerable realm, The 59th level of the Zulong Tower was about to be condensed, which was infinitely close to Jiang Chen's next goal, the 66th level. The Zulong Tower was the treasure that Jiang Chen was looking forward to the most. Because the Zulong Tower always brought him surprises, Jiang Chen was eager to open the 66th level to see what benefits it could bring him. In the Imperial Palace of Great Qian Empire, seeing that Jiang Chen had returned, all the higher-ups came out to welcome him. Yan Qingyu was among them. Jiang Chen's eyes fell upon Yan Qingyu. To his surprise, Yan Qingyu's cultivation base had improved once again, reaching the half-step sovereign realm in just a dozen days. This made him very surprised. "Xiaoyu, you have advanced," Jiang Chen said with a smile. "Brother Chen, have you found De Huang?" Yan Qingyu was most concerned about De Huang now. She heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Jiang Chen return unscathed, but she was even more eager to know the whereabouts of De Huang dog. "And I found him. He's in seclusion in the Zulong Tower. Let's not disturb him for the time being," Jiang Chen said. "That's great." Yan Qingyu, a peerless beauty, revealed a rare look of excitement. After all, it was indeed something to be excited about that De Huang dog could return unscathed. Brother Jiang, Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty have been completely subdued. There are no longer 3 empires in Eastern Xuanyu, only Great Qian Empire, said Yang Yu happily. Yang Yu said happily. It was all thanks to Jiang Chen that Great Qian Empire could grow to such an extent. Yang Yu knew this very well. It's only natural for Great Qian Empire to grow stronger, Jiang Chen said with a smile. With an existence like Yang Junlong supporting Great Qian Empire, Jiang Chen was sure that Great Qian Empire wouldn't fall. By the way, Eastern Xuanyu doesn't seem to be peaceful anymore. The aura of war is everywhere. What's going on? Asked Jiang Chen. Brother Chen, East Xuanyu has undergone earth-shattering changes during the time you were away. It's all because of a man who has returned, said Yan Qingyu. Northern and Southern dynasties. Jiang Chen blurted out a name. He should have known from the beginning that there was no one else who could plunge the entire Eastern Xuanyu into endless turmoil other than the Northern and Southern dynasties. That's right. That guy has also advanced to half-step sovereign. He immediately attacked the other major powers after returning, said Yan Qingyu. Yang Yu then told Jiang Chen everything that had happened in Eastern Xuanyu during this period of time. It turned out that on the 3rd day after Jiang Chen left, the Northern and Southern dynasties suddenly returned. The Northern and Southern dynasties who had become half-step sovereigns were almost invincible in Eastern Xuanyu. Even a first-grade great sovereign like Yuan Xiaolei would die without a doubt if he encountered the Northern and Southern dynasties. After the Northern and Southern dynasties returned, they led the Southern and Southern dynasties to attack the other major powers. They had destroyed the Zhuge family Limitless Immortal Sect and Huangquan Gate. They had already occupied half of Eastern Xuanyu. Not long ago, the old ancestors of these major powers had returned from the Immortal Court. However, they were completely annihilated by the Northern and Southern dynasties. The Northern and Southern dynasties were extremely ambitious. Naturally, they wouldn't be willing to just annihilate these few major powers. According to the habits of the Northern and Southern dynasties, they would definitely dominate the entire Eastern Xuanyu. However, when the Northern and Southern dynasties attacked Celestial Flower Valley and Exquisite Paradise, Yan Qingyu acted decisively. Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley were relatively close to the Great Qian Empire. Naturally, Yan Qingyu couldn't just watch these 2 major powers fall in the hands of the Northern and Southern dynasties. After a fierce battle between the Northern and Southern dynasties and Yan Qingyu, there was still no clear winner. Therefore, the situation was temporarily stabilized. To Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley, Yan Qingyu was simply their savior. Both of them were glad that they had a good relationship with Jiang Chen. Otherwise, given the powerful means of the Northern and Southern dynasties, it would be impossible for these 2 major powers to survive. Currently, the situation in Eastern Xuanyu was very clear. Out of the original 11 major powers, only 4 were left: the Great Qian Empire, Exquisite Paradise, Celestial Flower Valley and Nanbei family. As a matter of fact, Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley could only rely on the Great Qian Empire to survive. Basically, the current Eastern Xuanyu was mostly occupied by the Nanbei family and the Great Qian Empire. The 2 major powers had the Northern and Southern dynasties and Yan Qingyu respectively, which stabilized the situation for the time being. Great Sovereign Batian and Empress Nine, these two peerless figures had been fighting each other non-stop since his previous life. Perhaps this was also their destiny. This man from the northern and southern dynasties has a deep foundation and boundless potential. Sooner or later there will be a battle between me and him. Jiang Chen said. Although Yan Qinyu and the northern and southern dynasties had been fighting each other for 2 lifetimes, they still couldn't do anything to each other. The grudge between Jiang Qin and the northern and southern dynasties was also deeply rooted. The northern and southern dynasties were the opponents that Jiang Qin cared about the most. One day they would have another battle of the pinnacle. At that time it would be a real battle of life and death. Qin Gij, what's your next plan? Yan Qinyu asked. It's almost time for the 1-month promise. I'll leave here tomorrow and head to Fengqi Immortal Domain. Although the northern and southern dynasties are powerful, I can rest assured with you here. Chapter 1916. Nangong Wentian's matter couldn't be delayed any longer. Furthermore, the matter in East Xuanyu had come to an end. Jiang Qin wouldn't be of much help even if he stayed any longer. As for the decisive battle with the northern and southern dynasties, it wasn't the right time yet. Given Jiang Chen's early immortal venerable cultivation base, he was still far from being a match for the northern and southern dynasties. Therefore, what he needed to do next was to improve his cultivation base. After the trip to Sovereign Domain and Savage Ancient Land, Jiang Chen's vision had been broadened once more, allowing him to know that there would always be someone better than him. Jiang Chen's cultivation base was still too weak. It wasn't enough to deal with everything at the critical moment. For the sake of Zhuoling, he had to improve his cultivation base as soon as possible. Given his current cultivation base, it was no longer possible for him to improve his cultivation base in East Xuanyu. He had to go to a higher place in a bigger stage. And that stage wasn't Sovereign Domain but the Immortal Court. There were 9 immortal courts in the immortal world. Jiang Qin couldn't go to the Immortal Court of Ethereal Immortal Domain because the enmity between him and the Immortal Court was irreconcilable. It was undoubtedly the best choice for Jiang Qin to go to the Immortal Court of Fengqi Immortal Domain. Not only could he help Nangong Wentian, he could also obtain more resources and greater competitiveness. All of these were what Jiang Qin wanted urgently. Therefore, Jiang Chen's next goal was very clear. Yan Qinyu naturally wanted to go with Jiang Qin, but she also understood that she might still have a chance if the northern and southern dynasties hadn't returned. But now that the northern and southern dynasties had returned, it was impossible for her to follow Jiang Qin to Fengqi Immortal Domain. She had to stay behind to deter the northern and southern dynasties. Once she left, it would be doomsday for Great Qian Empire, Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley. Late at night, the full moon hung in the sky. 3 silhouettes were fighting side by side under the moonlight. Brother Qin, be careful when you go to the Immortal Court. There are countless experts there, unlike here. Yan Qinyu reminded. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. You, on the other hand, make me worried. This person from the northern and southern dynasties is too powerful. Jiang Qin said. For a long time, the northern and southern dynasties had been worrying him. Only by getting rid of them as soon as possible could he be completely at ease. Unfortunately, it was not an easy task to get rid of the northern and southern dynasties. There's nothing for me to worry about. With the immortal burying coffin in hand, I can fight against the northern and southern dynasties. Yan Qinyu said confidently. Jiang Qin nodded. He had no doubt about the power of the immortal burying coffin. It was a peerless monarch weapon left behind by great sovereign Zhou Xian. Standing beside him was Xian. His eyes were fixed on the edge of the starry sky. His expression was indifferent, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. Jiang Qin knew that Xian was in the same situation as him. The trip to the Sovereign Domain and the desolate ancient land had greatly affected both of them. Monkey, I'm going to Fengqi Immortal Domain. Do you want to come with me? Jiang Qin looked at Xian. He knew Xian's capability. It was meaningless for Xian to stay in East Xuanyu. No need. Xian shook his head. What's your plan? Asked Jiang Qin. I'm going to travel the immortal world in search of fortune. I have a feeling that there's something I want. We brothers have to part ways here. Xian said with a smile. Xian was a very assertive person. His thoughts had matured after the trip to the desolate ancient land. What he needed was different from Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was going to the immortal court for Nangong Wentian, while Long Shisan had a feeling that came along with his bloodline. Similarly, the next step of Jiang Chen and Long Shisan was to improve their cultivation base. They knew very well that a great war would break out between the barbarian world and the immortal world sooner or later. Just like what Wu Ningzhu had said, this war wouldn't last long. At that time, it would be another catastrophe for the immortal world. A catastrophe meant that all living beings would be plunged into misery and suffering. Just like the last catastrophe, even a peerless great sovereign like Big Yellow had fallen. Even the Golden Clan was almost annihilated. Even peerless figures like Golden Sovereign and Empress Xiaoyao couldn't escape from the catastrophe. In order to survive the catastrophe, one must have the support of great strength. The next day, Jiang Chen and Long Shisan went their separate ways. One went to Fengqi Immortal Domain while the other went to an unknown place. However, the two brothers would surely meet again, and they believed that they would give each other a great surprise the next time they met. Jiang Chen sprinted all the way to Fengqi Immortal Domain. There were only 2 days left before the deadline. During these 2 days, Jiang Chen was going to accompany his father in Fengluo sect. Jiang Chen's return to Fengluo sect was a major event. Feng Huazi personally came out to greet him. Jiang Chen was the benefactor of the entire Fengluo sect. He had even saved the lives of Feng Huazi and a group of high-ranking elders in the inner space of Monarch Mountain. "Brother Jiang Chen, you're back." Feng Huazi greeted Jiang Chen. Sect Master, did anything major happen in Fengqi Immortal Domain recently?" asked Jiang Chen. "Yes. A few days ago, the Immortal Court suddenly announced that a selection will be held in Fengqi Immortal Domain 2 days later. All the geniuses in Fengqi Immortal Domain can participate in it. It's said that there will be a total of 3 places. Once qualified, they will be able to enter the Immortal Court for cultivation." Feng Huazi said excitedly. "You should know that the Immortal Court has never taken the initiative to recruit disciples. This selection has driven all the major powers crazy. Many geniuses are preparing for it. Who would want to miss such a rare opportunity?" Jiang Chen nodded secretly. Everything was within his expectation. He knew very well that this selection was specially prepared for him. "Where will it be held 2 days later?" asked Jiang Chen. "In the Monarch Mountain of Central Domain," said Feng Huazi. "The Monarch Mountain again." Jiang Chen smiled. It seemed like this was specially arranged by Han Feng. After all, the Monarch Mountain was a very famous place in Central Domain. Although it had experienced a turmoil not long ago, it was still a very suitable place for the selection. "Sect Master, please report my name. I will represent Fengluo sect to participate in the selection 2 days later," said Jiang Chen. "All right." Chapter 1917. Without chatting too much, Jiang Chen went straight to Jiang Zhenhai's cultivation place. Feng Huazi would naturally arrange the rest for him. The recruitment of disciples by the Immortal Court was a major event for the entire Fengqi Immortal Domain. Countless major powers had begun to prepare for it. Naturally, Fengluo sect was no exception. However, the genius of Fengluo sect didn't seem to have much of an advantage. It would be great if Jiang Chen was willing to represent Fengluo sect in the competition. The entire Fengluo sect knew of Jiang Chen's capability. No genius in the major powers of Fengqi Immortal Domain was comparable to Jiang Chen. To put it bluntly, as long as Jiang Chen represented Fengluo sect, he would surely get the first place. At that time, Fengluo sect would be able to gain fame. Such an opportunity was extremely rare for Fengluo sect. Similarly, the Immortal Court had also specially prepared some benefits. The major powers that the selected disciples belonged to would receive rewards from the Immortal Court. Such rewards were obviously very generous. After all, this was the first time the Immortal Court was recruiting disciples. If the rewards weren't decent enough, it would affect the reputation of the Immortal Court. To the Immortal Court, there was nothing more important than their reputation. Jiang Zhenhai's cultivation place was as tranquil as ever. It was one of the best cultivation places in the entire Fengluo sect. Given Jiang Zhenhai's identity, he wasn't qualified to stay here. Furthermore, he lived alone and no one had ever disturbed him. However, everyone in Fengluo sect treated Jiang Zhenhai as their ancestor. They didn't dare to neglect him. Although Jiang Zhenhai wasn't a big deal, he had a powerful son. After Jiang Qin returned, he chatted with Jiang Zhenhai for a long time. It was rare for the father and son to sit together and chat leisurely. Jiang Zhenhai sighed as he looked at the sky of the immortal world. He had never dreamt that such a day would come. Chen, do you still remember the fragrant sky city? Who would have thought that you and I, father and son, would sit at the top of the immortal world? Jiang Zhenhai sighed with emotion. He used to be the city lord of Fragrant Sky City. He had never thought of leaving this city. It was his destiny to spend the rest of his life in this city. However, everything changed because of Jiang Chen. From Fragrant Sky City to Red City to Qi Province to Divine Continent to Saint Origin Palace, to the immortal world, too many things had happened along the way. Each of them made Jiang Zhenhai feel like he was dreaming. Jiang Chen was his son and also the greatest pride of his life. No matter how far Jiang Chen went in the future, he would support him. Of course I remember. Back then Jiang Rulong tried to frame me but was killed by me in the end. Also there was the fight with the Murong family. Especially that Murong Xiaoro. She left a deep impression on me. Now that I think about it, it feels like it was yesterday. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Scenes of the past emerged in his mind, making him feel as if it was yesterday. Time seemed to have passed too quickly. Jiang Chen's life could be described as a series of miracles. He himself was the creator of miracles. He dominated Saint Origin World and came to the immortal world. Now the immortal world was about to reach its most crucial moment. There was still a long way to go. The father and son laughed and chatted for the whole night. They felt that time passed too quickly. Both father and son enjoyed and cherished such moments, because such moments were too rare for them. The next day, Jiang Chen chose to go into seclusion. The current situation didn't allow him to relax. The matters of the northern and southern dynasties, Nangong Wentian Immortal Court, Sualing Heir Sovereign Domain and the barbarian world seemed to be imminent, which made Jiang Chen feel tremendous pressure. Under such pressure, Jiang Chen had to improve his strength as soon as possible so that he could cope with the changes that might occur in the future. Jiang Chen's cultivation base had advanced to the immortal venerable realm in this trip. Jiang Chen entered the 33rd level of the Zulong Tower. There was still one day left before the selection of the Monarch Mountain, which was enough for Jiang Chen to stabilize his cultivation base and strengthen his foundation. In the 33rd level, the fusion between De Huang Dog and the young demon sovereign was already halfway done. It seemed that it would take at most half a month for the fusion to be complete. Half a month in here was only half a day in the outside world. I've never thought that this guy has such an impressive background. I wonder what level his cultivation base will reach after the fusion. At least he should be stronger than Xiao Yu in the northern and southern dynasties. Jiang Chen looked at the sleeping De Huang Dog and said with a smile. Sleeping had always been De Huang Dog's unique cultivation method. Jiang Chen had reason to believe that De Huang Dog's cultivation base would surpass the northern and southern dynasties and Yan Qinyu when he woke up. After all, De Huang Dog was a powerful peerless demon sovereign in his previous life. He was even stronger than ordinary 9th grade great sovereigns. Great Sovereign Batian and Empress 9 should be around the 8th grade Great Sovereign realm in their previous life, which made them no match for De Huang Dog. According to Jiang Chen's estimation, De Huang Dog's cultivation base would at least be at the half-step sovereign realm, or even a great sovereign. In any case, Jiang Chen was looking forward to it very much. Half a month's time passed by in a flash. Jiang Chen had basically stabilized his cultivation base and foundation. When he opened his eyes after his seclusion, he saw that the surface of De Huang Dog's body was filled with golden light, which looked extremely mystical. At this moment, the young demon sovereign's silhouette had already vanished, leaving only De Huang Dog. I've succeeded. Jiang Chen was pleasantly surprised. This indicated that De Huang Dog had completely fused with his previous life's body. A large golden cocoon had formed on the surface of his body, and De Huang Dog's qi was rising constantly. Late Immortal Venerable, peak Late Immortal Venerable half-step sovereign and still growing. It seems like he's going to break through to the Great Sovereign realm. Jiang Chen was pleasantly surprised. De Huang Dog's current situation was just as he had imagined. He had already surpassed the half-step sovereign realm and was advancing towards the first grade Great Sovereign realm. The tide-like rich energy made Jiang Chen believe that De Huang Dog could break through to the first grade Great Sovereign realm. Just as Big Yellow's cultivation base reached the peak of Half-Step Sovereign and was about to break through to the Great Sovereign Realm, he suddenly opened his eyes, threw his head back and roared. His body began to change. The dragon horns on his head radiated incomparably bright light, and the dragon scales on his body increased little by little. His previous appearance of a dog had completely disappeared, and he had turned into an extremely valiant dragon horse. Moreover, it was a variant dragon horse. His pair of bright wings kept flapping majestically. Chapter 1918. Damn, this bastard is even more handsome than me. Jiang Chen was speechless. However, he was not used to seeing De Huang's current appearance. He even began to worry if that obscene dog could come back. Ooh! Strong winds whistled. Above De Huang dog's head a golden law appeared. Complicated runes were floating above the golden law. Jiang Chen counted and found that there were a total of 20 laws. Each law was as thick as an arm. Is this the great emperor's law? Feels so majestic. Jiang Chen sighed. This was the first time he had seen such a great emperor's law. Naturally, he was amazed. The great emperor's law was the symbol of a great emperor. It was also the difference between a great emperor and the reason why a great emperor was superior. In this world, the one who could control the law was the ruler. De Huang raised his head and roared again. The great emperor's law could be spat out from his mouth. This guy was too powerful. The aura he emitted could even shake the Zulong Tower. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen secretly controlling and comforting the Zulong Tower, the Zulong Tower might have ejected De Huang dog. Half an hour later, De Huang dog's advancement gradually stopped. When De Huang retracted all his aura, the figure of the teenager disappeared again and turned into a dog. He looked exactly the same as the previous De Huang. You couldn't tell that this guy had changed at all. He didn't even look like a dragon horse at all. Jiang Chen patted his head. This guy seemed to be very satisfied with his dog appearance. He even gave up his handsome human form. What are you looking at? Kid, are you convinced by Master Dog's handsome and mighty posture? Are you going to take Master Dog as your idol from now on? De Huang dog said shamelessly. Damn. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. However, the worry in his heart had disappeared completely. That narcissistic dog was still there. Why don't you maintain your human form? Jiang Chen asked curiously. I'm just afraid that you won't be used to it. De Huang dog grinned. But you don't say. Your doggy appearance is more pleasing to the eye. Jiang Chen nodded. He knew what De Huang was thinking. The reason why De Huang continued to maintain his current appearance was that he wanted to focus on this life. He didn't want to live in the shadow of his previous life. This was a good thing for De Huang dog. Since he was reborn, he should start all over again. What's more, De Huang's handsome human form was really hard to get used to. This dog form was cuter. By the way, what's your current cultivation level? Jiang Chen asked. First grade Great Sovereign, not far from the second grade Great Sovereign realm. Are you scared? De Huang dog was extremely narcissistic. I'm scared to death. Jiang Chen slapped the dog's head again. In this world, there weren't many people who dared to slap a first grade Great Sovereign's head. Fuck, show some respect to Master Dog. Master Dog is a great sovereign. De Huang dog showed a look of disdain. Dog Great Sovereign. Jiang Chen grabbed De Huang dog's ear again. He really missed such a scene. Fuck, you're provoking the Tai Sui. What dog Great Sovereign? I'm the dignified Great Sovereign Dragon Sunday. Go and ask around. Who doesn't know the name of Great Sovereign Dragon Sun? I'm an existence that's on par with Immortal Execution King and Great Sovereign Zhou Xian. De Huang dog couldn't take it anymore. The dignified Great Sovereign Dragon Sun was humiliated like this. He couldn't take it anymore and bit the dog's butt. Fuck, a good dog doesn't need a butt. Let go of me. Fuck you. You're disrespecting me. You won't know how powerful I am if I don't teach you a lesson. Alright. You're amazing. Let go. Oh. Fuck. A man and a dog started a fierce battle in the ancestral dragon pagoda. The final result was Jiang Chen's defeat. His clothes were torn to shreds and his buttocks were full of wounds, dripping with blood. It was a miserable scene. Jiang Chen wanted to cry but had no tears. He couldn't take revenge now. He was no match for this dog at all. It was better for him to behave himself. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to keep the other half of his butt. Great Sovereign Dragon Sunday. This name was quite domineering. Jiang Chen always felt that De Huang Dog should have an incomparably resounding name, just like Immortal Execution King, Great Sovereign Zhou Xian Void Emperor and Empress Xiao Yao. Since they were from the same generation, Great Sovereign Dragon Sun was quite suitable for De Huang's prestige. Speaking of which, you guys came to the desolate ancient land at the right time. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have fallen into the hands of the barbarian world. De Huang Dog sat beside Jiang Chen and sighed. His face turned gloomy when he thought of Zhou Ling'er's misfortune. Although he had been in a deep sleep in the desolate ancient land, he was still aware of what was happening outside. It's a pity that Ling'er didn't come out. Jiang Chen said. Ling'er's bloodline is destined to be valued by the barbarian world. As long as Ling'er hasn't advanced to the Great Sovereign Realm, she won't be in danger. We still have a chance to save her, De Huang Dog said. That's right. Ling'er will have to be saved sooner or later. Jiang Chen's tone was firm. Zhou Ling'er's cultivation base was only at the early immortal venerable realm. She was still a distance away from the Great Sovereign Realm. Therefore they still had time. Next, Jiang Chen told De Huang Dog everything that had happened during this period of time. The most important part was, of course, Yan Qinyu, the northern and southern dynasties, and Nangong Wentian. As a matter of fact, I've already made a rough guess about what happened in the Immortal Execution Order. I never thought that Xiao Yu is the reincarnation of that girl. In the past, I had a good relationship with the Immortal Execution King and Great Sovereign Zhou Xian. The Immortal Execution Sword was infused with my blood. This was also the reason why I was able to control the Immortal Execution Sword. But when I met the daughter of the Immortal Execution King, she was still a baby. It's been a long time. De Huang Dog sighed. His thoughts seemed to have returned to that era. Tomorrow is the selection of the Monarch Mountain. Since you've awakened, let's go to the Immortal Court together. We can help Nan, said Jiang Chen. All right. De Huang Dog's face was filled with excitement. He was a man who couldn't stay idle. Given his current cultivation base, it would be too boring if he didn't go to the Immortal Court. By the way, what you displayed just now is the Great Sovereign Law, right? I can see that you have 20 Great Sovereign Laws. Jiang Chen asked curiously. He still knew nothing about the Great Sovereign Realm. That's right. When you become a Great Sovereign, you will need to condense Great Sovereign Law. An ordinary first-grade Great Sovereign can condense 10 Great Sovereign Laws, while a second-grade Great Sovereign can condense 20 Great Sovereign Laws. Of course, this only applies to ordinary experts. I'm already a first-grade Great Sovereign and I have already condensed 20 Great Sovereign Laws. Plus, my Great Sovereign Law is twice as thick as an ordinary expert's. So even an ordinary second-grade Great Sovereign is no match for me. De Huang Dog said proudly. Chapter 1919. This was Jiang Chen's first time coming into contact with the Great Sovereign Law. It also gave him a deeper understanding of the Great Sovereign Realm. De Huang's situation made him understand that the strength of a great sovereign was mainly determined by two aspects. One was the number of laws and the other was the strength of the law. When two experts had the same number of laws, the strength of the law would depend on whose law was thicker. Generally, when a half-step sovereign advanced to the first-grade Great Sovereign Realm, he would have 10 Great Sovereign Law. A second-grade Great Sovereign would only have 20 Great Sovereign Laws, and their strength wouldn't be too thick. Jiang Chen had seen Yang Junlong's Great Sovereign Law before. Although he was already a 6th-grade Great Sovereign, his Great Sovereign Law wasn't as thick as De Huang Dog's. A first-grade Great Sovereign like Big Yellow who possessed 20 laws and was twice as strong as the others could already be considered as heaven-defying. With his first-grade Great Sovereign cultivation base, he could even kill a second-grade Great Sovereign in an instant. I wonder how many Great Sovereign Laws I can condense when I advance to the Great Sovereign Realm. Jiang Chen thought, but these weren't things that he could consider right now. His current cultivation base was merely at the early immortal venerable realm. There was still a long way to go before he could reach the Great Sovereign Realm. It wasn't easy to become a Great Sovereign, especially for someone like Jiang Chen who cultivated the dragon transformation skill. The amount of energy required for each advancement was extremely terrifying. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog chatted for a long time. This time, De Huang Dog didn't hide anything from Jiang Chen anymore. After experiencing so much, Jiang Chen was already qualified to know everything. Plus, Xianxia had met too many powerful figures and knew a lot about that era. Now that he had been to Sovereign Domain and desolate ancient land, there were almost no secrets left in the immortal world to Xianxia. Through De Huang Dog's words, Xianxia knew that the immortal Execution King, Great Sovereign Zhou Xian, and Great Sovereign Dragon's son were good friends. Even when the immortal Execution King forged the immortal Execution Sword, he used De Huang Dog's divine grade bloodline. Therefore, the immortal Execution Sword was incomparably terrifying. Just like the immortal burying coffin, it had become the symbol of an era. This was also why De Huang Dog was able to reforge the immortal Execution Sword and control it. The immortal Execution Sword contained De Huang Dog's bloodline. In this world, apart from the immortal Execution King, only De Huang Dog could control the immortal Execution Sword. As for why Big Yellow didn't know Empress Ninine, it was because Empress Ninine was born during the catastrophe. At that time, Empress Ninine was just a baby girl. After that, Big Yellow had already fallen in desolate ancient land. De Huang, are King Immortal Slayer and Grand Emperor Zhou Xian still alive? Xianxia asked curiously. These two were the representatives of this era. Indeed, he was curious about them. I don't know as well. But I feel that with their ability they wouldn't have perished in that battle. I guess that if they aren't hiding in the Imperial region, then it's very likely that they've already ascended to a higher world. De Huang Dog said. A higher world? Could it be that there's a higher realm above the immortal realm? Xianxia said. Yes. Back then, my cultivation had already reached the peak of the Great Emperor realm, so I could feel that the Great Emperor realm wasn't the peak. De Huang Dog said. Xianxia nodded secretly. That was actually within his expectations. He had guessed it from the Zulong Tower. As a powerful existence, it was extremely difficult to condense the Zulong Tower to its peak. Now it had only reached the 59th floor. There was also the dragonization skill. Until now, there were still many secrets that he couldn't understand. There was still a long way to go for the dragonization skill, which meant that he still had a long way to go. There was no end to cultivation, and the immortal realm wasn't the end. What do you think is above the immortal realm? Xianxia asked. It should be the existence of the gods, but it's not the time for us to think about it now. We still have a long way to go. De Huang Dog said. That's true. We still have to take it step by step. However, I'm very curious. Back then, your cultivation had already reached the peak of the Great Emperor realm. Why didn't you break through to a higher realm? Xianxia was still very curious. Do you think I don't want to? Before the catastrophe of the barbarian world, there were indeed many great emperors in the immortal realm who ascended to a higher realm. But later, there was a rumor that the world law of the immortal realm was suddenly missing, which led to the heavenly Tao of the immortal realm becoming incomplete. Thus we could no longer sense the aura of a higher realm. Countless great emperors lost the opportunity to go to a higher realm. It was also because of the missing heavenly Tao law that a gap appeared between the barbarian world and the immortal realm, giving the barbarian world the opportunity to attack the immortal realm. Although this is just a rumor, I have never sensed the aura of a higher realm. De Huang Dog said. He told Xianxia everything he knew. These things were too old, and he knew that the immortal realm had changed a long time ago. The missing heavenly Tao law makes it impossible to sense the aura of a higher realm. Xianxia sighed. It seemed like the immortal realm had indeed undergone some changes countless years ago. This reminded him of the time when the passageway to the immortal realm was sealed. It was him, the greatest saint, who split open the passageway. However, the situation in Saint Origin World was different from that of the immortal realm. The passageway in Saint Origin World was only sealed and could still be split open, but the heavenly Tao law in the immortal realm was missing, making it impossible to sense the aura of a higher realm. This was equivalent to completely blocking the path of the great sovereigns. So, how did Immortal Execution King and Great Sovereign Zhou Xian break through the missing heavenly Tao law and leave the immortal realm? Xianxia had many doubts in his mind, but he didn't think too much about it. The current him couldn't reach that realm. He already had a long-term goal in his mind, and there was still a long way to go in the future. What he needed to do now was to put all his effort into improving his cultivation. Only by doing so would he be able to keep growing and slowly reach that realm. At that time, everything that he wanted to know would naturally be revealed. Xianxia and De Huang Dog stayed in Zulong Tower for another half a month. Including the previous half a month, A day had passed in the outside world. Let's go. The selection of the Monarch Mountain is about to begin. Han Feng should have arranged everything. We will be able to see Anan when we enter the Immortal Court. Jiang Chen said, then walked out of Zulong Tower with De Huang Dog. The sky had just turned bright. Just as Jiang Chen walked out of the courtyard, he bumped into Feng Huazi. Brother Jiang, everything is ready. We can go to the Monarch Mountain now. Feng Huazi said. All right, let's go. Jiang Chen nodded. Chapter 1920. Apart from the two geniuses, the rest of them were the higher-ups of Feng Luo sect. The selection of the Monarch Mountain was a major event in the entire Fengqi immortal domain. Naturally, many people would pay attention to it. The cultivation base of the two geniuses wasn't bad. One was an early immortal venerable while the other was a half-step immortal venerable. Such cultivation base could already be considered as one of the best in a major power like Feng Luo sect. The geniuses sent by the other major powers wouldn't be any better than them. Although the cultivation base of the two geniuses wasn't bad, it was nothing compared to Jiang Chen. An early immortal venerable Jiang Chen's combat strength was enough to kill anyone in an instant. Under the lead of Feng Huazi, a group of people flew towards the Monarch Mountain. The two geniuses stood behind Jiang Chen, not daring to say a word. As the elites of the young generation, despite their pride, it depended on who they were in front of. They knew all too well about Jiang Chen's capability. Acting arrogant in front of Jiang Chen was no different from asking for humiliation. At this moment, the Monarch Mountain was already crowded with people. All the major powers of the 5 major domains had arrived. This was a grand event in Fengqi Immortal Domain and no one was willing to miss it. In addition to a few people from Feng Luo sect, there were also a lot of people who came here to watch. There were at least 50 major powers in the entire Fengqi Immortal Domain that were as powerful as Feng Luo sect. In addition to that, countless rogue cultivators and a large number of small and medium-sized powers were crowded on the Monarch Mountain. It was imaginable how spectacular the scene would be. How many people are participating in the selection? Asked Jiang Chen. There are about 50 major powers in Fengqi Immortal Domain that are qualified to get a slot. Each major power will get 3 slots. So there should be about 150 people participating in the selection. However, Brother Jiang, you should know that apart from the Immortal Court, the most powerful geniuses are only immortal venerables. According to my estimation, there won't even be an intermediate immortal venerable. So you won't feel any pressure at all in this selection, said Feng Huazi in a relaxed manner. Feng Huazi said in an incomparably relaxed tone. He didn't mean to raise Jiang Chen's status, but he was speaking the truth. Given Jiang Chen's strength, those who participated in the selection wouldn't be able to stand a chance against him. It could be said that they weren't on the same level. Several towering battle platforms appeared on the Monarch Mountain. These platforms should have been built recently in preparation for the selection of the Immortal Court. The Monarch Mountain had always been a famous place in the central region. After the turmoil, the Monarch Mountain was almost destroyed and became a desolate place. However, after the selection, the Monarch Mountain would definitely be more famous than before. It was highly possible that these battle platforms would become a place for many experts to duel in the future. The people of the Immortal Court hadn't arrived yet, but Jiang Chen was pretty sure that the one who came to preside over the selection was Han Feng. This selection was his idea and he was the one who planned it from the beginning. Looking at the sea of people and those geniuses who were participating in the selection with their heads held high, De Huang Dog seemed a little bored. Little Chenzi, aren't you lowering yourself by participating in this selection? What's so challenging about it? De Huang Dog said in a bored tone. What do you know? Don't forget what our purpose is. Jiang Chen glared at De Huang Dog. This selection was just a formality. It was a suitable excuse that Han Feng had found for Jiang Chen to enter the Immortal Court. Only those who were recruited through proper means wouldn't attract the attention of Star Sovereign. If Han Feng directly brought Jiang Chen to the Immortal Court, it would certainly arouse suspicion, which would be disadvantageous to Nangong Wentian. Feng Huazi and a few experts of Feng Luo sect had long noticed this dog. They had never seen this dog before. When they heard the tone of Big Yellow's voice, they couldn't help but take another look at this dog. Big Yellow, you're right. It was just a dog, how could it be so arrogant? Of course, none of them dared to say this out loud. No matter what, this dog was Jiang Chen's dog. As a matter of fact, if Feng Huazi and the others knew the true strength of De Huang dog, they were afraid that they would be scared out of their wits. I wonder what the Immortal Court is doing this time. Why did they suddenly organize a selection? No matter what the Immortal Court is doing, this is a great opportunity for the geniuses of the major powers. I heard that there are 10 slots for this selection. I wonder who will be one of the 10 lucky ones. Such a great opportunity. There must be an incomparably intense battle. Many people were discussing about it. They didn't know why the Immortal Court suddenly wanted to hold a selection, but no matter what, it was a great opportunity for them. They were almost certain that the competition on the battle platform would be incomparably fierce in order to obtain the 10 spots. Hoo-hoo. At this moment, a whirlwind blew across the void. An old man appeared on the battle platform like a ghost. Powerful chi waves spread in all directions. The entire scene turned silent in an instant. That was a mighty half-step sovereign. To the major powers, a half-step sovereign was a supreme existence. No one would dare to act rashly in front of a half-step sovereign. It's a half-step sovereign from the Immortal Court. The selection is about to begin. Someone said. Many of the geniuses who were qualified to participate in the selection became incomparably excited. This was a good opportunity for them to show their strength. As long as they could enter the Immortal Court, it would be equivalent to entering a blessed land for cultivation. Their future would be boundless. The old man was none other than Han Feng. After Han Feng appeared, he scanned the surroundings. When he saw Jiang Chen, he heaved a sigh of relief. After all, this selection was mainly for Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen didn't show up, the selection would be meaningless. That's right. Fortunately, Jiang Chen didn't disappoint him. From this, one could see the relationship between Jiang Chen and Heaven Sovereign. Otherwise, given Heaven Sovereign's current predicament, no one would be willing to step into this muddy water. I'm Han Feng of the Immortal Court. Today's selection will be presided over by me. Everyone who is participating in the selection should be prepared in advance. You will draw lots to fight against each other. The remaining 10 geniuses will follow me into the Immortal Court. The selection begins now. Han Feng said loudly. It was a very simple selection rule. The opponent would be decided by drawing lots. It gave off a feeling of luck. However, everyone knew that luck was the most important thing on the path of cultivation. If one's luck was bad, they could not blame others. One by one, the geniuses stepped forward and began to draw their lots. Jiang Chen was one of them. The person he drew was a young genius called Yu Liang, a peak early immortal venerable expert from Eastern Domain. He was said to be one of the geniuses who had the highest chance of entering the Immortal Court. Chapter 1921. Which one of you is Jiang Chen? Hurry up and come up to receive your death. A burly man was the first to rush onto the stage. His imposing manner was like a rainbow, and he was extremely arrogant and despotic. This man was Yu Liang from the Eastern Domain. After seeing his opponent's name, he was the first to rush up. He couldn't wait to show off in front of the elders of the Immortal Court. His cultivation base at the peak of early immortal venerable realm was considered one of the more outstanding geniuses in this selection. Be it strength or talent, he was one of the best. He was one of the most popular candidates in this selection. Before this, the major power he belonged to had already begun to promote him. As a matter of fact, given Yu Liang's ability, he would indeed be able to enter the top 10 easily and enter the Immortal Court of his dreams. Yu Liang was used to being arrogant and despotic. As a young immortal venerable, he had never put anyone in his eyes. Furthermore, he had never heard of the name Jiang Chen before. Clearly, Jiang Chen was just a disciple of Feng Luo sect. How could Yu Liang put such a figure in his eyes? He could also use Jiang Chen to practice his skills and attract Han Feng's attention. As long as Han Feng appreciated him, it would be extremely beneficial for his future development in the Immortal Court. Of course, imagination was beautiful, but there were always many impossible possibilities in this world. Fate would often play a joke on you at the most critical moment. Just like now, Yu Liang's fate had played a huge joke on him. Yu Liang's eyes lit up. He glanced around, searching for traces of Jiang Chen. At the same time, he didn't forget to look at the calm and composed Han Feng. He happened to see Han Feng smiling at him. This made Yu Liang's confidence soar. He felt like he was about to swell up. Haha. The elders of Immortal Court have begun to pay attention to me. Given my talent, it's only natural for me to be noticed. When this Xianxia comes up, I will kill him with a single strike, not giving him the slightest chance to resist. This will show my strength. Yu Liang laughed in his heart and began to plan the next scene. Han Feng's smile had given him greater confidence. It was a pity that Yu Liang didn't see the meaning behind Han Feng's smile. It was pity and pity. Hee. Brother Jiang, someone is asking you to go up and die. An elder of Feng Luo sect chuckled. Xianxia shook his head helplessly and walked out with a bored face. With a sway of his body, he stepped onto the fighting stage. Just like what Big Yellow had said, this selection battle was too boring for him. He couldn't bring himself to participate in it at all. Everyone on the side of Feng Luo sect had a relaxed look on their faces. They already knew the outcome of such a battle. After all, this wasn't a battle of the same level. The gap between the two sides was just too huge. On the battle platform, Yu Liang looked at Xianxia, who was standing in front of him, and said with a smile, "Brat, not bad. An early immortal venerable. It's a pity that you've drawn me in the first round. Otherwise you might have a chance to enter the Immortal Court. Now I'll give you a chance. As long as you admit defeat on the spot and get out of the arena, you might be able to keep your life. But if you wait for me to attack, you will be finished. Even if I don't kill you, I will at least cripple you." Too arrogant. Xianxia almost burst into laughter. He really had no idea where this bastard got his confidence from. To be honest, I don't even have the desire to cripple you, Xianxia said with a bored face. The contempt in his words had instantly provoked the arrogant Yu Liang, causing his anger to soar. His imposing manner swept across the entire battle stage like a tidal wave. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. Brat, no one has ever dared to speak like this in front of me, because all those who said such words are dead. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish, Yu Liang said. His entire body moved. He struck out a punch that was as heavy as a mountain, creating a big hole in the void. It reached Xianxia in the blink of an eye. A strong murderous intent enshrouded Xianxia instantly. Unfortunately, such murderous intent couldn't affect Xianxia at all. "Xianxia, I'm going to kill you." Just as Yu Liang's fist was about to reach Xianxia's body, Xianxia's eyes glinted with a cold light. This damned bastard had been courting death in front of him. He even said that he would cripple Xianxia's cultivation. Such behavior had given Xianxia enough reason to eliminate him. Xianxia struck out a punch at lightning speed. No one knew how intense the energy contained in his golden fist was. It collided with Yu Liang's fist. This was Xianxia's first battle after advancing to the Immortal Venerable realm, but his opponent was an early Immortal Venerable young man. This made Xianxia very disappointed. Hong, arg. Almost as soon as the two fists collided, a sharp wail reverberated through the sky above the Monarch Mountain. Under countless horrified gazes, the arrogant Yu Liang's entire arm was smashed into pieces by Xianxia. Half of his body was cracked and blood was spurting out from his body like a fountain. Just a punch and Yu Liang was done for. Wah! The entire Monarch Mountain was in an uproar. Everyone was looking at the battle platform in astonishment. As the lot drawing had just ended, most of them hadn't gotten to the platform yet. Therefore, the battle between Yu Liang and Xianxia had become the focus of attention. Most of them were optimistic about Yu Liang's chances, but who would have thought that there would be such a huge contrast in the blink of an eye? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Who the hell is that Xianxia? Why haven't I heard of such a figure in Feng Luo sect before? He's just too terrifying. Yu Liang, who is a peak early immortal venerable, was crippled by a single punch. Too scary. Such a figure is too scary. He's on a completely different level. I never thought that such a dark horse would appear in this selection. No one wasn't shocked. The scene was boiling. Yu Liang's wail was still going on. The facial expression of the major power that Yu Liang belonged to had changed completely. All their hopes had turned into bubbles in the blink of an eye. Such a situation was indeed hard to accept. Get lost. Xianxia was too lazy to kill Yu Liang. With a flick of his sleeve, a wave of qi struck Yu Liang's body, blasting him off the platform. Chapter 1922. Subsequently, Jiang Chen glanced at the smiling Han Feng not far away and walked down from the battle platform. No matter what, he had to persist until the end of the selection. According to the rules, after winning the first round he would have to walk down from the platform and wait for the second round of drawing lots. Innumerable eyes fell upon Jiang Chen. Just a single punch had made Jiang Chen the real focal point. Those geniuses who hadn't gone up to the stage yet had changed the way they looked at Jiang Chen. Every one of them was praying that they wouldn't have to face this abnormal monster in the next battle. Otherwise, the consequences would be imaginable. Even an expert like Yu Liang would be finished if he went up against Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had defeated Qin Song in just a single strike. The following battles were much more intense, especially the two people with similar cultivation. They fought fiercely on the fighting platform, exchanging blows with each other. The spectators were also very excited. Soon the first round of the selection ended and the second round of drawing lots began. This time the genius who went up against Jiang Chen was very sensible. He admitted defeat before going up to the platform. To him, other than pity, there was no other emotion. He could only blame his bad luck, but having bad luck and not wanting to live were two completely different concepts. If he was unlucky, he could still live. After all, he was living a good life now. He had only lost an opportunity, but if he went up to the platform he would be courting death. After witnessing Jiang Chen's strength, almost no one felt that they could withstand a single strike from Jiang Chen. In that case, why would they go up to seek their own humiliation? The fierce selection battle lasted for more than half a day. Jiang Chen had only gone up to the platform once when he fought against Yu Liang. Then he didn't fight again until the end of the selection. All those who were drawn against him had taken the initiative to admit defeat. In the end, Han Feng stood up and announced the 10 chosen geniuses. Except for Jiang Chen, the other 9 didn't seem to be in a good state. Although they were all immortal venerables, they were physically and mentally exhausted after a series of battles. Some of them had even suffered serious injuries in the last battle. In Jiang Chen's point of view, these geniuses were worth cultivating. The fact that they could stand out from the 150 people was enough to prove their talent and perseverance. Moreover, their performance on the platform was also remarkable. However, to the immortal court, it would take a long time to cultivate these geniuses. It was almost impossible for them to help Nangong Wentian in a short period of time. The 10 of you go back and recuperate your injuries. I'll be waiting for you here tomorrow morning. I'll take you to the immortal court, Han Feng said to the 10 selected geniuses, then gave them valuable treasures. Han Feng spoke to the selected 10 geniuses, then gave them valuable treasures. This selection had not only made these geniuses famous, but also the major powers, especially Feng Luo sect. Although only one of the 3 geniuses of Feng Luo sect was selected, it was already considered a pretty good result. Plus, Jiang Chen's performance was just too eye-catching, which made it impossible for Feng Luo sect to keep a low profile. After receiving the reward from Han Feng, Feng Huazi couldn't stop smiling. Han Feng drifted away, but everyone knew that he would return to the same place tomorrow. Those who were chosen disregarded their injuries and were in high spirits, enduring countless envious and jealous gazes. Their lives had opened a new door. From then on they soared into the sky. Not only was their future limitless, but their status had also begun to rise. Jiang Chen didn't care about any of this. He was the first one to leave Monarch Mountain with De Huang Dog, returning to the residence of Feng Luo sect. He didn't yearn to go to the immortal court. Once one's horizon was broadened, they would look at things calmly. In their eyes, the immortal court was a high and mighty existence with plenty of great sovereigns and cultivation resources. It was the highest educational institution in the immortal world. It was undoubtedly the happiest thing in one's life to be able to join it and become one of its members. But to Jiang Chen, who had been to sovereign domain and desolate ancient land, the immortal court wasn't attractive at all. Besides, he had already offended the 3 immortal courts. If it wasn't for Nangong Wentian needing help, Jiang Chen wouldn't even think about going to the immortal court. Of course, given his current cultivation base and condition, going to the immortal court was still very beneficial to him. After all, the ordinary places in the immortal world were no longer a challenge to him. He wasn't qualified to set foot in sovereign domain, so the immortal court was undoubtedly the best choice. After returning to Feng Luo sect, Jiang Chen chatted with Jiang Zhenhai for a while. It was considered as a short farewell. Chen, just do whatever you want to do. Don't worry about me. Jiang Zhenhai was a very sensible person. He knew that Jiang Chen was a man who wanted to do great things, so he never interfered with Jiang Chen or asked Jiang Chen what he wanted to do. He was full of confidence in his son. Sooner or later the immortal world would have a place for Jiang Chen like Saint Origin World. Late at night, Jiang Chen and Jiang Zhenhai were sitting in the courtyard, drinking and chatting. De Huang Dog was squatting at the side, feeling bored. No one from Fengluo sect came to disturb them. At this time a figure suddenly appeared. It was Han Feng. Long time no see, Brother Jiang. Your cultivation base has improved again. Not bad, said Han Feng with a smile. Han Feng said with a smile. During the day he had already noticed that Jiang Chen's cultivation base had already advanced to the late immortal venerable realm. It had only been a month since they last met. Such a terrifying speed of advancement was too shocking. At first Han Feng doubted Heaven Sovereign's judgment, but now it seemed like he was wrong. Elder Han, how have you been? Jiang Chen stretched out his hand, gesturing for Han Feng to sit down. Han Feng didn't stand on ceremony and sat down. His peripheral vision fell upon De Huang Dog, which gave him a shock because he couldn't see through the dog's true cultivation base. What shocked him even more was the pressure he felt from De Huang Dog. That was the pressure of a great sovereign. In other words, this dog was actually a powerful demon emperor. This was too shocking. Old man, what are you looking at? Haven't you seen such a handsome dog before? De Huang Dog glared at Han Feng. Han Feng didn't dare to be negligent. He gave De Huang Dog a friendly smile and returned to his senses. Chin this is? Asked Jiang Zhenhai. Dad, this is Han Feng, a member of the Immortal Court. Jiang Chen said. Han Feng's attitude changed dramatically when he heard Jiang Chen addressing this middle-aged man as his dad. He hastily clasped his fists at Jiang Zhenhai. So it's Master Jiang. Chapter 1923. Jiang Zhenhai smiled at Han Feng as a form of greeting, then he stood up and said, Chin, have a good chat with Elder Han. I won't disturb you any longer. Jiang Zhenhai knew very well that Han Feng was giving him face because he was giving face to Jiang Chen. Plus, he knew that Han Feng must have something to say to Jiang Chen. Jiang Zhenhai knew that Han Feng must have something to say to Jiang Chen. It wasn't inappropriate for him to stay here, but he couldn't get a word in. The Immortal Court was too far away from him. Elder Han, what's the matter for you to visit so late at night? Jiang Chen looked at Han Feng. Can't I have a chat with Jiang brother if I have nothing to do? Han Feng smiled and looked at Jiang Chen with eyes full of admiration. I haven't seen you for a month. Jiang brother's cultivation base has improved again. Given your current combat strength, I'm afraid that you can even fight me. I know that there's no suspense in this selection. Elder Han, can you tell me about the Immortal Court first? Asked Jiang Chen. In his eyes, the Immortal Court was just a high and mighty power different from the Sovereign Domain. The Sovereign Domain existed to protect the immortal world against the barbarian world. Now that he was going to the Immortal Court, it was necessary to know more about the Immortal Court in advance. The current Immortal Court is basically under the complete control of Star Sovereign. After all, Star Sovereign is the Sovereign Lord of the Immortal Court. Heaven Sovereign has been staying in Heaven Sovereign Palace for a long time after his return. Heaven Sovereign Palace has always been the representative of the Sovereign Lord of the Immortal Court. There are many powerful restrictive spells set up inside. Moreover, Heaven Sovereign is the representative of the Sovereign Lord of the Immortal Court, which gives him some deterrence. Now that he has returned, even if Star Sovereign wants to get rid of Heaven Sovereign, he wouldn't dare to rush into Heaven Sovereign Palace. Han Feng said. He knew what Jiang Chen wanted to know. So he only told him the most important things. Star Sovereign naturally won't go to Heaven Sovereign Palace to kill Anan, but Heaven Sovereign can send someone else to kill Anan. Jiang Chen said. Brother Jiang doesn't know much about the situation of the Immortal Court. Heaven Sovereign Palace isn't as simple as you think. When Heaven Sovereign was reincarnated, he had already made sufficient preparations. The defense of Heaven Sovereign Palace is strong enough to withstand an ordinary 6th-grade Great Sovereign for a short period of time. Even if Star Sovereign personally went to Heaven Sovereign Palace to attack, there would be a strong fluctuation that would be known by everyone. Therefore neither Star Sovereign nor anyone else dared to barge into Heaven Sovereign Palace to kill Heaven Sovereign, because they knew very little about Heaven Sovereign Palace and didn't have much confidence in it. That is to say, as long as Heaven Sovereign doesn't leave Heaven Sovereign Palace, his life won't be in danger. Han Feng said with a smile. He was quite confident in the Heavenly Emperor Palace. More importantly, even if Heaven Sovereign has returned, he hasn't fully recovered his strength. He still needs some time to fully recover. He won't be able to pose any threat to Star Sovereign for the time being. Moreover, everything in the Immortal Court is under Star Sovereign's control, including Heaven Sovereign himself. So Star Sovereign won't act recklessly. Of course, if Heaven Sovereign leaves Heaven Sovereign Palace or the Immortal Court, it'll be a different story. Han Feng said. Jiang Qin nodded secretly. After listening to Han Feng's explanation, he had a better understanding of Nangong Wentian's current situation. Nangong Wentian was indeed in a very bad situation. However, Jiang Qin didn't know how he could help Nangong Wentian after arriving at the Immortal Court. With his current strength there was nothing he could do. By the way, what's the cultivation base of Heaven Sovereign and Star Sovereign? Jiang Qin asked curiously. Star Sovereign is a 6th grade Great Sovereign. You should know that the gap between the 6th grade Great Sovereign and the 7th grade Great Sovereign is very difficult to cross. The Great Sovereigns are divided into 9 grades. The first 3 grades are low-grade Great Sovereigns, then mid-grade Great Sovereigns, 7th grade Great Sovereigns and high-grade Great Sovereigns. The 6th grade Great Sovereign is the highest cultivation base in the Immortal Court. I can't see through Heaven Sovereign's cultivation base, said Han Feng. If Nangong Wentian didn't tell him, he naturally wouldn't be able to see through his cultivation base. However, there was one thing he was sure of. Even if Nangong Wentian was a great sovereign, he was definitely not a powerful 6th grade Great Sovereign. It would take some time for him to reach the peak state of his previous life after ascending to the immortal world. This could be seen from De Huang Dog Yen Chenyu and the northern and southern dynasties. As for the fact that the highest cultivation base in the Immortal Court was the 6th grade Great Sovereign, it was within Jiang Chen's expectation. Previously, Yang Junlong had said that all existences above the 6th grade Great Sovereign must enter the sovereign domain. Those below the 6th grade could only enter the sovereign domain voluntarily. The threshold of the Immortal Sovereign was also the qualification to enter the sovereign domain. Although Jiang Chen didn't know how he could help Nangong Wentian, he knew that Nangong Wentian had reached a point where he couldn't rely on anyone in the Immortal Court. Even if there were some old men like Han Feng who followed him, they would definitely be guarded against by the people of Star Sovereign. They wouldn't be able to do anything. This was probably the reason why Nangong Wentian needed him. No matter what, Jiang Chen had to go. If Nangong Wentian was in trouble, he wouldn't shirk his duty. Early the next morning, Han Feng left for the Monarch Mountain in advance, followed by Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. By the time they arrived, they found that the 9 people who were selected yesterday had already arrived. Each of their faces was filled with excitement. Their condition was much better than the day before. After all, to an immortal venerable, such injuries were nothing. It was very easy for them to recover. Elder Han. Everyone bowed to Han Feng at the same time. Each of them behaved humbly, putting away their usual arrogance, hoping to leave a good first impression on Han Feng. Chapter 1924. Naturally, Jiang Chen was happy to see the 9 of them getting closer to him. He responded with a smile. In any case, these people were useful. If he could recruit them, they would at least be loyal to Heaven Sovereign and they would have great value in training. This is your identity jade token. You can store your divine sense in it. With this jade token, you will be a member of the Immortal Court from now on. Han Feng waved his hand. Jade tokens radiating green light rushed out and fell into the hands of each of them. Everyone hurriedly instilled their divine sense into the jade token. They treasured this jade token very much because it represented their identity. With this jade token, they would be a true member of the Immortal Court, a true high and mighty existence, stepping into the legendary Holy Land. To them, this was a sacred and unforgettable moment. It was the turning point of their destiny. Then Han Feng took out a golden talisman from his hand. The talisman buzzed and carried an extremely dense spatial energy. Han Feng waved his hand and struck out a ray of light. The talisman exploded and turned into a spatial portal, which was connected to a long spatial passageway. Everyone's eyes fell upon the spatial passageway. They knew very well that this passageway led to the immortal court. Let's go. With a sway, Han Feng was the first to step into the spatial passageway. What's your name? In the spatial passageway, Han Feng looked at the 9 of them and asked. He had a name list in his hand, but he didn't look at it seriously. After all, his mind was on Jiang Chen. Elder Han, my name is Zhou Xian. My name is Yang Ming. My name is Wei Yun. The 9 of them didn't dare to be negligent. One after another they revealed their names, hoping that Han Feng could remember them. It was a very fortunate thing for them to be remembered by a half-step sovereign. Not bad. The fact that you can pass the selection is enough to show that your talent and perseverance are superior. But don't be arrogant. Although you are the best in your respective major powers, your cultivation base will only be at the bottom in the immortal court. There are many geniuses in the immortal court, including young great sovereigns. You still have a long way to go. Plus, the competition between the geniuses of the immortal court is very fierce. I suggest you to stick together. Otherwise, I'm afraid that you won't have a good time in the immortal court. Han Feng reminded them kindly. Thank you for your reminder, Elder. They spoke in unison. Then their eyes fell upon Jiang Chen once more. A youth in black linen clothes walked to Jiang Chen and said, Senior brother Jiang, I, Yang Ming, am willing to follow you from now on. Seeing that Yang Ming was the first to step forward, the others hastily went to Jiang Chen and expressed the same thoughts as Yang Ming. They weren't fools, especially after listening to Han Feng's words. They knew that if they wanted to have a good time in the immortal court, they would have to stick together and find a backer, a boss. Among them, there was no doubt that Jiang Chen was the best candidate. After all, they had witnessed Jiang Chen's strength with their own eyes. Upon seeing this, Han Feng smiled. This was exactly what he wanted to see. No matter what, these people were personally recruited by him. They could be considered as his own people. Naturally, he hoped that Jiang Chen could bring them together. Good. As long as we stick together, even the senior disciples of the immortal court won't be able to bully us, said Jiang Chen. Then from now on, senior brother Jiang is our boss, Zhou Xian said with a smile. The others responded hastily. The few of them became familiar with each other. Originally, these people came from different forces. Originally, they were rivals with each other, but at this time the relationship between them had to be redrawn. The grudges of the past had already passed. Now that they had arrived at the immortal court, they were going to start a new life. Elder Han, what kind of disciples do you think we will be in the immortal court? Suiyin. It seemed that it would take some time before they arrived at the immortal court. They were more than happy to learn more about the immortal court. What disciples? Of course, ordinary disciples. There's no distinction between the disciples of the immortal court. There are only ordinary disciples and core disciples. Those below the great sovereign realm are all ordinary disciples, including half-step sovereigns. Only those who have reached the mighty immortal sovereign realm are qualified to be called core disciples. However, there aren't many core disciples. Most of them are old after reaching the immortal sovereign realm. Even ordinary disciples are divided into early immortal venerable realm, intermediate immortal venerable realm, late immortal venerable realm, and half-step sovereigns. Although they are all ordinary disciples, their status will be different due to the difference in their levels. Han Feng explained. Everyone nodded their heads. Han Feng was right. This was a world where strength was everything, and strength was the most important thing. Even though they were all ordinary disciples, the gap between them and Jiang Chen was still huge. Putting everything else aside, just comparing them to Jiang Chen, they weren't even on the same level. Similarly, Han Feng's words had widened their horizons. Before this, they thought that it was already very terrifying to reach the immortal venerable realm at such a young age. Only after coming into contact with the immortal court did they realize that they were just frogs at the bottom of a well. There were too many true geniuses. There were even young great sovereigns in the immortal court. That level was just too far away from them. Don't be discouraged. Even great sovereigns have to start from your level. The immortal court is rich in resources which will be very helpful to your cultivation. Plus, there are plenty of places for training and battles with other immortal courts. All of these will stimulate your progress, said Han Feng. This wasn't the time to dampen their enthusiasm. Jiang Chen listened at the side. Suddenly he felt that the immortal court was much more complicated than he had imagined. There were 9 immortal domains in the immortal world and there were 9 immortal courts in total. It seemed like there were conflicts between the 9 immortal courts just like the 11 major powers in East Xuanyu. However, this was normal. There would be conflicts wherever there were major powers. The stronger the power, the more intense the conflict. As long as the power wasn't unique, conflicts were unavoidable. It was the same for the immortal court. Let alone the immortal court, the entire immortal world was the same. Apart from the immortal world, there was also the threat of the barbarian world. Very quickly they reached the end of the spatial passageway. An incomparably dazzling light appeared in front of them, blinding their eyes. After walking out of the passageway, they arrived at the immortal court. The immortal court called itself a high and mighty space. Hoo-hoo. Chapter 1925. Everyone appeared in a spacious area and instantly felt refreshed. The air was filled with dense immortal qi, causing everyone's emotions to become incomparably excited. What a dense immortal qi! It's at least 3 times denser than where we are. This is indeed the space of the immortal court. That's right. This is the real treasure land for cultivation. It's a paradise for cultivators like us. It's such an honor to be able to cultivate in the immortal court. That's right. I must cultivate well and show my strength. A few of them spoke excitedly, looking forward to the future. Xianxia was the only one who looked calm. If he hadn't been to Sovereign Domain, he might be a little more excited, but now his mood wasn't affected at all. Although the immortal qi here was very dense, it was still not on the same level as the Sovereign Domain. Using his divine sense, Xianxia found out that this spatial zone was boundless and extremely vast. Looking towards the center, he could see many buildings that were glowing with golden light. There were rows of luxurious palaces. Many of these palaces were hovering in the sky. There were also huge mountains that were hovering in the sky and various buildings were built on top of them. There were also ancient pagodas that towered into the sky. These buildings were connected together in a unique way, spanning tens of thousands of miles, giving off an incomparably noble and magnificent qi that made people feel reverence from the bottom of their hearts. The immortal court was a high and mighty existence that ruled the entire immortal domain. Naturally, the noble qi that it exuded was incomparable to any ordinary major power. Go. We can enter the immortal court now, Han Feng said and took the lead to fly forward. Everyone was extremely excited. They followed behind Han Feng and looked around. Only Xianxia was wearing an indifferent expression and Big Yellow was bored to death. He didn't seem to be interested in anything around him. In front of the gate of the immortal court, there were 5 to 6 men in golden armors standing on both sides. They looked like warriors. Just a casual glance from them could give people a mental pressure. More importantly, the lowest cultivation base among them was an early immortal venerable, which was basically the lowest cultivation base in the immortal court, just like the great sovereigns in Sovereign Domain. Lu Yishan, Yang Ming and the other sighed when they saw them. At this moment, they finally realized that they could put away their arrogance in the immortal court, because an immortal venerable was really nothing here. An early immortal venerable could only guard the gate of the immortal court. Elder Han, are these the newly recruited disciples? Upon seeing Han Feng, one of the guards hastily saluted. The one who spoke was also a young man with an intermediate immortal venerable cultivation base. He should be the leader of these guards. That's right. I'll arrange a place for you and the others to cultivate. Han Feng said with a smile, then strode towards the interior of the immortal court. The people behind him didn't dare to speak a word. They followed closely behind Han Feng. They were too unfamiliar with everything in the immortal court. Any one of them could make them feel a trace of pressure. Seems like the immortal domain is getting worse day by day. The disciples that have been recruited are just SOSO. That's right. There are only 10 of them, but Elder Han has gone to such lengths to recruit them. It seems like the immortal court doesn't lack these geniuses. This recruitment seems to be the idea of Heaven Sovereign. Elder Han has always been following Heaven Sovereign. Heaven Sovereign is already outdated. Now that the immortal court belongs to Star Sovereign, there's nothing good that can come out of following Heaven Sovereign. Heaven Sovereign doesn't have anyone he can use now. That's why he recruited these so-called geniuses. Unfortunately, these geniuses don't look like they will amount to anything. After the crowd left, the guards began to discuss among themselves. Their words were full of disdain. Of course, this was normal. After all, an immortal venerable was nothing in the immortal court. The immortal court itself didn't lack such geniuses. In their point of view, it was useless even if Heaven's sovereign recruited these geniuses. God knows when these geniuses would grow to their full potential. After entering the immortal court, there was a sizable mountain at the outermost area of the immortal court. There were courtyards built on this mountain. It was empty and looked somewhat desolate. Han Feng led everyone to the top of the mountain. From now on, this will be your place of residence and cultivation. It's a mountain that has been specially opened up for all of you. This will save you from unnecessary trouble if you stay with the other ordinary disciples, said Han Feng. That's good. It's a peaceful place for us to be alone. Wei Yun said. Everyone was very satisfied with such a cultivation environment. No matter what, this place was much better than the place they had been cultivating in before. All right. You all can take a rest first. Jiangchen, come with me. Han Feng made some arrangements, then left with Jiangchen. He didn't care about Lu Yishan and the others. The reason why they could come to the immortal court was because of Jiangchen. Without Jiangchen, they would never have the chance to come to the immortal court. Brother Jiangchen, I'll take you to see Heaven's sovereign now, said Han Feng. Won't it arouse Star Sovereign's suspicion if we go to see Heaven's sovereign openly? Jiangchen said with a frown. Suspicion? The people of the immortal court aren't fools. It was Heaven's sovereign's idea to recruit you all this time. Star Sovereign didn't oppose it because he doesn't like you at all. Even the guards of the immortal court know that you are the people that Heaven's sovereign wants to recruit, because Heaven's sovereign is in an awkward situation right now. However, no one will care about you all because you are too weak. To put it bluntly, even if you are loyal to Heaven's sovereign, what can you do to him? Han Feng smiled and said, of course, if I bring you to the Heavenly Emperor Palace so openly, it will definitely attract the attention of others. Those who are favored by the Heavenly Emperor must have extraordinary aptitude. Not long after, I believe there will be some genius disciples looking for trouble with you. It just so happens that this is also a kind of experience for you. Plus, given your ability, you won't be afraid of them, right? But Jiangchen raised his middle finger at Han Feng. He had a feeling that he had been tricked by this old man. It seemed like his days in the immortal court weren't going to be easy. However, Jiangchen was already mentally prepared. He didn't plan to live a peaceful life after arriving at the immortal court. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come here in the first place. Moreover, what Han Feng said was right. How could one improve without intense battles? Given his current strength, it was unrealistic for him to be of great help to Nangong Wentian. It was more important for him to improve his own strength. We're arriving at Heaven's Sovereign Palace soon, said Han Feng. The corner of Jiangchen's mouth curved into a smile. He was in a good mood thinking that he would be able to see his brother again soon. However, Jiangchen had never thought that he would meet Nangong Wentian again in such a way. Chapter 1926. Heavenly Sovereign Palace wasn't located at the center of the immortal court, but in a remote place. It was a palace hovering in the air, looking magnificent and majestic from the outside. Looking up at Heavenly Sovereign Palace from such a close distance, one would truly feel how insignificant one was. It was like an unreachable existence where unreachable figures resided. Han Feng raised his head to look at Heavenly Sovereign Palace that had stood towering for thousands of years, then suddenly shook his head and sighed. Jiangchen knew why Han Feng sighed. Things remain the same, but people have changed. This was how the world was. Once upon a time, Heavenly Sovereign Palace was the most glorious place in the entire immortal court. Even ordinary great sovereigns would have to inform them in advance if they wanted to visit Heavenly Sovereign Palace. In the immortal court, Heaven's sovereign was the one and only, supreme, and had supreme authority. The sovereign lord of the immortal court possessed everything. But now everything had changed. Heavenly Sovereign Palace was still the same Heavenly Sovereign Palace. No one would dare to destroy it, but the significance of Heavenly Sovereign Palace was gradually diminishing. Today, Heavenly Sovereign Palace's existence had become weaker and weaker, even becoming an inaccessible place in the immortal court. Brother Xianxia, you go in. I won't go in. You must have a lot of things to talk about with Brother Heaven Sovereign. Han Feng patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. He already knew the relationship between Jiang Chen and Heaven Sovereign. He also knew how much Heaven Sovereign trusted Jiang Chen. Heaven Sovereign was even willing to put his future and life in the hands of Jiang Chen. All right. Jiang Chen nodded, then strode towards the gate of Heavenly Sovereign Palace with De Huang Dog. When Jiang Chen came to the front of the gate opened automatically. Even standing at the entrance, one could feel the complex restrictions and formations inside the palace that affected everything in the surroundings. These restrictions and formations were very old, just like the ones left behind by De Huang Dog in the desolate ancient land. It was easy to guess that these restrictions were left behind by Heaven Sovereign when he was at his peak. It was also because of these restrictions that some experts of the Immortal Court were deterred, and even Star Sovereign was wary of them. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog walked in, and the door of the palace closed with a bang. A figure appeared in front of Jiang Chen like a ghost. It was a handsome young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was wearing a purple robe and he seemed to be illusory as he stood there. He was faintly discernible and in the end he condensed into a solid form, giving people quite a bit of pressure. Little Chenzi. Anan. The two of them called each other's name at the same time. Then Nangong Wentian gave Jiang Chen a bear hug. The joy of reunion between brothers was incomprehensible to ordinary people. To Nangong Wentian, no matter how much he had grown, even if he had become a mighty great sovereign, he was still Nangong Wentian. He was no longer the Heaven Sovereign of his previous life, at least not in front of Jiang Chen. Just like Yan Qinyu and De Huang after his rebirth, his body was basically guided by his new thoughts. We brothers finally meet again. And De Huang too. This is great. I never thought that we would meet again in such an environment. Nangong Wentian couldn't help but sigh. In any case, he was very excited to see Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog again. Anan, Han Feng has told me about your situation. I never thought that you are the reincarnation of Heaven Sovereign. By the way, what's your current cultivation base? Asked Jiang Chen curiously. After I came back, I fused with the things that Heaven Sovereign left behind. Now my cultivation base has reached the 3rd grade Great Sovereign Realm. However, it's undoubtedly impossible for me to regain control of the Immortal Court with my current cultivation base. Moreover, the faster I recover, the greater the threat I will pose to Star Sovereign. Star Sovereign will never allow me to grow stronger. So I can't leave Heaven Sovereign Palace now. Once I leave, I will be killed by Star Sovereign. Nangong Wentian said with a frown. Jiang Chen and Big Yellow nodded secretly. They weren't surprised that Nangong Wentian had reached the Great Sovereign Realm. They wouldn't be too surprised even if he was a 3rd grade Great Sovereign. After all, his situation was different from Yan Qinyu and Big Yellow. Yan Qinyu and Big Yellow had truly fallen without any preparation. But Nangong Wentian was different. He was reborn after absorbing the bloodline of the desolate ancient elephant. He had planned everything before he was reborn. What can I do? Asked Jiang Chen. There are a lot of resources in the Immortal Court. It'll be beneficial for you to cultivate here. Plus, I can't find anyone I can trust now. I can only be at ease if you're here. I'm a 3rd grade Great Sovereign now, but I have a way to increase my cultivation base in a short period of time. As long as my cultivation base returns to the peak of my previous life, I won't be afraid of Star Sovereign anymore. Said Nangong Wentian. You've used up everything that you've left behind in your previous life, but you're only a 3rd grade Great Sovereign. It won't be a short time for you to return to your peak. Perhaps you have a backup plan, said De Huang Dog. You're right. I naturally have a backup plan. I failed to absorb the bloodline of the desolate ancient elephant, which led to my reincarnation. However, I still have the bloodline of the desolate ancient elephant. As long as I obtain the bloodline of the desolate ancient elephant, there's still a chance for me to return to my peak. Said Nangong Wentian. Anan, why didn't you absorb the bloodline of the desolate ancient elephant directly? Asked Jiang Chen, puzzled. It's not that I don't want to, but I don't have the strength to do so. The bloodline isn't in the Heavenly Sovereign Palace. If I leave it here, do you think that Star Sovereign won't take it away? Said Nangong Wentian with a smile. As a powerful sovereign lord, he naturally had no loopholes in his calculations. Today's situation in the Immortal Court was also within his expectations. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin and a Huang dog secretly nodded their heads, feeling that Nangong Wentian's way of doing things was pretty good. The bloodline was too important to him. Leaving it in the Heavenly Sovereign Palace was the most dangerous place. Where is the bloodline of the desolate ancient elephant? Asked Jiang Qin. In the miniature Fengqi world, said Nangong Wentian. Miniature Fengqi world? Asked Jiang Qin. The miniature Fengqi world is a special space in the immortal court. There are many demons and ghosts in it. It's a place for the genius disciples to train. Star Sovereign will never think that I've left the bloodline there. The miniature Fengqi world opens once every 6 months for the geniuses to train. There's still a month before the next opening, said Nangong Wentian. You want me to go to the miniature Fengqi world to retrieve the bloodline for you? Jiang Qin was very smart. He naturally understood what Nangong Wentian meant. That's right. You're now an immortal court disciple. You're qualified to enter the miniature Fengqi world to train. At that time I'll tell you the location of the bloodline. As long as you retrieve the bloodline, my 10,000 everlasting elephants mystic art will be able to achieve great success. At that time my strength will recover to its peak and I won't have to fear Star Sovereign anymore. Chapter 1927. All right. Jiang Qin nodded. He didn't doubt Nangong Wentian's words at all. Given Nangong Wentian's current situation, it would be hard for him to find any other way. Moreover, Jiang Qin had come to the immortal court to help Nangong Wentian. Given his current strength, it would be hard for him to provide any crucial help to Nangong Wentian. That's settled then. Familiarize yourself with the environment of the immortal world in this month. I'll take care of any trouble you cause. Nangong Wentian said with a smile. Now that Jiang Qin had arrived, he felt a lot more relaxed. At the same time, he saw hope for the future. In his eyes, Jiang Qin was a miracle creator. After the important matters were settled, the two brothers continued to chat. Jiang Qin told Nangong Wentian about his experiences in the immortal world, including monk Han Yen Chinyu, the northern and southern dynasties, and a Huang dog's identity. Anyone would be shocked by such a thing. I never thought that these guys are so powerful. They're even more powerful than me. Nangong Wentian sighed. What he said was true. Initially he thought that his identity as a heaven sovereign was powerful enough, but he didn't expect that Yen Chinyu and Big Yellow's identity was much more powerful than his. In the immortal world almost everyone knew the name of Empress Nainin. As for Demon Sovereign Dragon Sun, he was in existence on par with Immortal Execution King and Great Sovereign Zhou Xian. Alright, we don't have much time to talk. I'll be heading back first. Jiang Qin patted Nangong Wentian's shoulder. All right. The immortal court isn't like the people below, especially the current Fengqi immortal court. You have to be careful. Nangong Wentian reminded. You still don't trust me? Jiang Qin smiled, then left Heaven's Sovereign Palace with the Huang dog and flew towards the mountain peak where he lived. On the mountain peak, Zhou Xian and the others didn't return to their courtyard. Instead, they were pacing back and forth on a spacious square with anxious expressions. They didn't look as happy as they were when they first arrived at the immortal court. Seeing that Jiang Qin had returned, everyone's faces revealed a trace of joy. What's wrong? All of them looked so dejected. Jiang Qin smiled. Senior brother Jiang, there were 5 or 6 senior disciples of the immortal court who came to collect protection fees from us. Wei Yun said angrily. Protection fees? Jiang Qin was stunned. What the hell was this? Just now, a few senior disciples came. I think the leader is called Qiao Huan. He wants us to hand over 100,000 venerable grade immortal meta stones as protection fee. If we don't pay up, he'll make our lives miserable. Zhou Xian said furiously. Have you handed it over? Jiang Qin's face turned cold. It seemed that these senior disciples wanted to show them their strength. No, Qiao Huan said that everyone isn't here. When you come back, she wants us to go find them together. If we don't go, they'll teach us a lesson tomorrow. Yang Ming said. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin almost laughed out of anger. This guy was really arrogant. He even wanted to pay the protection fee on his own accord. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. Then let's wait for them to come tomorrow. At that time we can talk to them about the protection fee. Jiang Qin smiled. He wasn't an idiot. Collecting protection fee was a small matter, but he was afraid that someone was behind this. These 10 newcomers were the followers of Han Feng and Heaven Sovereign. They were destined to be unable to mingle with the other disciples. It was only a matter of time before they fought with each other. Jiang Chen just didn't expect it to happen so soon. All right. Let's wait for them to come tomorrow. We won't be easy to deal with if they want to show us their strength. That's right. This is only the first time. If we compromise, there will be a second and third time in the future. Our lives will be even more miserable. Our fists are the strongest. We must not be afraid of them. All of them were top geniuses of their respective major powers. They had never suffered such humiliation before. Now that Jiang Chen was their boss, they would naturally do whatever Jiang Chen said. However, they were still somewhat worried. Although Jiang Chen was powerful, he was only an early immortal venerable, whereas Qiao Huan was an intermediate immortal venerable and a supreme genius of the immortal court. They were afraid that Jiang Chen wouldn't be a match for her. But that wasn't important. The most important thing was to show their imposing manner. They all knew very well that if they didn't show their imposing manner this time, they would be bullied in the future. The next day. It was still early in the morning, but waves of powerful qi had already descended on the square of the mountain peak. Everyone get out here. A loud voice resounded and entered everyone's ears. They were here. Everyone had already made their preparations. One by one they walked out of their courtyards and saw that the people on the square were the same as yesterday. The one leading them was wearing a light golden robe. He could be considered a talented person. He had an arrogant air about him and his eyes were about to stare at the sky. Senior brother Jiang, it's them. Lu Yishan, who was standing beside Jiang Chen, pointed to the opposite side and said, "The leader is Qiao Huan." Jiang Chen nodded his head, then led the group towards the square. Finally they stopped not far away from Qiao Huan and the others. "How dare you all not pay the protection fee yesterday? It seems like you all won't know your position and identity if I don't teach you a lesson." An early immortal venerable spoke arrogantly. "Senior brother Qiao has said that since you all didn't pay the protection fee yesterday, the protection fee will be doubled today. Each of you will get 200,000 venerable grade immortal metastones. Don't waste any more time." Another disciple spoke, demanding double the protection fee. "I have a lot of immortal metastones with me, but why should I give them to you?" Jiang Chen said indifferently. These guys in front of him couldn't even withstand a single blow from him when they were strong enough. "Presumptuous. What's your name?" one of them shouted. "Jiang Chen." Jiang Chen announced his name in an indifferent tone. "Jiang Chen, kneel down and kowtow to senior brother Qiao right now. Otherwise you will surely end up in a miserable state." The disciple continued. "I want to remind you that those who threaten to make me kneel down will end up in a miserable state." Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. He could already see that these people were here to cause trouble. If he didn't act now, he wouldn't be able to solve the problem. "Bastard. Who do you think you are? How dare a newcomer talk to me like this? I'll cripple you immediately." Chapter 1928. Bang. Arg. Following a blood-curdling scream, the disciple rushed out quickly but returned even faster. With a kick, Jiang Chen sent the disciple flying a few hundred meters away, causing him to fall from the mountain peak. Upon seeing this, Lu Yishan and the others began to cheer up. Jiang Chen's kick was just too satisfying. They suddenly felt that they had underestimated Jiang Chen's strength. One should know that the disciple who attacked just now wasn't any weaker than them in terms of talent or strength. Even so, he still couldn't withstand a single strike from Jiang Chen. Even an intermediate immortal venerable wouldn't be able to send an early immortal venerable genius flying with a kick. While the people on Qiao Huan's side were in an uproar, staring at Jiang Chen in horror. They could clearly see that Jiang Chen's cultivation base was only at the early immortal venerable realm, which was the same as them, but his strength had reached a terrifying level. "You are Jiang Chen?" Qiao Huan frowned, looking at Jiang Chen once again. "That's right. Since you are here to collect protection fees, each of you should leave behind 500,000 venerable grade immortal metastones and I will let you all go." Jiang Chen spoke flatly, but the arrogance and unquestionable tone in his words sent shivers down people's spines. Haha. What an arrogant newcomer. It seems like you haven't taken your position properly. Do you think you can be so arrogant just because you have outstanding talent? I have to remind you that this is the immortal court, not the power that you were previously in. You'd better keep your arrogance to yourself. Qiao Huan laughed, still not putting Jiang Chen in his eyes. Enough talk. Make your move. Jiang Chen said. Courting death. Before Qiao Huan made his move, the two experts beside him had already launched an attack at Jiang Chen from the left and right. Both of them were early immortal venerables. Although Jiang Chen had sent their companion flying with a kick, they were still very confident in themselves, thinking that it was just an accident. They wanted to see how Jiang Chen was going to deal with them now. Papa. However, Jiang Chen's movement was very simple. He stood there without moving, and just as the other party was about to reach him, he raised his palm and slapped the two genius disciples' faces with lightning speed. Accompanied by two blood-curdling screams, the two of them were directly slapped to the ground by Jiang Chen and could no longer stand up. This slap knocked out all the teeth in their mouths, causing them to fall to the ground and vomit blood non-stop. The crowd was shocked once again. Even Lu Yishan and the others couldn't help but gasp when they saw Jiang Chen's strength. His strength was too terrifying. If Jiang Chen's kick just now was an accident, his current combat strength had been perfectly displayed. That kind of strength wasn't something that could be imagined by those who were at the same level as him. An early immortal venerable was like an ant in front of Jiang Chen. You guys should be glad that you guys are disciples of the immortal court. Otherwise you guys would already be dead. Jiang Chen looked at the two geniuses on the ground and spoke disdainfully. These words weren't arrogant at all. It was a fact, a very common thing. Given Jiang Chen's strength, it would be as easy as blowing off dust if he wanted to kill them. So far, Qiao Huan had 6 geniuses. 1 was sent flying and 2 were lying on the ground. Including Qiao Huan, there were 2 early immortal venerables left. At this moment, even Qiao Huan's face darkened. It seemed that Jiang Chen's strength had exceeded his imagination. He didn't have the slightest confidence in winning even if he were to fight. However, Qiao Huan absolutely couldn't admit defeat. Otherwise, not only would he lose his face, he would also lose the face of the other ordinary disciples of the immortal court. Moreover, if he retreated without a fight, the people behind him would never forgive him. Senior brother Qiao, this bastard is very powerful. Seems like you have to take action. One of the geniuses beside Qiao Huan spoke in a low voice. Qiao Huan's qi fluctuated. The powerful qi of an intermediate immortal venerable was instantly unleashed. Terrifying qi waves swept across the entire mountain peak. The difference in strength was like the difference between heaven and earth. Jiang Chen, what you have done today has put you in an irrecoverable situation. It's still not too late if you kneel down and apologize now. Qiao Huan spoke lung, his face full of anger. You talk too much nonsense. Jiang Chen shook his head, looking a little impatient. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. I'd like to see how powerful an early immortal venerable can be. Qiao Huan moved. A terrifying giant palm slapped towards Jiang Chen. This strike contained his powerful combat strength. It seemed like he was determined to kill Jiang Chen in one blow. Jiang Chen shook his head once more. Such combat strength was too weak for him. He didn't even bother to deal with these bastards. Pong. Similarly, the instant Qiao Huan made his move, Jiang Chen also struck out a powerful palm strike. The two palms collided with each other. The resulting shockwave blanketed the entire martial arena. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, Qiao Huan's terrifying palm was destroyed by Jiang Chen as if it couldn't withstand a single blow from Jiang Chen. After destroying Qiao Huan's attack, Jiang Chen's attack didn't slow down at all. It went straight towards Qiao Huan's head. Not good. Qiao Huan sighed inwardly. After sensing the terror of Jiang Chen's strength, he finally understood the truth. The gap between him and Jiang Chen wasn't just a little bit. The opponent's energy was like a mountain pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to breathe. Unfortunately, it was a little too late. Even if he used all his strength, he wouldn't be able to withstand Jiang Chen's attack. Bang! Arg! Another miserable shriek sounded out. Qiao Huan was slapped onto the ground by Jiang Chen, creating a huge crater on the ground. Just like the other 2 disciples before him, he laid on the ground, unable to stand up again. There was no difference between an intermediate immortal venerable and an early immortal venerable in a battle with Zhou Xian. The outcome would be the same. No early or intermediate immortal venerable would be able to withstand a single strike from Zhou Xian. What? Exclamations sounded from the surroundings. Except for the two disciples brought by Qiao Huan, Lu Yishan and the others widened their eyes in shock. They had already had a very high estimation of Zhou Qian's combat strength, but it seemed like they had still underestimated Zhou Qian. Senior brother Zhang is too powerful. Although we are all early immortal venerable experts, the gap between us and him isn't small. It seems like following senior brother Zhang is a very wise choice. Otherwise, given our strength, we will be easily bullied in the immortal court. Chapter 1929. Zhang Chen's strength made Lu Yishan and the others view Zhang Chen in a new light. At the same time, it also raised their morale. However, they were still worried about the medicinal pills in their hearts. Zhang Chen's brutal beating of these geniuses would surely attract more powerful geniuses. At that time, they were afraid that it would be more difficult to deal with them. Additionally, it wouldn't benefit them if the matter was blown out of proportion. After all, they were all newcomers and didn't have the ability to fight against those senior disciples. However, judging from the current situation, they had no choice but to fight back. If Zhang Chen didn't fight back, they would be the ones being bullied. Right now, they were on the same side as Zhang Chen, like grasshoppers on the same rope. Compared to the excitement of Lu Yishan and the others, the expressions of the two geniuses brought by Qiao Huan were unnatural. The fact that even Qiao Huan couldn't withstand a single strike from Zhang Chen had made them lose their arrogance. Their eyes were now filled with fear when they looked at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen's strength had completely exceeded their imagination. The fact that they were able to come to the immortal court had already proved their talent, but in front of Zhang Chen, the arrogance that they should have had vanished without a trace. Compared to Zhang Chen, they were just trash. How could they dare to call themselves geniuses? But Zhang Chen walked towards Qiao Huan, stepped on her face and rubbed his face. This was the fate of those who dared to be arrogant in front of him. Ayo! Qiao Huan howled. As a genius disciple of the immortal court, he had never suffered such humiliation before. It was the greatest humiliation of his life to be trampled on and trampled on. The blow to his heart was too great. Zhang Chen, how dare you step on me? You must be tired of living. Qiao Huan threatened with a lisp. Is that so? Believe it or not, I will kill you right now. Let's see who will die first. Zhang Chen exerted more force on his foot. He didn't put Qiao Huan's threat in his heart at all. Alright Zhang Chen, we admit defeat today. If you let us go, Qiao Huan, will never trouble you again. Qiao Huan said. He was a smart man. He knew that he had provoked a tough opponent today. Zhang Chen didn't seem to care about his threats at all. If he continued to threaten Zhang Chen, he would only suffer more losses. Therefore, he might as well beg for mercy and settle the score with Zhang Chen in the future. I can let you go. Take out 500,000 venerable grade immortal meta stones and scram. Zhang Chen said. Since these guys were here to collect protection fees, he would definitely make them bleed. What? 500,000? Zhang Chen, this is daylight robbery. Qiao Huan almost coughed out a mouthful of blood. 500,000 venerable grade immortal meta stones was his entire fortune. Asking him to give all of it to Zhang Chen was worse than killing him. 700,000 venerable grade immortal meta stones. I don't like people bargaining for me. Since you guys want to collect protection fees, I will let you have a taste of it. Zhang Chen said indifferently. Poot, this time Qiao Huan spurted out a mouthful of blood. Because of Zhang Chen's words, the price had been increased by another 200,000. This Zhang Chen was clearly not giving him a way out. At this moment, even if he wanted to, he wouldn't be able to take it out. Zhang Chen, don't go too far. We're here to collect the protection fee under the order of senior brother Li Song. Even if we've collected the protection fee, we'll have to give a large part of it to senior brother Li Song. If you dare touch me, you'll be making senior brother Li Song your enemy. Qiao Huan kept struggling under Zhang Chen's foot, but he couldn't get up. He knew that he was unlucky today. Li Song waved his hand, gesturing the disciple to calm down. His eyes kept sizing up Jiang Chen as though trying to see through Jiang Chen, but he was disappointed in the end. "You are Jiang Chen?" asked Li Song. "What's the point of asking a question you already know the answer to?" Jiang Chen didn't put Li Song in his eyes at all. The fury in Li Song's eyes intensified. Given his identity and status in the immortal court, he was respected wherever he went, but he could see a trace of contempt in Jiang Chen's eyes. That was to say, Jiang Chen really didn't put him in his eyes, which was intolerable to him. "Senior brother Li, save us!" Qiao Huan shouted in a muffled voice. It could be said that she had lost all face today. Only when she saw Li Song arrive did she see a glimmer of hope. "Jiang Chen, let them go." Li Song spoke in a commanding tone. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand. 4,200,000. Not a single one less. Bastard. The late immortal venerable beside Li Song couldn't stand it any longer. "Who do you think you are?" Jiang Chen glanced at the man without a care in the world. "Jiang Chen, you are just a newcomer. Aren't you being a little too arrogant? It seems like you won't know your place if I don't teach you a lesson." The disciple said sternly. "You'd better not do anything or Li Song will have to pay another ransom." Jiang Chen reminded him kindly. "What an arrogant bastard. Do you dare to fight me, Wei Hui?" This man was called Wei Hui. As a late immortal venerable genius, he had never been provoked like this before. Today he would teach this arrogant kid a lesson to establish his dignity. Fight? Sure. Jiang Chen wasn't afraid. It was his dream to fight a late immortal venerable genius. Given Jiang Chen's current combat strength, he could kill an ordinary late immortal venerable in a single strike. In his dragon form, only late immortal venerable geniuses were qualified to fight him. Only those who were qualified to fight him. "All right, I'll beat you until you lie on the ground like a dog." Wei Hui was incomparably arrogant. "You're pretty good at talking big, but I wonder if you have any real skills," Jiang Chen said. Powerful chi waves began to roll from his body. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into his dragon form. "What the hell is that?" Many of them were surprised. Those who hadn't come into contact with Jiang Chen before wouldn't know how powerful the dragon form was. Even Lu Yishan and the rest were shocked to see Jiang Chen's dragon form for the first time. Senior brother Jiang is using a powerful transformation skill. I can feel that his combat power has increased by at least 10 times under this transformation state. That's right. Isn't that a 10-fold increase in combat strength a little too terrifying? It seems like we have underestimated senior brother Jiang. He's a true genius. I'm afraid that he can even fight a late immortal venerable. Chapter 1931. Lu Yishan and the others were too surprised. After seeing Jiang Chen's dragon transformation, they began to have high hopes for Jiang Chen. On the opposite side, Li Song and the others also frowned at the transformed Jiang Chen. They were very shocked by such a powerful skill. It should be known that a common forbidden skill could double or even triple the user's combat strength after being used. They had never seen anyone like Jiang Chen who could directly increase his combat strength by 10 times. It was enough to be described as heaven-defying. However, Wei Hui was not afraid. In his opinion, Jiang Chen was only capable of this. "I was wondering how powerful you are. So this is the capital for your arrogance?" Wei Hui scoffed at Jiang Chen's dragon transformation. In his mind, any forbidden skill that could increase combat strength had a great side effect. The more combat strength was increased, the greater the side effect. Moreover, such a forbidden skill could not support a powerful combat strength for a long time. It could only support a short period of time. Once the time was up, the user would fall into a powerful period of weakness. Unfortunately, Wei Hui did not understand Jiang Chen's dragon transformation. The dragon transformation was also Jiang Chen's original state. It was a unique combat state. He had the support of the powerful true dragon bloodline. His combat strength was endless and would never weaken. There would not be any side effect at all. Bang! As soon as Wei Hui's voice fell, he suddenly felt a great force tearing his body from the ground. The sudden force almost made him lose control and sit on the ground. Even so, he staggered and looked extremely embarrassed. It was a sharp contrast with his arrogant posture a second ago. Earth Prison. It had been a long time since Jiang Chen used this move. After all, for a battle between experts, They usually opened up a void battlefield. Almost no one fought on the ground. However, at this moment Wei Hui was still standing on the ground and did not fly up. Therefore Jiang Qin used this move. From the result, it seemed that the earth prison was very effective. Swish. Without giving Wei Hui the slightest chance to react, Jiang Qin displayed the Great Void technique and appeared in front of Wei Hui like a ghost. The true dragon palm smacked down from the sky. At this moment, Wei Hui was still in shock from the earth prison. In his panic he had not even adjusted his breathing. How could he have the time to deal with Jiang Qin's attack? The speed of the Great Void technique was unparalleled in the world. Even if it was a head-on battle, Wei Hui might not have much time to react, let alone in this situation. Bang! The true dragon palm was incomparably ferocious and directly landed on Wei Hui's body. Wei Hui let out a miserable cry as he was slapped into the ground by Jiang Qin, creating a huge crater. From above it looked like a huge dragon claw mark. In the next moment, Wei Hui crawled out of the deep crater. His body was covered with blood and he looked extremely miserable. He yelled angrily but it was useless. As soon as he emerged from the deep crater he was slapped into the ground by Jiang Qin. This time he couldn't climb out of the crater. The scene stunned everyone present. Each of them stared at Jiang Qin with their mouths agape. They simply couldn't believe that this was true, especially Lu Yishan and the others. At this moment their admiration for Jiang Qin was like a torrential river. This is too awesome. Yang Ming swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. Jiang Qin's thunderous means were just too heaven-defying. One should know that Jiang Qin was a late immortal venerable and a genius expert. An ordinary late immortal venerable couldn't be compared to him. However, despite his strength he still couldn't withstand a single strike from Jiang Qin and was slammed into the deep crater. Is this bastard still human? How can he be so ferocious? He's merely an early immortal venerable. This is just too heaven-defying. Even senior brother Wei Hui was defeated. When did such a monstrous genius appear in Fengqi immortal domain? Those who followed Li Song were shocked. Now they finally understood that although Jiang Qin was arrogant he had the right to be arrogant. In reality Wei Hui wasn't that weak. He had just been too careless. Everything had happened because he had underestimated his opponent. The sudden attack from the earth prison had caused him to fall into a state of panic. However, in a battle between experts, this kind of panic was undoubtedly destructive. Jiang Qin no longer cared about Wei Hui in the deep crater, because he knew that Wei Hui wouldn't be able to stand up again. Jiang Qin turned his head and extended his hand to Li Song. 7 people for 1,900,000 ransom. This was daylight extortion. Qiao Huan, who was lying on the ground, almost fainted. Today he finally saw what was called shameless. Jiang Qin, your performance has indeed surprised me, but you really shouldn't have offended me. I'm not someone you can afford to offend. Today I'll personally teach you the most profound lesson, said Li Song coldly and arrogantly. Li Song said coldly and arrogantly. There were waves of air drifting around his body. It seemed that he was ready to fight in person. Swoosh. With a sway of his body, Li Song soared into the sky and opened up a battlefield with a wave of his hand. He had seen clearly that Wei Hui was defeated because he had fallen into Jiang Qin's trap. Having learned his lesson, Li Song flew up into the sky, not giving Jiang Qin a chance to launch a sneak attack on him. Moreover, Li Song no longer underestimated Jiang Qin. Judging from his solemn expression, he had already regarded Jiang Qin as a real opponent. Good. Senior brother Li's cultivation base has already reached the peak of late immortal venerable realm. He's only a step away from the half-step sovereign realm. He's one of the best among the ordinary disciples and has the highest chance of breaking through to the half-step sovereign realm in a short period of time. He's many times stronger than senior brother Wei Hui. No matter how strong Jiang Qin is, he's only an early immortal venerable. How can he be a match for senior brother Li? That's right. Senior brother Li's 9 heavy waves has already reached the acme of perfection. It'll be a piece of cake for him to deal with Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin is certainly finished. No matter how heaven-defying he is, he shouldn't have made senior brother Li his enemy as soon as he arrived in the immortal court. Given senior brother Li's identity, he won't be punished even if he kills Jiang Qin here. The people on Li Song's side were undoubtedly very optimistic about Li Song. All along, Li Song had been their idol and target of worship, which made them worship him blindly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Chapter 1932. The reason was very simple. Not only was Li Song strong, but he also had a powerful backer. Who's that dragon man? How dare he fight Li Song? He really doesn't know how to spell the word death. Don't underestimate this man. Didn't you see the people lying on the ground? It's possible that he did it. I'm afraid that a monstrous genius has come to the immortal court. The newcomers are too arrogant. They even dare to look down on Li Song. I can only say that newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Many onlookers had come to watch the show. No matter where Zhou Xian went, he was destined to be extraordinary, and that place was destined to be plunged into chaos. There was no doubt about it. All along, the places Zhou Xian had been to had never been peaceful. Zhou Xian flapped his dragon wings and soared into the sky, coming to the opposite side of Li Song. The qi radiating from his body was rolling like waves. It didn't seem any weaker than Li Song's. Zhou Xian, Li Song will teach you a lesson today. I'll teach you how to be a man. Li Song punched at Zhou Xian in an incomparably domineering manner. The punch produced a terrifying qi wave that turned into a qi dragon and whizzed towards Zhou Xian. Such an attack was powerful enough. At least it was many times stronger than Wei Hui's, but Zhou Xian didn't mind it at all. Li Song was naturally powerful, but he wasn't weak either. The true dragon palm was unleashed once again. A terrifyingly huge blood-red dragon claw landed on the qi wave. With a ferocious claw, one of the qi dragons was torn apart. The void was blasted apart by the terrifying energy, and a huge black hole appeared. This bastard's combat strength is so terrifying. He's only an early immortal venerable. What a monstrous talent. If my cultivation base wasn't at the peak of immortal venerable realm, I'm afraid that I won't be a match for him today. Li Song thought to himself. Seeing that Zhou Xian had crushed his attack with one move, he was more or less shocked. He had always been very arrogant, and the younger generation had never been convinced by others. But the appearance of Zhou Xian had really stimulated him. He almost had no doubt that if he and Zhou Xian were at the same level, he would probably be no match for Zhou Xian, just like Qiao Huan and the others. In fact, even with his current condition, he might not be a match for Zhou Xian. Li Song, if that's all you've got, don't make a fool of yourself. Zhou Xian said loudly. Zhou Xian, don't be so arrogant. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Li Song looked completely angry. The waves on his body were getting stronger and stronger. One layer after another, ripples appeared in the void. I'll let you have a taste of my 9 heavy waves. Li Song used the trump card that he was proud of, the qi shaking 9 layers waves, which transformed all the energy in his body into waves. Each wave was more powerful than the previous one. The 9 layers waves represented 9 levels of terror. Once it was used, the opponent would feel as if he had fallen into a boundless ocean, with no end in sight and no hope. In the blink of an eye, Li Song's qi dispelling 9 heavy waves was fully unleashed. 9 layers of energy waves formed a huge void barrier shrouding Zhou Xian within. Good. That's more like it. Upon seeing the power of the 9 heavy waves, a hint of excitement emerged on Zhou Qian's face. He longed for such a battle. If Li Song's performance was too weak, it would be meaningless. The stronger the opponent, the happier he would be. Only such a battle could arouse Zhou Qian's battle intent and test his true combat strength. 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal. Zhou Qian conjured powerful seals with both of his hands. For a moment, terrifying true dragons emerged and rushed in all directions. 5 different types of true dragons were wreaking havoc. The whole sky was filled with dragon roars. Mystical dragon shadows were rampaging in the void, clashing with Li Song's 9 heavy waves. The heavens and earth were stirred into chaos. The void was torn into pieces. Such a battle was just too violent and soul-stirring. Countless eyes fell upon the battlefield. At this moment, no one would underestimate Zhou Xian. Everyone was shocked, wondering when such a heaven-defying existence had emerged in Fengqi immortal domain. How can this bastard be so terrifying? Yeah. We are all early immortal venerables, but why is the gap between us so huge? It's really infuriating to compare with others. Who do you think will win? It's hard to say. It's hard to say. I think Li Song has a higher chance of winning. After all, the chi-rippling 9 heavy waves isn't an easy technique to deal with. Plus, Li Song's cultivation base has almost reached the half-step sovereign realm. Although Xianxia is heaven-defying, he's still an early immortal venerable. I don't believe that he can defeat Li Song, who is much higher than him. Everyone was shocked. This kind of battle was too exciting. Qiao Huan and the others suddenly felt how ignorant they were. With their meager strength, they had come to show off their strength and threatened to collect protection fees. But now they had been beaten to such a state. They really deserved it. As the saying went, if you don't court death, you won't die. Now Qiao Huan could only hope that Li Song could defeat Xianxia and avenge them. Otherwise they, the senior disciples, would lose all their face. Zhou Xian and the others were very excited. Xianxia's power had once again refreshed their cognition and thoughts. They were already numb to it. They believed that they wouldn't be too surprised even if Xianxia defeated Li Song. Honglong. The battle was still incomparably intense. The 5 elemental combat dragon and the 9 heavy waves collided constantly, trying to destroy each other. Both Xianxia and Li Song were continuously transferring energy to each other. I'm done playing with you. Slaughter Dragon Seal. Xianxia's chi changed once more. His body was filled with endless killing intent. He had already comprehended the Tao of slaughter. The terrifying Slaughter Dragon Seal was unleashed by him. A blood-red frenzied dragon of slaughter whizzed out and joined the battlefield. Honglong. This time the barrier formed by the 9 heavy waves could no longer withstand it. It began to crack inch by inch and eventually collapsed. Barf. The 9 heavy waves was destroyed by Xianxia's Slaughter Dragon Seal. Immediately, Li Song suffered a great backlash and spurted out a mouthful of blood. The 9 heavy waves was his strongest attack. It was closely linked to his energy. It was imaginable how much impact it had on him now that it was destroyed by Xianxia. How is this possible? Chapter 1933. Presently Li Song was in endless shock. He simply couldn't accept the reality, and couldn't imagine how an immortal venerable could be so powerful. This was just too heaven-defying. The entire scene turned silent in an instant. Everyone's eyes were unblinking and their mouths almost dropped to the ground. No one had expected such an outcome. No one believed that Xianxia could defeat Li Song. One should know that Li Song's cultivation base was infinitely close to the half-step sovereign realm. Even if he encountered an ordinary half-step sovereign, he would still be able to put up a fight. Today, a monstrous genius had emerged out of nowhere and defeated Li Song with a mere early immortal venerable cultivation base. No one would believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes. It was too shocking and exciting. What kind of monstrous genius is this guy? Could he be a heavenly god? That's right. This is just too heaven-defying. Is he really just an early immortal venerable? And have you all noticed that his transformation technique hasn't affected him at all? That's right. This guy is going to make a name for himself in this battle. Even Li Song was defeated by him. I'm afraid that there's no one with such talent in the immortal court. This battle is bound to attract the attention of the higher-ups. Perhaps a mighty immortal sovereign will take a liking to him. From then on he will soar to the sky. In any case, he will surely be heavily nurtured by the immortal court. Everyone was in a state of intense shock. Most of them still hadn't recovered from their shock, but they were almost certain that Xianxia was bound to make a name for himself in this battle. He was bound to attract the attention of the higher-ups and be heavily nurtured by the immortal court in the future. Don't worry. The battle isn't over yet. Don't forget that Li Song's grandfather is a second-grade great sovereign. He must have a trump card. Someone spoke. His words reminded the crowd. Everyone's eyes fell upon the battlefield in the sky once more. Currently, Li Song's face was full of anger in addition to astonishment. Although he had already suffered the powerful backlash of the soul-stirring 9 heavy waves, he didn't seem to be afraid at all. Clearly, just like what the man said, Li Song might have a powerful trump card. Xianxia, I didn't expect you to be so strong. However, don't get lucky. Offending me won't end well for you. Li Song straightened his body and said viciously to Xianxia. Don't talk big. What other tricks do you have? Xianxia sneered. Li Song flipped his hand and a golden pill appeared in his palm. There seemed to be the shadow of a dragon flashing inside the pill. The moment the pill appeared, even though he was far away, Jiang Chen could feel the terrifying energy coming from the pill. Initially I was planning to use this Longyang pellet to break through to the half-martial emperor realm. However, I never found a suitable opportunity to do so. Today's battle with you has caused me to be seriously injured. However, the bottleneck has also suddenly been broken through, allowing me to find the best opportunity to break through to the half-martial emperor realm. As long as I consume the Longyang pellet now, my cultivation will immediately break through to the half-martial emperor realm. At that time, dealing with you will be as easy as crushing an ant. Li Song said proudly. Zhoosh. However, as soon as Li Song's voice faded, a golden light suddenly appeared in front of him like a ghost. Li Song felt a sharp pain in his arm as if he was shaken by some kind of force. The Longyang pellet in his hand suddenly disappeared. When he came to his senses, he found that the Longyang pellet was already in Jiang Chen's hand. Jia Jia. At this time a dog laughed sinisterly. Li Song's angry eyes fell on De Huang dog. He was sure that it was this dog who attacked him just now. Damn dog, how dare you steal my pellet? Li Song had an urge to vomit blood. The Longyang pellet was extremely precious. It was specially prepared by his grandfather for him to find the right opportunity to break through to the half-martial emperor realm. He had never found the right condition to break through to the half-martial emperor realm, so he had always kept the Longyang pellet as a treasure. Today's battle with Jiang Chen had benefited him greatly. Originally he had planned to refine the Longyang pellet to break through to the half-martial emperor realm, but he didn't expect that a dog would appear out of nowhere and snatch his pellet at lightning speed. How could Li Song not be angry? Where the fuck did this dog come from? How could it be so fast? Damn it. Where did this dog come from? This dog isn't simple. Li Song has suffered a great loss this time. The Longyang pellet was snatched away by a dog. Now that it has fallen into the hands of Jiang Chen, isn't it a great gift to his opponent? What a deceptive dog. Li Song must have the heart to die now. The Longyang pellet is his hope to break through to the half-martial emperor realm. The sudden turn of events left everyone dumbfounded. Li Song's incomparably complacent expression turned into sorrow the next moment. Many of them could see that this dog wasn't a simple character. The lightning-fast attack just now was so fast that even a peak immortal venerable like Li Song didn't have the chance to react. Other than Li Song being careless and not paying attention to the dog, the big yellow dog's strength was the main reason for the situation. As a matter of fact, even if Li Song was fully focused, it would still be a piece of cake for De Huang dog to snatch his pellet. Even if Li Song swallowed the pellet, De Huang dog would spit it out. After all, the gap between them wasn't small. Little Chenzi, the main effect of this Longyang pellet is to help a peak immortal venerable break through to the half-step sovereign realm. If a peak immortal venerable takes the Longyang pellet, there's an 80% chance of success. If he chooses the right time, he will certainly advance to the half-step sovereign realm. That kid took out the Longyang pellet when he found the right time, but unfortunately he met Master Dog. Kaka. De Huang dog was incomparably excited. He had always been good at doing such things. Apart from helping you break through to the half-step sovereign realm, the Longyang pellet can improve your cultivation base by 1 level. If you swallow it, you will immediately advance to the intermediate immortal venerable realm. At that time, not even a half-step sovereign will be a match for you. De Huang dog continued. That's amazing. After listening to De Huang dog's words, Jiang Chen's eyes glowed with a strange light. To him, the most important thing was to improve his cultivation base. A Longyang pellet could advance his cultivation base to the intermediate immortal venerable realm without any side effects. It wouldn't even affect his foundation. This was simply what Jiang Chen had been dreaming of. It should have belonged to him, but now his opponent was using his pill to enhance his cultivation base in front of him. Even coughing up a basin of blood wouldn't be able to get rid of the depression and grievance in his heart. Damn it. This was too abominable. Unfortunately, Li Song was no longer able to do anything in front of Jiang Chen. Before he could reach Jiang Chen, he was sent flying by Jiang Chen's kick. Presently, Jiang Chen was too lazy to pay attention to Li Song. All his attention was focused on breaking through to the intermediate immortal venerable realm. Nothing was more important than this. The number of dragon marks condensed very quickly. In just a few minutes, the number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's Qi Si had reached 1.55 million, which was exactly the amount needed to break through to the intermediate immortal venerable realm. It was the sound of a breakthrough. A large number of immortal metastones were refined by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's cultivation base immediately broke through to the intermediate immortal venerable realm. Even so, the medicinal power of the Longyang pill wasn't exhausted. It added another 10,000 dragon marks to Jiang Chen. 1.56 million dragon marks. No wonder it's the Longyang pill that could allow one to break through to the half-step sovereign realm. Its effect is extraordinary. Not only that, but my foundation isn't affected in the slightest. In fact, it's even more stable than before. Such a peerless pill is simply perfect. Jiang Chen was very excited. He had obtained such a great benefit on his first day in the immortal court. This trip wasn't in vain. Bastard. Li Song burst into tears when he saw Jiang Chen successfully advancing to the next level with the Longyang pill, as though the most important thing in his life had been taken away by someone else. But, without saying a word, Jiang Chen slapped Li Song to the ground. This slap made Li Song like a dead dog, unable to get up again. Then Jiang Chen grabbed Li Song's neck and threw him to the side of Qiao Huan. Now Qiao Huan, two early immortal venerable disciples, Wei Hui and Li Song, were lying on the ground. There were 5 of them in total. Jiang Chen, what are you doing? Li Song gritted his teeth and said. He had lost a lot of face today and all his prestige had been swept away. Losing face was a small matter, but losing the Longyang elixir was a big deal. Every time he thought about it, he had the urge to cry. What am I doing? Wait for someone to pay ransom for you. If no one comes, you can just keep lying here. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Li Song spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground. He almost fainted. How could he be so unlucky to meet such a scoundrel? He had already stolen the Longyang elixir and now he wanted a ransom. He was simply insatiable. He had seen shameless people, but he had never seen such a shameless person. Fuck. Is this bastard crazy? How can he ask for ransom when he doesn't know what's good for him? Interesting. I'd like to see how he's going to deal with this. Chapter 1935. Many of them thought that Jiang Chen should stop while he was ahead. After all, he had already obtained the Longyang pill. It would only be disadvantageous for him if he continued to cause trouble. One should know that Li Song wasn't someone to be trifled with. His grandfather was the one that he couldn't afford to offend. Wei Yun, go get a stool. Jiang Chen said to Wei Yun. Got it. Wei Yun turned and went to the courtyard to bring out a tiger chair and placed it behind Jiang Chen. Wei Yun and the others were now full of admiration for Jiang Chen. They had never seen someone as amazing as Jiang Chen. Today's incident had made their blood boil. In any case, all of them who had followed Jiang Chen felt their blood boiling, and they felt proud and elated. Wei Yun and the others were now completely loyal to Jiang Chen. They had even regarded Jiang Chen as their idol. Jiang Chen sat down on the tiger chair and crossed his legs, completely unperturbed. Jiang Chen was a smart man. He knew what he was doing. He also knew that there was someone behind Li Song, but the more he knew, the more he wanted to cause trouble. His purpose of coming to the Immortal Court this time was to help Nangong Wentian, but after arriving at the Immortal Court he found that things were far more complicated than he had imagined. Currently, the entire Immortal Court was under the control of Star Sovereign. Heaven Sovereign had disappeared for too long. Even if he returned now, not many people would respect him. Jiang Chen knew very well that even if he went to the miniature Fengqi world and helped Heaven Sovereign find the ancient elephant bloodline and restore his cultivation base to its peak, it still wouldn't allow Heaven Sovereign to truly regain control of the Immortal Court. It wasn't an easy process. In order to regain control of the Immortal Court, he must start from the inside and rebuild his own force step by step. That was why Jiang Chen wanted to cause trouble. He wanted to muddy the stagnant water of the Immortal Court so that he could fish in troubled waters and find an opportunity to disintegrate the Immortal Court. Jiang Qin didn't know where the opportunity was or when he would come back, but since he was already here he must not let the immortal court remain peaceful. Since Li Song had given him a chance to make a scene, he might as well make a scene and force the bigwigs of the immortal court to come out. Jiang Qin, you don't know what's good for you. You will definitely pay a heavy price for what you've done. Li Song lay on the ground and kept screaming. However, he was suppressed by Jiang Chen's aura and couldn't get up at all. You're just a loser. If I were you, I would just lie here and not say a word. You'd better pray that someone will come to redeem you. Otherwise you can just lie here forever. Jiang Chen said calmly and patted Li Song's head. Wow. Li Song spurted out another mouthful of blood. What kind of figure and identity was he? He had always been unstoppable in the immortal court. Today he had met such a daring bastard who dared to make him kneel on the ground like a dead dog. He had lost all his face. If he had the chance in the future he would definitely have his revenge. Li Song thought to himself. Senior brother Jiang, isn't the matter a bit too big? Lu Yishan, who was standing beside Jiang Qin, said cautiously. When would this come to an end? Plus, this was only their first day in the immortal court. Don't worry. Someone will come to redeem them soon. We'll divide the ransom later. Given Li Song's status in the immortal court, he wasn't afraid that no one would come. It wouldn't take long for someone to come knocking on his door after today's matter had escalated to such an extent. Jiang Qin was unafraid of anything. He would deal with whatever came his way. Lu Yishan shook his head. He didn't dare to ask for such a ransom. Just as Jiang Qin had expected, in just a few minutes, a powerful qi rushed out of the immortal court and arrived at the peak of the mountain in the blink of an eye. It was an old man. He seemed to be a half-step sovereign, but a half-step sovereign had a certain status in the immortal court. He was at least an elder like Han Feng. As soon as the old man appeared, he immediately saw the scene on the mountain peak. When he saw Li Song lying on the ground after being beaten, the old man's expression changed drastically. Bastard! What did you do to Li Song? The old man bellowed at Jiang Qin in anger. Elder Kong, save me. Li Song turned to the old man and begged for help. Jiang Qin is in trouble this time. Elder Kong has been following Li Song's grandfather. He must have heard that something happened to Li Song. That's why he came here as soon as possible. It seems that he won't let this matter go. That's right. Elder Kong is a powerful half-step sovereign. No matter how powerful Jiang Qin is, he won't be a match for a half-step sovereign. Of course, even if his cultivation base has just advanced enough to fight a half-step sovereign, I don't think he has the guts to do so. After all, his opponent is an elder. Look, it's getting more and more lively. I'd like to see how Jiang Qin is going to deal with this. The appearance of Elder Kong made the atmosphere even tenser. They all knew Elder Kong. He was an elder of the immortal court who was in charge of the affairs of the ordinary disciples. His status was neither high nor low like Han Feng, but he was the face of the immortal court in the outside world. Brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Release Li Song at once. I'll punish you severely today. Elder Kong's voice was stern. Old man, stop bullshitting. If you want to release him, pay me the ransom. Jiang Qin stretched out his palm towards Elder Kong, asking for the ransom. What the fuck? Upon seeing this, many people felt dizzy. Is this guy blinded by money? That's an elder of the immortal court. Doesn't he know that he's in big trouble? Putting aside the other matters, the fact that he didn't even put an elder in his eyes was enough to punish him. Not just the others, even Elder Kong was dumbfounded. Ransom? What ransom? How dare this guy ask for money? What the hell is he doing? A total of 8 people and 6 million venerable grade immortal meta stones. If you have the money, pay the ransom now. If not, get lost. Let the rich come. Jiang Qin waved his hand at Elder Kong, his face full of impatience. Elder Kong rolled his eyes. Brat, it seems like I have to teach you a lesson. I'll let you know the rules. Elder Kong was infuriated. Without saying a word, he stretched out his huge palm to grab Jiang Qin. Seeing Elder Kong's attack, Jiang Qin leaped up from the tiger chair, instantly transforming into his dragon form and slapped at Elder Kong with a ferocious palm. Bang! A shocking scene unfolded. Elder Kong, a half-step sovereign, was sent flying out of the mountain by Jiang Qin's palm. Chapter 1936. While this time the scene went out of control. Countless people's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. By God! Does he have to be so ferocious? That's a half-step sovereign. Am I hallucinating? Ferocious. He's a peerless, ferocious man. He's the first one to beat an elder on his first day here. I admire him. I Wu Lao Air admire him from the bottom of my heart. He's simply invincible. At this moment no one could remain calm anymore. They couldn't remain calm at all. It wasn't that they hadn't seen fierce people before, but they had never seen someone so fierce to such an extent. This was going against the heavens. As a matter of fact, it wasn't surprising that Elder Kong couldn't withstand Jiang Chen's attack. After all, Elder Kong was just an ordinary half-step sovereign who had just advanced to half-step sovereign. His combat strength was even weaker than Han Feng's. If they really fought, Li Song would be able to fight Elder Kong to a draw. If it was a moment ago, Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't be able to send Elder Kong flying so easily, but things were different now. Due to the Longyang pill, Jiang Chen's cultivation base had improved tremendously, pushing to the intermediate immortal venerable realm. Someone like Elder Kong was no longer a match for Jiang Chen. Their combat strength wasn't on the same level. Li Song, who thought that he had seen his savior, was completely dumbfounded. He was dumbfounded for two reasons. Firstly, he didn't think that Jiang Chen would be so bold that he even dared to hit an elder. The second point that depressed Li Song the most was the improvement of Jiang Chen's cultivation base. It was as if Jiang Chen had become a different person in just a blink. One should know that this was all because of his Longyang pill. Thinking of the pill, Li Song couldn't help but burst into tears. Jiang Chen, my grandpa won't let you go. Li Song gritted his teeth. Then we'll talk about it when your grandpa comes. The indifference on Jiang Chen's face made people wonder where he got his confidence from. He didn't even put a great sovereign in his eyes. More and more people gathered outside the mountain peak. They were all here to watch the show. Normally very few people would come here. What happened today was already a major event. A new disciple had caused such a commotion that not even a half-step sovereign was a match for him. Given Li Song's identity, everyone knew that even his grandpa would come in person soon. At that time Jiang Chen would be in deep trouble. Little Chenzi, are you confident? De Huang Dog asked in a low voice. Don't worry, I just used the great divination art to divine it. There are already experts paying attention to this place. The stronger I appear, the more attention I'll attract. Once Li Song's grandfather comes, the experts in the dark will come to stop him. Jiang Chen said with incomparable confidence. Although he didn't have a complete plan, his goal was very clear. To stir up the immortal court, which was a pool of stagnant water. This guy is a lunatic. He doesn't care about his life at all. If Li Song's grandfather really comes later, will he have a good time? That's right. He's too arrogant. I don't know what he's thinking. I think there's something wrong with his brain. Elder Li Yuan is a second-grade great sovereign. Plus, everyone in the immortal court knows that Elder Li Yuan is very protective of Li Song. Not only did Jiang Chen snatch Li Song's Longyang pill, but he also beat Li Song up. What's the difference between this and seeking death? Yeah. Given Elder Li Yuan's status and identity, no one would dare to say anything if he crippled a new disciple. In their opinion, what Jiang Chen was doing now was insane. One should know that even if he knew when to stop, he might not be able to achieve a good result. It was imaginable what would happen if he went too far. Not long after that, a super overbearing qi drifted from the sky. The person hadn't arrived yet, but the boundless pressure had already filled the air. That was the pressure of a great sovereign. It was so oppressive that it could make one's soul tremble. Jiang Chen sat on the tiger chair, raising his eyebrows frivolously, looking at the direction of the incoming person. His face was full of indifference, as if he had no intention of standing up from the chair. The big shot had arrived. He was a fat old man in his 50s, his face full of killing intent. The fury of a great sovereign instantly spread across the sky of the immortal court. Many disciples couldn't bear the pressure. Their faces darkened. Some of the weaker ones had to move away from the mountain peak. The incomer was none other than Li Song's grandpa Li Yuan, a powerful second-grade great sovereign. Save me, grandpa. This bastard snatched my Longyang pill. Seeing that his grandfather was here, Li Song shouted loudly as if he had seen a life-saving straw. At the mention of the Longyang elixir, Li Song's mood was extremely complicated. A mouthful of blood had rushed to his throat, but he forcibly swallowed it back. "Brat, I think you know what to do now," Li Yuan said to Jiang Chen. Although his tone was flat, everyone could hear the anger in his words. Li Yuan felt that now that he had personally appeared, this suicidal kid would immediately release his grandson and then kneel on the ground and kowtow to beg for mercy. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen stretched out his palm and said, 5,600,000 venerable grade immortal meta stones. Pay the ransom. Otherwise, get lost. What? Countless people felt dizzy once more. Even Li Yuan, a second-grade great sovereign, staggered and almost fell from the sky. Get lost. This was too much. No one in the entire immortal court had ever dared to ask him to get lost. It's over. This Jiang Chen is definitely done for. He has thoroughly offended elder Li Yuan. Offending a second-grade great sovereign wouldn't end well for him. Courting death. Li Yuan was enraged. Without saying a word, a huge hand as large as the sky came crashing down. A powerful aura covered the entire mountain peak. Under this aura, Lu Yishan and the others found it extremely difficult to even move, let alone resist. The attack of a second-grade great sovereign was extremely powerful. Li Yuan was too confident in himself. He acted decisively, not fearing that the opponent would hurt his grandson, because he was confident that the opponent wouldn't be able to move at all. "De Huang, teach him a lesson," Jiang Chen said flatly. He didn't want the matter to be blown out of proportion. Since no one had come out yet, he might as well make the matter bigger. "All right." De Huang dog laughed. He had been suppressing his impatience for a long time. Ever since he had advanced to the great sovereign realm, he had yet to fight. Although he didn't put Li Yuan in his eyes, he was still a second-grade great sovereign. Chapter 1937. The reddish-golden light was extremely powerful. It was like a series of terrifying golden swords that pierced through the void, leaving huge holes in the void. Li Yuan cursed inwardly. Before he made his move, he had not expected that there would be someone here who could stand up to him. This was no small matter. Honglong. Under the powerful attack of De Huang Dog, Li Yuan's giant hand was pierced through and exploded. Li Yuan himself was also affected by the shockwave, retreating a few dozen meters before he could regain his balance. "What?" Li Yuan exclaimed. His horrified eyes fell upon Big Yellow as if he had seen a ghost. He simply couldn't believe that this was real. He was a dignified second-grade great sovereign, but his attack was directly broken by a dog. How could he accept this? Oh my god. What's the origin of that dog? How can he be so powerful? This dog is most likely a demon sovereign. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to destroy Elder Li Yuan's powerful attack so easily. Isn't this Jiang Chen too heaven-defying? He actually made a demon sovereign follow him wholeheartedly. How great would it be if I had a demon sovereign as my bodyguard? That's right. That's right. When this dog snatched the Longyang pill from Li Song, I could already tell that this dog is extraordinary. But I didn't expect him to be so powerful. No wonder Jiang Chen is sitting there without fear. He doesn't even care about a great sovereign. It turns out that he has such a powerful demon sovereign by his side. Seems like he has the right to be arrogant. Everyone was shocked. The situation seemed to have taken a turn once again. Initially, everyone thought that the matter would be over with Li Yuan's arrival. They thought that Jiang Chen would be severely punished or even crippled. Who would have thought that this dog was so powerful that even a second-grade great sovereign was no match for it? Li Song, who was lying on the ground, widened his eyes. It was imaginable how depressed he was feeling. To be honest, Li Song was filled with regret. He shouldn't have come to cause trouble for Jiang Chen. He shouldn't have kicked this iron plate. He had lost all his face. He had lost the Longyang pill. Now even his grandfather had lost his face. How was he going to live in the future? Li Yuan's pupils shrunk as he saw through De Huang's cultivation base in an instant. So you are a first-grade demon sovereign. Kid, no wonder you are so arrogant. But do you think you can do whatever you want with a first-grade demon sovereign beside you? Don't forget that this is the immortal court. Since you've offended me, I'll definitely punish you today. Li Yuan was infuriated. Even though he was pushed back by the attack, his chi surged once again when he realized that De Huang Dog was merely a first-grade demon sovereign. He was, after all, a second-grade great sovereign, one level higher than De Huang Dog. Therefore he was very confident in himself. He didn't believe that he couldn't defeat a first-grade great sovereign. I'm afraid you can't execute me, but if you want to take Li Song away you'll have to pay 5.6 million venerable grade immortal meta stones. Jiang Chen sat on the tiger chair with his legs crossed, not putting Li Yuan in his eyes at all. Even 10 people like Li Yuan wouldn't be able to defeat De Huang Dog. Given De Huang Dog's current strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight an ordinary third-grade great sovereign. I'll first slaughter this dog, then I'll cripple you who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Li Yuan was thoroughly enraged. He unleashed his chi of a second-grade great sovereign. He soared to the sky and waved his hands in the air, opening up a battlefield. The battlefield of a battle between great sovereigns had to be sealed. Otherwise, the consequences would be very serious. The aftermath of the battle wasn't something that ordinary disciples could bear. For God's sake, how dare you kill Master Dog? De Huang Dog snorted disdainfully. His majestic body turned into a ray of light and rushed forward. Just teach him a lesson. Don't kill him. Jiang Chen reminded. He was really afraid that De Huang Dog would kill this old man on impulse. That would be really troublesome. No matter what, De Huang Dog was a second-grade great sovereign and an elder of the immortal court. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, Li Yuan had the urge to spurt out a mouthful of blood. It seemed like this dog was going to hold back later, or else he would be dead for sure. To Li Yuan this was a humiliation. Die, stupid dog. Li Yuan immediately launched a violent attack. Boundless energy converged into a seal, covering everything and sealing the entire battlefield. Then the seal smashed towards De Huang Dog. This was the full-force attack of a second-grade great sovereign. Many people's expression changed. However, just when they were guessing how De Huang Dog was going to deal with Li Yuan's powerful attack, they saw De Huang Dog charging towards Li Yuan with his head glowing with golden light. In the eyes of the masses, this was a completely suicidal attack. This was insane. Ping ping. Under countless horrified gazes, Li Yuan's attack was broken inch by De Huang Dog's head. What was even more unbelievable was that the attack that could tear the sky apart couldn't cause any damage to De Huang Dog's head. De Huang Dog's speed was extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning. After destroying Li Yuan's powerful attack, his indestructible head slammed into Li Yuan's chest. Arg! A blood-curdling scream was heard. Many of them could hear the sound of bones breaking. Some of them saw Li Yuan spurting out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. A large part of his chest was dented. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one had expected such a scene. It was like a dream. All along, Li Song's grandfather was a great figure in their hearts. That was why Li Song was bossy and domineering among the ordinary disciples. That was why he bullied the newcomers like Jiang Chen. Now it seemed like this newcomer wasn't someone to be trifled with. Your grandfather is powerful, but his dog is already heaven-defying. Moreover, that dog's head is so tough. It's like a divine weapon. Caca weak. Big Yellow shook his head and laughed heartily. A second-grade great sovereign couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. Oh my God! How can this dog be so powerful? Some people couldn't accept this fact. However, today's incident must be even more serious. A second-grade great sovereign was beaten up. This was definitely a big matter. Chapter 1938. Who the hell are you? Li Yuan stared at De Huang Dog and asked in an incomparably cold tone. Li Yuan, this has nothing to do with you. If you don't want to embarrass yourself enough, you can continue. Otherwise, you can take out 5.6 million venerable grade immortal meta stones and take these trash away. Don't come looking for trouble with me, Jiang Chen, in the future. Otherwise, it won't be as simple as a ransom next time. Jiang Chen said indifferently. How dare this Li Song ask for protection money from him? This was no different from stepping on the Tai Sui's head. If Jiang Chen didn't teach this Li Song a lesson, how could he establish his prestige in the future? Jiang Chen, you are too arrogant. Do you think that you can do whatever you want just because you are a demon sovereign? Don't forget that this is the immortal court. Li Yuan was infuriated to the extreme. Then he turned and left. Even though Li Yuan had left, everyone knew that this matter was far from over. Given Li Yuan's identity and status, he would definitely fight for justice. If he lost his face in the hands of a new disciple, he wouldn't be able to raise his head in the immortal court in the future. Going to move people again? A faint smile emerged on the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. He didn't mind Li Yuan's actions at all. Li Yuan's action was exactly what Jiang Chen wanted. The bigger the commotion, the better it would be for him. What he needed now was to make a name for himself, and only then would it be easier for him to get things done. Jiang Chen's great divination art had been cultivated to the point of perfection. He had long sensed that there was a powerful expert who had been watching this place, or rather watching him. Therefore, Jiang Chen could continue to stir up trouble unscrupulously and wait for the appearance of that expert. Jiang Chen's current plan was very simple. Since Nangong Wentian was alone in the immortal court, he would help Nangong Wentian to gather more forces and disintegrate Star Sovereign from the inside. It didn't take long for Li Yuan to return. This time there was another old man beside him. The old man's chi was even more vigorous than before. He was a powerful third-grade great sovereign, a peak third-grade great sovereign. Such an existence had a high status even in the immortal court. Gosh, it's Elder Yuan Qing. He's from the Leopard Hall. Oh yes, Elder Li Yuan has always been on good terms with Elder Yuan Qing. It's like he has the support of the Leopard Hall. Jiang Chen is a newcomer. If he offends the Leopard Hall, it's no different from courting death. There are 3 special halls in the immortal court. They are the Dragon Hall, the Tiger Hall, and the Leopard Hall. The people of these 3 halls are not to be trifled with. Yes, Elder Yuan Qing is from the Leopard Hall. With his identity, status, and qualifications, he can directly execute Jiang Chen and that dog. Jiang Chen heard the conversation in the second high school. It seemed like Han Feng hadn't told him everything clearly. There were still 3 more powerful halls in the immortal court. Of course, Jiang Chen knew the reason why Han Feng didn't tell him about it. Han Feng thought that Jiang Chen was a newcomer after all. There were many things that he would learn slowly. However, Han Feng would never have thought that Jiang Chen would cause such a huge ruckus on his first day in the immortal court. Even the people of the Leopard Hall were alarmed. Fortunately, Han Feng had gone into seclusion after his return. If he was here, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control his emotions. Audacious and unscrupulous. Such a disciple should be crippled immediately. Yuan Qing shot a glance at Jiang Chen and only said a few words. Then he struck decisively. One of his big hands shrouded Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog at the same time, carrying strong killing intent. This was what it meant to be domineering. He didn't even say a single word and immediately attacked. This situation infuriated Jiang Chen, but he didn't say anything. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak and he could only blame himself for being too weak. Brr. De Huang Dog roared wildly. Given his combat strength, he could even fight against a powerful third-grade great sovereign. It was impossible for Yuan Qing to kill them directly. Humph. However, just as De Huang Dog was about to strike, a cold harumph suddenly fell from the sky. Voila! The energy attack, which was originally as powerful as a tide, actually shattered with a crash and was directly destroyed by this cold snort. Everyone gasped at the scene. They were guessing how powerful the person who attacked secretly was. One should know that Yuan Qing was a third-grade great sovereign, a peak existence. To be able to destroy the attack of a third-grade great sovereign's past life with just a cold harumph, such strength was unimaginable to everyone. A golden light appeared in the sky, then turned into a middle-aged man in his 40s. The man was wearing a long golden robe, with 2 spiraling dragons embroidered on both sleeves. His black hair was fluttering in the wind. He had a mighty square face as sharp as a knife. Just a glance from him could make people's heart palpitate. 5th-grade great sovereign. That's right. The incomer was a powerful 5th-grade great sovereign. Such a cultivation base could be considered as one of the best in the entire mortal court. It was imaginable that the old man's identity and status was unimaginable. Jiang Chen hastily stood up from the tiger chair. This was the person who had been observing him secretly. Countless gazes fell upon the middle-aged man. When they saw his face clearly, many of them almost cried out in surprise because they knew who the incomer was. It's the Hall Master of the Dragon Hall, Feng Jingyang. Oh my god. Even a great figure like him has appeared. What? He's Feng Jingyang? I have never seen such a legendary figure after being in the Immortal Court for so long. It is said that among the 3 halls of the Immortal Court, the Dragon Hall is the strongest. There aren't many people in the hall, but each of them is stronger than the other. Especially the Hall Master, a 5th grade Great Sovereign. His position in the Immortal Court is second only to the Sovereign Lord, Star Sovereign. Even the Hall Master of the Dragon Hall has come. This is unbelievable. He might have come for Xianxia. I have long heard that the Hall Master of the Dragon Hall cherishes talents the most. The conditions for the Dragon Hall to recruit disciples are very strict. There are no rules or standards. There is only one condition, and that is to catch the eye of Feng Jingyang. Unfortunately, there are only a few people in the entire Immortal Court that can catch the eye of Feng Jingyang. That's why there are fewer people in the Dragon Hall compared to the Tiger Hall and the Leopard Hall. That's right. He must have come for Xianxia. Motherfucker, this Xianxia is really lucky. He has already caught the attention of the Hall Master of the Dragon Hall on his first day. If he enters the Dragon Hall because of this, he will soar to the sky. How enviable. Countless people were sighing. The appearance of Feng Jingyang had caused a huge commotion. Obviously, Feng Jingyang had come for Xianxia. Chapter 1939. Greetings, Hall Master Feng. Yuan Qing and Li Yuan saluted Feng Jingyang respectfully. Even though the Dragon Hall and Leopard Hall didn't have a good relationship, Yuan Qing didn't dare to show the slightest neglect in front of a big shot like Feng Jingyang. After all, there was a huge gap between their strength. 2 old fellas, how dare you bully a new disciple? Where's your face? Feng Jingyang's words were very impolite. Even though Yuan Qing was a member of Leopard Hall, he didn't give him any face. Reliable. Xianxia immediately laughed in his heart. This Feng Jingyang was too much to his taste. He was overbearing and powerful. It would be great if he could rope such a person to Heaven's Sovereign's side. Moreover, Xianxia could see that the relationship between these 3 halls was not that good. Feng Jingyang's eyes lit up. Since there were conflicts between them, it couldn't be better. If the Immortal Court was ruled by Star Sovereign, Xianxia wouldn't know where to start. Hall Master Feng, this Xianxia beat up other disciples and elders on his first day here. You can see for yourself. There are so many people lying on the ground now. If such an arrogant person isn't punished, where will the dignity of the Immortal Court be? Li Yuan said indignantly. You can't represent the dignity of the Immortal Court. Feng Jingyang glanced at Li Yuan, then at Xianxia as if waiting for Xianxia to explain. Xianxia greets Hall Master. It's true that I beat up these people, but it was only self-defense. Speaking of which, I'm the victim and the most wronged one. Xianxia said in a serious manner. Hearing the words victim and wronged, many people almost spurted out blood, especially Li Song and the others who were lying on the ground. They immediately pounded the ground with their fists. Shameless, too shameless. Tell me, how are you wronged? Feng Jingyang said. He seemed to be very interested in this new disciple. Of course, if he was not interested, why would he, the Hall Master of the Dragon Hall, come here for no reason? Xianxia pretended to tidy his clothes. He already had absolute confidence in his heart. Feng Jingyang had clearly been paying attention to this matter from beginning to end, but he still wanted him to say it. That meant that he wanted to give him a reason to protect him. With how smart Xianxia was, he naturally could not let Feng Jingyang down. As the supreme existence of Feng Qi Immortal Domain, the Immortal Court must have its own rules. Since Elder Li Yuan said that I'm arrogant and hit someone, I'd like to ask if there's a rule in the immortal world that states that a new disciple must pay a protection fee? Xianxia shouted at Li Yuan. Li Yuan was dumbfounded. He wanted to refute, but he didn't know where to start because there really wasn't such a rule in the Immortal Court. Li Song and the others came to bully us when they saw that we were new here. They threatened to ask us to pay 200,000 venerable grade immortal meta stones each as protection fee. Otherwise they would teach us a lesson. That's arrogance. I can't allow myself to be trampled on without retaliating. That's why I beat them up. In that case they can only blame themselves for being weak. I want to ask, what's the point of doing this? What would you do if you two elders were in my shoes? Are you going to extend your face for them to slap when someone is knocking on your door? Jiang Chen's voice was hearty, neither servile nor overbearing. His words were reasonable and irrefutable. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, Yuan Cheng's facial expression turned incomparably unsightly. He glared at Li Yuan with the corner of his eyes. When Li Yuan went to capture Yuan Cheng, he only told him that there was a powerful demon sovereign that needed his help, but didn't tell him the ins and outs of the matter. Now that Feng Jingyang had interfered in this matter, and the reason was on someone else's side, wasn't this shameful to Yuan Cheng? Li Yuan, what else do you have to say? Said Feng Jingyang. Inwardly he was full of praise for Jiang Chen. He had clearly seen Jiang Chen's performance just now. Jiang Chen was courageous, resourceful and had extraordinary talent. Feng Jingyang was very fond of him. This matter is Li Song's fault. In that case, let's just forget about it. Li Yuan said, gritting his teeth. Anyone could hear the gloominess in his heart, but he wasn't a fool. Feng Jingyang's appearance was obviously to help Jiang Chen. If he continued to be stubborn, it would mean that he wasn't giving Feng Jingyang any face. Everyone knew that the master of the Dragon Hall was known for his bad temper. If he really angered him, he would be killed in vain. Star Sovereign wouldn't punish Feng Jingyang for his sake. He wouldn't even say a word of reprimand to Feng Jingyang. Jiang Chen, what do you think? Feng Jingyang looked over at Jiang Chen. According to the previous agreement, Elder Li Yuan has to pay 5.6 million venerable grade immortal meta stones. Li Song and the others came to us in the name of protection fee, so it's not too much to ask Elder Li Yuan to pay the ransom. You should know that these junior brothers of mine who have just arrived have been scared out of their wits. Before they came here, they had a great longing for the immortal court and felt incomparably proud of being able to become a disciple of the immortal court. They had never thought that they would suffer such a huge blow on the first day. It's very difficult to make up for the psychological blow. It will make them feel that they don't have a sense of existence in the immortal court. They might as well not come here at all. The ransom that Elder Li Yuan is offering is just right to make up for the psychological trauma of my junior brothers. Jiang Chen enunciated each and every word as if he were speaking righteously, as if he were taking things for granted. However, after listening to Jiang Chen's words, many of them felt as if they were going to faint. This was just too shameless. Even at this moment he still didn't forget to extort money from them. Even Zhou Xian and the others were grinning from ear to ear. To them it was already good enough that the matter was resolved. How would they dare to ask for Li Yuan's immortal meta stones? They were afraid that only Jiang Chen would have the courage to do so. Jiang Chen, don't push your luck. Li Yuan was infuriated. Li Yuan, I feel that what Jiang Chen said is very reasonable. It's only fair that you take the protection fee from him and take him away with the money. Feng Jingyang spoke, not caring about Li Yuan's feelings at all. The surrounding people began to look at Li Yuan with pitiful gazes. He had no choice but to accept his fate. Who asked him to meet Feng Jingyang? The Dragon Hall of the Immortal Court was famous for being overbearing. Even a fool could see that Feng Jingyang was determined to bring Jiang Chen into the Dragon Hall. Given Feng Jingyang's protective nature, he would feel that whatever Jiang Chen did was reasonable. Chapter 1940. Li Yuan's face turned bitter. He was a second-grade great sovereign after all, and was considered to be quite famous in the immortal court. Today he had lost all of his face. Why? Do you have any objection to my words? Feng Jingyang's tone sank. I dare not, I dare not. Li Yuan quivered in fright. Feng Jingyang wasn't someone he could afford to offend. If he disobeyed Feng Jingyang, he wouldn't have a good time in the immortal court in the future, and the others in the Dragon Hall wouldn't let him go. Then, with a helpless look on his face, he took out a spatial ring and tossed it to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen caught it and scanned it with his divine sense. There were exactly 5.6 million venerable grade immortal meta stones in it, no more and no less. This is the spiritual compensation that Elder Li has given to us. Take it and divide it among yourselves. Jiang Chen casually tossed the spatial ring to Louis Shan. He was a wealthy man now. These 5 million immortal metastones were like a drop in the ocean to him. The reason why he wanted these immortal metastones was to show his strong side. Otherwise, how could he attract Feng Jingyang's attention? Luishang was shocked. Jiang Qin knew that a person like Feng Jingyang had a very strict vision. He wouldn't have taken a fancy to a person who only had great talent. Apart from talent, one must also have courage and insight. Only a person with courage, strategy, and heaven-defying talent could become a great figure. These factors could be seen in Jiang Qin. That was why Feng Jingyang had appeared at all costs to recruit a genius like Jiang Qin into the Dragon Hall. Alright, elderly, take them away. Also, teach your grandson more in the future so that he won't come looking for trouble. Jiang Qin said. Li Yuan waved his hand. A wave of energy swept across, sweeping Li Song and the others away. Li Song stood beside Li Yuan and cried again, Grandpa, Jiang Qin has stolen my Longyang pill. Shut up, trash. Go back and face the wall to reflect on your mistakes. Li Yuan glared fiercely at Li Song. He was angry at Li Song for not fighting back. He had already lost all face today, and now that Feng Jingyang was here, there was nothing he could do. Hall Master Feng, we will take our leave. Yuan Qing once again cupped his fists at Feng Jingyang and prepared to leave. This was the last place he wanted to stay. He had lost face because of Li Yuan and his grandson. Wait for me to make an announcement before you leave. Feng Jingyang said. Then he looked at Jiang Qin and a rare smile appeared on his face. Jiang Qin, are you willing to join my Dragon Hall and become a disciple? Voila. Even though they were mentally prepared for this, they still couldn't help but sigh. It was a great honor to join the Dragon Hall. It was the dream of countless disciples of the Immortal Court. Amazing. Amazing. This Jiang Qin is really lucky to be able to enter the Dragon Hall on his first day. I heard that there are less than 30 elders and disciples in the Dragon Hall, but each and every one of them is an arrogant existence. Plus, this hall is very united, so no one in the Immortal Court dares to bully them. They are the ones who bully others. How can this be called lucky? Haven't you all seen Jiang Chen's capability? He is only an intermediate immortal venerable, but he was able to send a half-step sovereign flying with a single punch. Do you have such strength? That's right. It's normal for a monstrous genius like Jiang Qin to join the Dragon Hall. Otherwise, do you think the Hall Master of the Dragon Hall would show up in person? How enviable. His status will be different after joining the Dragon Hall. Seems like we have to find a way to befriend him. It will be great if we can befriend the disciples of the Dragon Hall. Everyone was envious of Jiang Qin. It had always been everyone's dream to join the Dragon Hall. As the head of the 3 great halls, the Dragon Hall was a symbol of status and identity. Li Song and his grandson's faces darkened when they heard the news. If Jiang Qin had really joined the Dragon Hall, it meant that they had completely lost the chance to seek revenge on Jiang Qin. They could only swallow their resentment today. This disciple is willing. Jiang Qin clasped his fists at Feng Jingyang and said loudly. If he said no, he would immediately offend a big shot like Feng Jingyang. Moreover, joining the Dragon Hall was exactly what Jiang Qin wanted. It would be great if he could win over the first hall of the Immortal Court to Heaven's Sovereign's side. All right. Pack your things and report to the Dragon Hall tomorrow. Feng Jingyang nodded and disappeared with a sway of his body. Humph. What a good thing you have done. Yuan Qing harumphed coldly at Li Yuan and left with a flick of his sleeve. The relationship between the Leopard Hall and the Dragon Hall had never been good. Ever since the establishment of the 3 halls, they had been fighting each other openly and covertly. Today, not only did Li Yuan and his grandson humiliate themselves, they also allowed the Dragon Hall to have another heaven-defying genius. Li Yuan's face darkened. He left with Li Song. It was certain that this pair of grandfather and grandson would be quiet for a while. Li Song had always been arrogant and domineering among the ordinary disciples. After being taught a lesson by Jiang Qin, it would be hard for him to be arrogant in the future. A major event in the Immortal Court had finally come to an end. The whole process had ended with Jiang Chen's complete victory. In their opinion, if Li Song hadn't come to stir up trouble, Jiang Qin wouldn't have had the chance to join the Dragon Hall, at least not so quickly. From another point of view, Li Song had helped Jiang Qin. Senior brother Jiang, I'm Wang Yun. Please take care of me in the future. I'm Liang Miao. I'm here to get close to senior brother Jiang. One by one, the disciples came to the mountain peak where Jiang Chen lived and began to get close to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen greeted them one by one. He behaved very humbly without the arrogance and domineeringness from before. His words gave people a very comfortable feeling. Although he had entered the Dragon Hall, he didn't put on any airs. This was exactly what Jiang Chen wanted to see. He wanted to establish his prestige, build up his strength bit by bit, and even disintegrate Star Sovereign's power bit by bit to help the heaven and earth return. He had taken the right first step. The next day, after bidding farewell to Lu Yishan and the others, Jiang Chen went to the Dragon Hall with De Huang Dog. Senior brother Jiang, what should we do now that you're gone? Wei Yun pulled a long face. They had only known each other for a day, but after yesterday's incident, they had begun to rely on Jiang Chen psychologically. Don't worry. This mountain peak is still mine, Jiang Chen's. You just need to cultivate here. No one will dare to bully you. If anyone dares to bully you, come find me in the Dragon Hall. Jiang Chen patted Wei Yun's shoulder and left with De Huang Dog. Chapter 1941. Looking at the receding figure of Jiang Chen, Xishan and the others sighed. Such was life. Some people were destined to be extraordinary just like Jiang Chen. He had entered the Dragon Hall within a day of arriving at the Immortal Court, becoming the envy and jealousy of countless people. They were also envious, but they weren't jealous because they knew very well that Jiang Chen didn't enter the Dragon Hall because of luck but strength. 09 Smaltse Net. Ever since they witnessed Jiang Chen's attack, they knew that they and Jiang Chen were destined to be people of different worlds and levels, but it was definitely a blessing for them to get to know a figure like Jiang Chen. As the #1 hall of the Immortal Court, the location of the Dragon Hall was naturally very easy to find. The Dragon Hall was located on a beautiful mountain peak in the northeast of the Immortal Court. It was similar to the mountain peak where Jiang Chen used to live. Compared to the center of the Immortal Court, it was considered a remote area, but the remoteness didn't represent the status of the Dragon Hall. In the Immortal Court, the Dragon Hall had always held an unshakable position that surpassed all other existences. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog arrived at the peak of the mountain, only to find that it was incomparably quiet. There wasn't even a single guard, but Jiang Chen didn't find it strange. The dignified Dragon Hall didn't need any guards. He was afraid that no one in the entire Immortal Court would dare to cause trouble here, because that was no different than courting death. So quiet. There isn't even a welcoming ceremony. Don't you think that we are important? De Huang Dog mumbled, obviously dissatisfied with the situation. If it was in the past, he would be worshipped by tens of thousands of people wherever he went. Alright, this is the Dragon Hall. Let's go in by ourselves. Jiang Chen patted De Huang Dog's head and strode up the mountain peak. The mountain was very vast, at least 4 to 5 times the size of the place where Jiang Chen and the others lived. The heaven and earth qi on the mountain was also extremely dense, which was very suitable for cultivation. Jiang Chen could sense that the entire mountain was surrounded by powerful restrictive spells. These restrictive spells could gather and condense the heaven qi, which made the heaven qi on the mountain much denser than outside. Jiang Chen arrived at a huge square and looked around. He didn't even see the shadow of a ghost. Could it be that everyone in the Dragon Hall has gone out to play? Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders with a gloomy expression. He felt that he was not being taken seriously. He was personally recruited by Feng Jingyang. Even if his position was not high, he should not be treated coldly like this. It's too shameful. Rumble. At this moment, a strong roar suddenly burst out from the void. Immediately after, a strong wind whistled and a huge golden hand fell from the sky, covering the whole square, including Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. Damn it! De Huang Dog was exasperated. The Dragon Hall's welcoming method was really special. He was about to explode. De Huang, don't attack. Jiang Chen hastily stopped De Huang Dog. He instantly turned into his dragon form and struck out the true dragon palm at lightning speed. He knew that someone was testing his strength on purpose. The attacker had obviously held back his strength. Plus, Jiang Chen didn't sense the slightest murderous intent from the attacker. Or it should be said that the attacker didn't have any malicious intent. Jiang Qin had specially inquired about the Dragon Hall yesterday. He knew that each and every disciple of the Dragon Hall was a heaven-defying existence. Now that he, a new immortal venerable, was directly recruited by Feng Jingyang, his subordinates naturally wanted to see what kind of ability he had that was worthy of Feng Jingyang's presence. Honglong. The blazing true dragon palm collided with the golden palm, producing a deafening roar. The entire space in the sky was immediately shattered. The two attacks exploded at the same time, tearing everything apart. Cracks appeared on the ground. However, Jiang Qin didn't budge an inch even after suffering such a powerful attack. His facial expression didn't change at all, as though nothing had happened. Clearly, the powerful attack didn't affect him at all. Good. A voice full of praise resounded from the void. Then a dozen silhouettes walked out of the void. Each of them was like a ghost. The qi that emanated from their bodies was enough to make one's heart palpitate. Jiang Qin looked over and saw a total of 14 people. There were 4 females and 10 males. All of them seemed to be in their mid-20s. Each of their faces was filled with the unique arrogance of young geniuses. Among them, the lowest cultivation base was at the peak of Immortal Venerable realm. Apart from the 6 Immortal Venerables, the remaining 8 were powerful half-step sovereigns. Jiang Qin couldn't help but sigh at the sight of such a lineup. He recalled that when Venerable Ling Long was selecting her son-in-law, there were also plenty of geniuses from the Immortal Court. If a genius like the Dragon Hall had appeared, Long Shisan wouldn't have been able to deal with it. At least, Long Shisan wouldn't have been able to deal with it at that time. Junior brother Jiang, welcome to the Dragon Hall. A red-clothed woman with coquettish eyes greeted Jiang Qin with a smile. Her attitude was very sincere. The others also smiled at Jiang Qin. In this world where strength was everything, it was obvious that Jiang Qin's performance had won the approval of the disciples of the Dragon Hall. Jiang Qin greets all the senior brothers and sisters. Jiang Qin clasped his fists at them in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Junior brother Jiang is really a young genius. You're only an intermediate immortal venerable, but you're able to withstand a strike from senior brother Yu Feng. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. That's right. Senior brother Yu Feng is a powerful half-step sovereign expert. His true combat strength is enough to kill an ordinary first-grade great sovereign. Junior brother Jiang is able to withstand a strike from him with his intermediate immortal venerable cultivation base and doesn't seem to be injured at all. None of us can match such talent. No wonder Master has to show up personally. It seems Master's eyes are as sharp as ever. Junior brother Jiang, from now on, you are an official member of our Dragon Hall. Welcome. Everyone praised Jiang Qin generously. The Dragon Hall had always been united. Jiang Qin had witnessed it today. Apparently these people didn't have any infighting. All of them were geniuses, very proud and admired the strong. Jiang Qin had proven himself with his strength, which naturally earned him their approval. Jiang Qin was very satisfied to be able to integrate into such a group. Chapter 1942. Junior brother Jiang, I'm Duan Ren. My hands are itching to see that you can withstand the attack of senior brother Yu Feng so easily. Why don't we have a spar? A youth who seemed to be in his 20s walked out. His name was Duan Ren. The fact that he wanted to spar with Jiang Qin showed that he was also a combative person. Since senior brother Duan is interested, junior brother will certainly keep you company. Jiang Qin spoke. Duan Ren was a combative person, but so was Jiang Qin. From the moment he saw the disciples of Dragon Hall, Jiang Qin couldn't suppress the battle intent in his heart. However, he felt a little embarrassed when he first came here. Now that Duan Ren had taken the initiative to propose a spar, it was exactly what he wanted. As a matter of fact, the one Jiang Qin really wanted to fight wasn't Duan Ren, but Yu Feng. Yu Feng's half-step sovereign cultivation base was enough to fight Jiang Qin, but Duan Ren was merely a peak immortal venerable. No matter how powerful he was, he absolutely wasn't a match for Jiang Qin. As an intermediate immortal venerable, Jiang Qin didn't put Duan Ren in his eyes. Haha. Good. Duan Ren laughed loudly. With a sway of his body he soared into the sky. Powerful chi waves surged out of his body, immediately opening up a huge battlefield. Come on, junior brother Jiang. Duan Ren's battle intent was unparalleled. It seemed like he hadn't experienced a battle for a very long time. Today he had encountered a powerful junior brother. He couldn't help but feel delighted. Duan Ren, be careful. Don't hurt junior brother Jiang. The red-robed girl spoke. This girl wasn't simple. Apart from her unparalleled beauty, her strength had also reached the terrifying half-step sovereign realm. Her name was Hong Ying, a famous senior sister of Dragon Hall. She usually behaved kindly, but when it came to matters she was unparalleled. Sister Hong, we will be jealous if you care so much about junior brother Jiang. Duan Ren teased. Nonsense. Hong Ying glared at Duan Ren in annoyance, but she wasn't worried about the battle between Duan Ren and Jiang Chen. Although Duan Ren loved to fight, he was very united. He definitely wouldn't hurt Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen appeared on the battlefield in his dragon form, standing opposite of Duan Ren. He cupped his fists at Duan Ren. Senior brother, sorry for the offense. Junior brother, this transformation skill of yours looks very domineering. However, I advise you not to use it too often. After all, this kind of skill has a huge side effect. If you use it too often, it will affect your future cultivation and affect your foundation. That's right. Duan Ren reminded. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother Duan. However, this transformation skill of mine is a combat state. It won't affect my body in the slightest. Jiang Chen said with a smile. He knew that Duan Ren's words were out of concern for him. From this aspect, Jiang Chen's first impression of Duan Ren was excellent. In fact, everyone in Dragon Hall gave Jiang Chen a good first impression. Although it was his first time in Dragon Hall, he could feel the lively atmosphere here. No one treated him as an outsider. In a sense, this indirectly showed Feng Jingyang's foresight. When Feng Jingyang judged a person apart from their talent, he also looked at their character. Alright, junior brother Jiang. I won't show mercy when I attack later. Duan Ren said with a smile. Senior brother Duan, please go ahead. This disciple will not hold back. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Alright. Junior brother, take my world's edge. Along with Duan Ren's shout, the aura on his body rose directly. An ocean-like energy instantly gathered together. He suddenly slashed out with his palm. All the violent energy condensed and turned into an earth-shattering golden saber, slashing at Jiang Chen. With a single slash of heaven's edge, the gigantic blade radiance seemed as though it was tangible as it tore the void into two. This guy, he used his trump card as soon as he arrived. What if he hurts junior brother Jiang? Don't worry, he knows what he's doing. Also, don't underestimate junior brother Jiang. Since Master personally brought him back, he must have some skills. I hope he won't get hurt. After all, we're all on the same side. Everyone's facial expression changed slightly when they saw Duan Ren's trump card. They weren't clear about Jiang Chen's strength, but they knew Duan Ren's strength very well, especially the world's edge. No ordinary half-step sovereign was a match for it. No matter how powerful Jiang Chen was, he was merely an intermediate immortal venerable. Golden Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen wasn't afraid at all. He raised his head and looked at the whistling golden blade, then struck out the Golden Dragon Seal. The Golden Dragon Seal was the most lethal among the 5 elemental combat dragon seals. It was the most suitable weapon for a frontal attack. Duan Ren's attack belonged to the purest yang attribute. Jiang Chen was going to use the same purest yang attribute to destroy his opponent's attack. Only in that way could he convince his opponent. Roar. The Berserk Dragon roared, and to everyone's horror, the Golden Berserk Dragon suddenly opened its huge mouth and swallowed the broken blade's blade light. Then the Golden Dragon's momentum did not diminish, and it continued to charge towards the broken blade. What? Duan Ren exclaimed. His facial expression changed instantly. In just an instant he knew that he had lost. He was no match for Jiang Chen. Roared just as the Golden Dragon was about to hit Duan Ren, it disappeared on its own. Obviously it had been kept away by Jiang Chen. Such a powerful technique was indeed admirable. Senior brother Duan, thank you for letting me win. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at Duan Ren. Duan Ren shook his head helplessly, but there wasn't any sign of frustration on his face. Senior brother Jiang is indeed a rare genius. I admire you, said Duanren. Duanren said. It was harder than ascending to the heavens to make Duanren admit defeat, but after the battle with Jiang Chen he was sincerely convinced of Jiang Chen's strength. Jiang Chen's strength was undeniable. The faces of Hong Ying and the others were filled with astonishment. Their gazes towards Jiang Chen had changed once again. They were worried that Duanren would hurt Jiang Chen, but now it seemed like their worries were unnecessary. Jiang Chen had already shown mercy by not hurting Duanren. Duanren wasn't injured by Jiang Chen. It seems like a true monstrous genius has come to our Dragon Hall. With junior brother Zhang's aptitude, I'm afraid that he will surpass big senior brother in the future. That's right. Big senior brother Yu Huafan has reached the terrifying second-grade great sovereign realm at such a young age. He is deeply loved by Master. Judging from junior brother Zhang's performance, it's not impossible for him to surpass big senior brother in the future if he continues to develop like this. Master's eyesight is still as sharp as ever. Many of the disciples sighed endlessly. It was truly a rare thing for them to praise someone so generously. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.